just know people in the game. And I just got this kind of incredible memory for basically picking people who was like above my pay grade, and I got a good taste for characters. And it succeeds some of the time, and then when it does succeed, I hold it.
Excellent. And do you play soccer yourself? Do you play soccer or football? Do you play football yourself?
Not really, I'm more of a tennis player.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you had mentioned that. So, I take it Wimbledon is a big deal.
Well, I'm writing a book at the moment called The Open as well, who brings in nature who just dominate the sport. And it's more about how Wimbledon survived them.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, is this a fiction or nonfiction book?
It's a bit fiction.
Okay, excellent.
I'm setting it in a hype and energized real world. A couple of years later now, John McEnroe still alive, so the larger than life tennis figures are going to be in that.
Excellent.
I'll probably weed out the more non-protected ones.
Sure. What are your thoughts?
And then others having more character. But yeah, the concept of this idea is that one that The Rock was an amazing tennis player.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then imagine, so do you remember Federer?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Roger Federer?
If you make him a foot taller and skinnier, and just better.
Oh,
That's how good this other guy is.
okay. So he's basically better than anybody who's ever played and just a physical phenom.
And then one is an absolute athlete at the peak of his powers who happens to be the greatest tennis player of all time. And then the other one happens to be a prodigy tennis player who is a machine, he's a beast. He could be a heavyweight boxer, he could be an MMA guy. He's chosen to go into tennis.
Okay, very interesting.
And he can smoke cigars just before going on the floor. That's one of those guys. So basically favorite.
Okay, very interesting. And what got you into fiction writing, if I may ask?
I'd always have like doing it. Once my friend paid me £10 to do his coursework for him secretly.
Okay.
And I really loved it. It was a little. You had to do I think it was Philip Marlowe.
Sure.
And so I did my own. I didn't get a very good score. I think I got a C or something. And then he came out with his tail for him. He said like, oh, the teacher wants to see me. He's just like, don't tell her. Hopefully we'll get away with this. And then he came out smiling, and I said, what are you smiling about? We got caught. And he just goes, no, mate. They told me I should be a writer.
Oh, no way.
So I always remember that story. It's
what a beautiful and inspirational story coming out of something so stressful.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was the first time I just kind of went, oh, maybe there's something in this.
Okay, excellent. So, do you want to be like as they say, what is the question? What do you want to be when you grow up?
The dream is to be a published author, but I just write in my spare time. I'm trying to get a proper job at the moment to get some money. Yeah. So,
absolutely. As an author.
But a normal one. But in the meantime, I'm keeping this all going because I might as well. I'm talking to you.
Oh, you absolutely are. And let me tell you, your strategy is really great. I see you all over Twitter, just doing exactly what you're doing. I call it ambush podcasting. Basically, you just go to someone's reply, say, "Hey, I've got a podcast. Would you like to be on it?" And then you see who connects with you, right?
Yeah, if you don't ask, you don't get. But you don't want a hard sell this. A nice little polite message things is usually can be okay.
I agree with you, and I think that the way that you've done it has been very polite. Okay, excellent. All right, so let's try this if you don't mind. Go to the link that I sent you, and basically the video that I started like 12 minutes ago. So if anything, you would just when you download it on your end, you just cut it at 12 minutes in. but we'll do a, okay, we're gonna formally start. So no pressure. We'll get it all arranged. And I appreciate your openness to do this. I think it can be mutually beneficial. I'm doing another podcast later today, one in Australia. I've been doing the podcast circuit. Um, I did one last week with the same person in Australia, and I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about the future. So perhaps some of our discussions.
I know my Ray Kurzweil.
You know who?
My Ray Kurzweil.
Your maker as well?
Ray Kurzweil.
Oh, you know Ray Kurzweil. Oh, excellent. Very well.
I know about him. He did Singularity.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Okay, so this thing, let me use the camera. So let me just try one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have Discord?
No, start using camera. Camera access not you backstage so that you may future the podcast anytime you're ready.
Absolutely. Okay, so I can do that once I potentially see you as a guest. Oh, okay, I see you. Just one moment. So I think that are you on your phone doing this?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why you don't have access is because you are using your camera right now to talk with me. So we're gonna not quite yet. Okay, and we're gonna bring you in, and I don't know exactly. I'm gonna, I guess, just bear with me as I try to figure this out myself. We'll get it though, as they say. Okay. Okay. I brought you in. Can you see yourself on the screen?
I saw a flash. I can see my name.
Okay. You can see your name.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see you.
Okay, I can't see you.
Okay. Uh, so I'll tell you what. I will.
Should we leave this other conversation?
Yeah, we'll leave this one. But if anything, keep the phone close in case we have to go back and reconnect or something. Okay.
I'm leaving the registry.
Oh no! Stay in the restream. No, stay in the restream. You're
Okay, I'm leaving the Zoom one.
okay. Excellent. And I'll see you in restream.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me or hear me? Louis? Okay, now I can hear you. Louis, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can. Yeah.
Okay, your camera is reversed. So
Okay.
the people of the world can see here.
There.
Absolutely. Okay. So let me just get situated a little bit. All right. Let me just. For our Zoom call, I'm going to end the meeting here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right. So before we start, if there's anything you need or whatever, you let me know. And you'll be able to just take the the raw file and edit it in any way you want. Before we start, let me just check to make sure that we're recording. That's always a good thing to check. I should say.
I can't see you. Is that normal?
Oh no, you should be able to see me.
I can see myself.
Okay. Are you on a computer? Okay, you're on a phone. I want it so that you can see me. So,
I can see discord.me/rabbi.
yes, click that little. Is there like a little slider?
No. Oh, hang on.
Okay, you just turned yours off.
Yeah. Back on now.
Okay, is there one by my name?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I want you to be able to, of course, see me as well. So, we'll figure this out. If you would, you're on a browser?
Safari.
Okay, yeah, browser. All right. Um, okay, I will. I'll try with a different. I'll do what you're doing, so I'll be like an extra guest, and I will see. I'll see what you're seeing.
Okay. I am checking this somebody there.
Just bear with me. It's a setting up the stage for you. Accessing your camera.
Okay.
I guess I might have dual cameras. That's fine. Okay, join as. So you press the thing that says join as a guest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies if we're getting um, feedback. Just a moment. Let's see how we could turn this off. Well, isn't this not cool? Okay, Um, so now I'm kind of getting to see what you're seeing. I think I see Rabbi Two backstage. Okay, so I have to accept myself as a just like you. And then I'm gonna have a chance to see what you're seeing, and we will get this worked out. Okay, so you see me now? Excellent. Okay. That's right. Okay. So I'm going to leave with this other device. If I may ask, does one of them say discord.me/rabbi and the other says rabbi2? Okay. But they have different names. One of them says discord.me/rabbi and the other says rabbi2? Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's live on YouTube right now. Okay. Um, can you still see me? Okay, excellent. So you can see me now. And with that being said, you want to. Oh, it's beautiful. Palatial, my friend. Okay, so would you like to start? Okay, so why don't you get comfortable and then you introduce this like it's one of your podcasts because it certainly will be. And before we start, let's just say if there's anything you get interrupted or anything, you want anything cut out, you have my permission to cut it out, and I would like the same. If it and but yeah, all my stuff is live and I'm raw all the time, all my footage, so shouldn't have an issue with that. Okay, and then let me.
Please welcome. This is episode 13 of No Hot Ashes. My guest today is Rabbi Rothschild from California.
That's right. It's a pleasure to be with you today, Louis.
Yeah, you too. So, as my guest, would you like to tell me a little bit about this project of yours?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. It's a privilege to be here and a privilege to have your audience here today. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm, in my own way, king of the internet. I have archived more data than any person in global history, and that's important because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, which may make me a very influential person someday. If and when that happens, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, your audience, all financially independent if they're not already. I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. And I'd like them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, because I know I've heard a couple of things about the are you an Ashkenazi?
I am.
Yeah, so you've got more Nobel Prizes per capita than any other in the world.
That's correct.
Is it Alfred Nobel? More Jewish people were involved in the creation of the Manhattan Project.
That's true. Oppenheimer, Edward Teller, and such, yeah.
And there were a lot of them were wrongly accused of being affiliated with the Communist Party.
Many.
And also, I believe it's also been said there's some people who are pro-Semites, and I know, for example, after his very late in his life, he discovered his mother was Jewish. And I remember a conversation with Martin Amos. Martin.
I can't hear you as well. Did you cover the microphone? I can't hear you. Can you perhaps repeat that? Are you covering the microphone?
I think so.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Maybe it's just a signal problem. Okay. No, it was just a little story about Kingsley Amos, father of Martin. And apparently he just used to say the word yid, and Martin didn't like it.
It happens.
Yeah.
I do my best to have an open mind to people of all backgrounds, and I personally am a futurist. I like to talk about things about the future, more things that unite us, less that divides us. Do you mind if I mention some of the topics that I enjoy addressing?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. So, aside from making everyone in the audience perhaps wealthier than they could have ever imagined based on data, I want to help the world. And I want to do that through the platform that this stream offers me. I'm not live on just one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live at any given time from on more than 20 different YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You can watch my life 365 days of the year. I have been doing this for more than 4 years. So back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. And with the platform this gives me, I'd like to advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, we're back. Excellent. So I'd like to advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's actually the one that I'm wearing the merchandise right now. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that the community does is build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Specifically, we've built water towers in rural villages in Nigeria. I'd like to keep those types of excellent advocacy and programs going in a larger way. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about things from a futurist perspective, things like perhaps anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, perhaps one day interstellar travel. I like to talk about mega projects, a Bering Strait tunnel, perhaps, bridging the Darien Gap, pardon me, perhaps expanding the channel, the English Channel, so that more traffic can make the the journey. I want to be someone who is seen by the world as a big idea individual. I know I can't accomplish all of these goals myself, but they're things that I find interesting. I talk about things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I, in my own way, am perhaps the world's leading trailblazer in some cutting edge types of technology. One is known as HDI, it's continuous human data infrastructure. Another is CHAD, which is continuous human activity data. Uh, Essentially, the idea of being able to watch an individual for long periods of time and learn about aging, behavior, eating habits, sleeping habits, every aspect of the human body. And I think it's a really exciting project for people to be able to not just observe what I do, but also hear the conversations that I have with people just like you every single day and how we can better the earth.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because so you seem to know a little bit about your comedy shows thing. So do you remember Dr. Michio Kaku,
Yeah, absolutely.
Science of Star Trek?
Yes.
Did you ever see that show?
Science of Star Trek.
Yeah.
I've seen him in documentaries and such, specifically the universe.
Yeah,
I've heard his interviews.
The reason I got in touch with Dr. Steve is that they famously didn't get on. So that's the reason I mentioned him.
Very interesting. Well, these are many of the.
Like the way, yeah, they just didn't like the way he tended to dumb things down when he was talking. Apart from that, no, I'm a big fan of Michio.
It depends on the audience. So if I heard you correctly, the Science of Star Trek, correct?
Yeah, it's when they were trying to make lightsabers for real and things like that.
Absolutely, and that's a lot of the technology that I discussed. Things like replicators, which is directly from Star Trek. These are also known as Santa Claus machines. For the audience out there, imagine a 3D printer that instead of using plastic, it can use any element in the periodic table to be able to create anything that you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I think there's a book by David Lloyd, Guns, Germs, Steel, or maybe that's Richard Pearl or something. There's someone, the father of Daniel Pearl. I think that's Richard Pearl, the guy who was beheaded.
Yes, absolutely, the New York Times reporter, and I'm familiar with that book.
Is it Guns, Germs, and Steel?
Yes, if you're discussing the exploration of Western colonizers in the New World.
Yeah, and like physics and the limits of physics. But I think one of these guys just said technically, if we crack physics, anything is possible.
That's absolutely correct.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. That's absolutely right, Louis. And I'm an advocate of that. I feel like there are people out there who may say that much of what I discuss seems like science fiction. I mean, many of these ideas have been discussed in science fiction media, but I want to help bridge the gap between science fiction and science fact. At one time, when people would talk about brain computer interfaces, that seemed like far off technology. But at the beginning of this decade, we had the first successful brain computer interface, Neuralink, in a gentleman known as Nolan Aspro. Approximation on his pronunciation of his name. He's a quadriplegic man who can now play video games better than you or I can, and perhaps maybe anyone on Earth. He basically has an auto aimer in his head. And the goal is to perhaps be able to create some kind of transmitter. I think at this time it might be Bluetooth, but perhaps some other type of signal in the future to be able to bridge the gap between the separation in his spinal cavity or his spinal column, so that signals can be sent to the lower part of his body, and perhaps one day he may be able to have use of his hands again, maybe perhaps, God willing, use of his legs. That to me,
if they get rid of stem cells in him, that might help.
Absolutely, and that type of technology 30 years ago seemed like science fiction. Brain computer interface sounded like science fiction. Something like Neuralink sounded like science fiction. We're starting to bridge those things. CRISPR technology, if you're familiar and your audience is familiar with CRISPR technology, seemed like science fiction 20, 30 years ago.
If we could have made Oscar Pistorius have some real legs, maybe he wouldn't end up killing his wife or his girlfriend.
There may perhaps have been alternatives, certainly, that may have existed. And we are at the precipice of something really special. I like to discuss other things that are on we are on the horizon. One is known as de-extinction. I don't know if your audience is familiar, but the de-extinction, many people think this is like Jurassic Park kind of technology. We're a little ways off from that kind of technology, but essentially it is, in layman's terms, perhaps, or layperson's terms, being able to create a somewhat hybrid version of a once extinct species. So many people don't know, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following
So
the
sorry, just to give people a little bit of a pop culture weigh in on this one. It's the bullfrogs being used in the Jurassic Park they ended up breeding because they mixed them with toads and bullfrogs in Jurassic Park that they used to fill in the gaps of the DNA.
I believe it was something like that. Additionally, mosquito and
Alan Grant picks up the thing and he just tells them and he gives them a little speech about that.
Absolutely, and then some mosquito and amber related as well. This type of technology, and following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, scientists want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, which went extinct. Perhaps the last one I believe in captivity was in the 1920s, followed by the dodo bird, which went extinct around the 1600s or so. I think these are fascinating topics that really we're not talking enough about, I feel, and are really exciting.
Condors are also a thing, aren't they? Condors are dying, and then someone brought a couple of those back.
So the California condor, if that's what you're referencing, during the 1990s was on the verge, or around then, was on the verge of extinction, but has had quite a resurgence as well. Not specifically, to my knowledge, through de-extinction technology, but just through conservation efforts, which I'm certainly an advocate of. I feel that perhaps we did a lot of damage to the earth during the Industrial Revolution, and perhaps with many of the advancements that we've made in science and technology, we may be able to reverse some of those effects. Other things that I like to talk about that may be of interest to your audience are things like perhaps life extension technology. Most people in your audience, when they were born, the average life expectancy for them was probably about age 80, perhaps. I'd like to increase that or give them the resources to be able to increase that and make these types of technologies more affordable. Things like oxygen therapy, hyperbaric chambers, things like perhaps we talked earlier, stem cells, perhaps human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, some types of
sensory deprivation bar for the mind.
Absolutely, we could certainly include that. Tanks. Yeah, absolutely. Sensory deprivation tanks. I don't know if you or your listeners have ever been in one. They're amazing. If you've ever had the experience, I have. They're amazing. Essentially, you float on very saline-based or salt-based water. You almost feel absolutely weightless. It's a very dark chamber. The water is tepid. It's the same temperature basically as your body, around 98.6 degrees. And
it's your own little miniaturized personalized dead sea.
That's exactly right. And you can let your mind escape. It's almost in its own way a very meditative trance that you can almost go in, because generally there is no light. You can't feel anything. You can't hear anything. And it's quite an amazing process. It really makes you have different feelings or different understandings of time, and also what your body's the types of deep consciousness and deep focus your body can perhaps be in. Additionally, I talk about things like certainly cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps blood transfusions of your own blood, things like red light therapy, and testosterone replacement therapy for both men and women. These are all really exciting life extension technology. But both men and women can benefit from these types of technologies. And I want to, if possible, extend or expand the average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually, at 120 or so, many people in the audience, you as well, may say, Rabbi, back in 2026, a lot of what you discussed sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is where I feel it gets really interesting and really exciting for those of you out there who want this is with your consent. Everything that I talk about, I feel should be with your own consent. Consent's very important to me. And so I'm an advocate of my body, my choice, and I don't feel anything should be forced upon you. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want
That's
you
like
to know,
the Johnny Depp film about that, wasn't it? When they uploaded themselves to the conscious.
I believe so. Yes, and this is a common narrative within a lot of science fiction movies. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Louis, and your audience is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality, which is an extremely exciting opportunity. We are essentially the last generation, or maybe perhaps the first generation, that may be able to either avoid death or extend life to the point where we may be able to live indefinitely. And I just think this is a really exciting future.
A real life afterlife.
That's absolutely correct. And from there, many people say, well, I don't want to live forever. And no one's forcing you to. Many people with whom I interact on a daily basis say, I want to just live my normal life and die whenever I want to die. And I feel that that should be allowed. I am, I want this technology to be used with people's consent. However, there are those of us, and perhaps we've been termed transhumanists, people who want to extend life, if possible, for as long as possible, and for those of us who may have the ability to do so, we would like to maybe be able to reverse age and extend our current life in whatever bodies we have for as long as possible. And then perhaps, if needed, might use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. And for your audience out there that may wonder what this is like, it's essentially like a save point in a video game, for lack of a better analogy, where you could essentially upload your consciousness into a computer system. And then, if anything ever happened to you, God forbid you were in deep space exploration or whatever, we'd be able to get that save point back. And perhaps there might be some way that you wouldn't need to do manual saves, that there could be some kind of automatic saving system, perhaps in the future. That's all for generations to come to be able to decide. Absolutely. And then for those people out there who want to live for not just hundreds of years, not just thousands of years, but perhaps millions and maybe even billions of years, if they'd like, at any point, they should be granted the option, if they want, to just stop and be able to end it all, or come back with their memories erased, and or just not come back at all. I want to give people rights. I think that's really important. I think it's a really Go ahead.
Yeah, and for these poor souls that are born in the wrong body, the gender dysphoria,
Yeah. So
they have the ability to have very effective, non-invasive surgery. Just get it done very quickly.
That's absolutely correct. And so for those of you out there who are LGBTQ plus, I consider myself to be plus. Whatever that is, we don't really know what that is, but that means that I may want to experiment in the future to be whatever I want to be. If I live 10 million years as a man, I might one day want to live as a woman. If I spend 10 million years as a human, I might want to be a different type of species someday. I don't want to limit myself to anything. So, in addition to being an LGBT plus LGBTQ plus ally, and perhaps consider my own self non-binary, or wanting to perhaps, if I want to be a woman in the future, maybe not in this lifetime, but maybe in a future lifetime, or perhaps in this lifetime if I continue to live for a very long time.
With your brain for a day.
Pardon me?
A tree frog with your brain.
That's exactly right. And who knows what scientists will be able to perhaps develop in the future, and what kinds of technology. So these are some of the topics that I discuss on my stream. I've been doing this now for more than 4 years, from more than 20 different YouTube streams. For anyone out there who wants to view my YouTube streams, who finds this really interesting, you can find me on YouTube 24 hours a day by typing my name. I'm Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and make sure you filter by live because I have so much content. It's an absolute sea of 12-hour videos that I basically have. You want to filter by live, and you'll be able to watch my life in 360 degrees.
Okay.
Additionally,
This is how I'll find, and I'll find this video there.
yeah, I'll also send you a link so that you don't have to.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So that you don't have to delve through all of those. But additionally, for your audience who wants to find out more about what I do, go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name, just like who I am. And you'll be able to find more social media of any individual than you've ever found. I have blogs there. I have tens of thousands of different accounts on TikTok and Kick and Blue Sky and Pinterest and certainly Snapchat and of course YouTube and Instagram and Twitch. I have more social media than anybody would ever want.
Facebook, everything.
Absolutely, it's all there. Linktree.com.
Oh yeah, we connected through X.
We did connect through X. Yeah, so X is a great place to be able to find me as well. All my links are in my link tree, so just go there, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to join my Discord, I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. And so the best link, you can find that in my link tree as well, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can also find it at discord.me/rabbi. And that will give you a link directly to my Discord. We have thousands of people who are members there. It's free. Everything I talk about is free. There's no charge for any of this. If you want to connect with me and you want to talk about futurology, I'm here for you. If you want to connect with me and you want to talk about Judaism, I'm here to talk about it. If you want to connect with me and talk about Kabbalah, I'm here to talk about it with you. If you want to connect with me and talk about history or science, or you're just having a relationship issue and you want someone with whom to speak, I'm here for you. I'm here to support not just my community, but anybody else who hears my voice who wants help. I'm here to be a helper in this world. I'm here to be a teacher in this world. I'm here to be a leader in this world.
Okay, can I ask? I'll get one plug in for your audience. This is for my own benefit. I'm 1% majority on Substack. That's £50 a year. You get all my essays that I'll write every year. So that's that out of the way. Now, can I ask you, what do you think Madonna's attraction to Kabbalah was?
Absolutely. So this is something that came about in the late 90s or so, along with some other celebrities, including Britney Spears and others. And it was based out of the Kabbalah Center in Beverly Hills in Robinson. Basically, there is a movement in major cities around the world for people of all backgrounds, not just of the Jewish faith, but all backgrounds to be able to study Jewish mysticism. And Madonna, I believe, had basically taken the invitation, perhaps, of some of her colleagues who were interested in studying Jewish mysticism and studied at the Kabbalah Center in West Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, and was able to have, I think, it had a major impact on her. As I understand, she avoids having concerts on Friday nights, which is our Shabbat, and perhaps has worn the red string that's associated with the Kabbalah Center, and other celebrities were affected by this as well.
Cut out pork as well, I imagine.
I don't know her dietary habits specifically, but I do know that she does an excellent job doing her best to keep in shape. And I personally think that any person who wants to enlighten themselves, there are ways to do it. Doesn't have to be religiously or philosophically. Just stretching, meditating. Those are really great ways that you can really transform your own life. And for anyone out there who is looking to become more connected to Kabbalah, I teach a Kabbalah class every day. So I've taught over 100 of them consecutively. They're available on my different YouTube streams, and they're all at least an hour, sometimes multiple hours a day. and we cover everything from ancient Kabbalah to medieval Kabbalah. We cover modern Kabbalah. And then I also give it some other Jewish and halakhic Jewish law flavor, um, and some Yiddish in there, certainly some Hebrew in there. And it's a great starting place for people who don't have a huge background in Kabbalah. And I have intentions to do this for the rest of my life. I think it'd be great to have a really nice compendium of at least 1 hour of it per day of just my teaching. Sometimes we watch documentaries on Kabbalah of other teachers if I find that they are prudent, and just do our best to do as much deep dives into Jewish mysticism as possible. And really, I think in general, just my streams are about self improvement, improving yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, behaviorally. I want you and everybody else out there who hears my voice to have a better life. And if there's anything that I can do to help that or aid that, I want to be here. So anyone who wants to connect with me, come to my Discord. I'd love to meet you. Come check out my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all my links there. It's just a really interesting project that I know I've undergone, and I'm not alone. There are other people who I've met who stream their life on YouTube. Not for as many days. I've never met anybody really even close to what I've done. But there are people out there who do have what I call not just a live stream, but a life stream where they just stream their whole life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, California, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. It's easiest for me to stream generally from a desktop stream because of connectivity. But when I go viral, I want to travel the world, helping people, connecting with people, improving the world in any way that I can.
Yeah. So now we talk a bit. So are you a religious Jew?
I am.
Okay, because there's another thing. Christopher Hitchens related this idea that he thinks a lot of Jews maybe have a gene for atheism, because a lot of Jews tend to be unbelievers.
Oh, absolutely. There's
So,
perhaps
for example, of like Woody Allen.
most certainly,
and
perhaps
Larry David.
absolutely, secular Judaism is a major movement in the world. It's really at the foundation of the Zionist movement. Many of the early Zionists in the 19th century, so 1800s, were found themselves frustrated with religion and moved more in that political movement. I personally am about world peace. I want everyone to get along. So I do my best to avoid politics to the best of my ability.
Right.
I am certainly someone who is a social justice activist. I want good for all individuals in the world, but certainly secular Judaism for many people, and specifically within Judaism, has been a big movement. And based on statistics, as many as about half of all people, of all Jews, have some type of non belief to some extent. Even Israel is a secular country. The majority of people there, of course, they may identify as Jewish, but do they believe every single thing that you're supposed to believe as an Orthodox Jew? Perhaps that may be in question, but I, as a rabbi, want to connect people with science and certainly religion and see that they may not be all that separate and move forward in what unites us as not just Jews, but as people in general. I look at it this way: at least the Western religion, so we're talking Judaism, Christianity, Islam, we all are Abrahamic religions. And so, really, we're all basically branches of the same Father. And perhaps the branches may have separated at different times, but we all have the same source. And then, even from there, the other major religions of the world, certainly Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism and Confucianism.
Can you see the bookshelf up there?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so that yellow one on the top shelf. Hold on. The angled right. Can you see that yellow one?
Yeah, I see a yellow, the little yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, that little yellow, that's the Portable Atheist, and that's got loads of essays in there, and compiled by Christopher Hitchens. Um, and that's got essays from Karl Marx and things like
Very well.
that. Yeah.
And for those who are hearing this, Christopher Hitchens certainly had an amazing effect on the world. Richard Dawkins, I feel, another an evolutionary biologist, had a major impact on the world. And I don't necessarily see that these types of belief systems have to necessarily be separate. And if we were all being honest, Christopher Hitchens, the Rebbe of Chabad, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the an Orthodox sage, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, the Chafetz Chaim, the Vilna Gaon, all the great rabbis, all the great seculars, if we sat them at one big table and we really were being honest, none of us know. We're all agnostic in our own way. No one knows anything. Now, it's a difficult thing to prove. We're just doing what we were taught to do, perhaps what our traditions are. When I teach my classes, I generally do my best at the beginning of them all to say no one knows for sure. Elu ve'elu, Elohim Chaim. But I do my best to say that this is the Mazor we live by. And Elu ve'elu divrei Elohim Chaim is something that I feel is important to be able to recognize. This is the Mazor that we live by. This is the tradition that we live by as Jews, but no one really knows.
No, no. And I hope, just if I get a quick agreement from you, that the most poisonous conspiracy theory of all time is the protocols of the Elder Design.
I would say that it is certainly a controversial subject, and I'm about uniting the world. I'm about peace, and I do my best to avoid some of these alternative thoughts. And
Yeah. No, I tend to look in. This is forced upon me by the people I listen to, so I just know this stuff. I read a book called Voodoo History by David Aronovich, and it was just all about conspiracy theories, and he nailed that one. It's a fabrication. So anyway, let's not go there. But yeah. So can I ask you what do you go to escape when you're just sat in front of the TV with wanting to watch something? You like watching Seinfeld?
I do. I love Seinfeld. I'm a huge Seinfeld head, as the kids say. I love Seinfeld. I loved it in the '90s. I loved it in the noughts. I loved it in the teens, and I love it in the '20s.
Yeah.
I'm certain I've seen them all. I'm in the Seinfeld
sub. Larry David over to Curb?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's great, right?
100%. 100%. I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits. I love the Seinfeld memes. I see Seinfeld as a I see the world through perhaps ways that show shaped my views on the world in many ways. I love Seinfeld. It is near and dear to me. So I do like Seinfeld. I like stand-up comedy a lot. I like comedy in general. I like comedians. I feel it's important to laugh. It's important for the world to be able to not take itself too seriously. So I very much enjoy watching stand-up comedy. That's what I like to do in my free time. Additionally, I like to play games. So everything from chess and checkers and even card games. I enjoy playing. I love the social aspect of the internet, where two people on different continents can be able to connect, able to have intriguing conversations, be able to share, and just that's a really special part, I feel, of the time in which we are living. And so I am at home in my own comfort when I'm basically relaxing, able to play games or read on a subject that's interesting to me, and I have a podcast on in the background or comedy on in the background. That's basically something that makes me very happy. I love to learn, so I'm someone who might have multiple podcasts on at the same simultaneously, because I just feel that I'm not fulfilled with one enough, or whatever it may be. I love to learn. I love to read. I love intriguing ideas, and really, with the advent of AI, I feel that it's giving humans, maybe people who wouldn't previously have delved into writing, an opportunity to be able to express themselves. I think it's an excellent tool if used correctly. I know that I've used it myself constantly. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. So I started the stream in 2021. So I actually have like pre large language models about an entire year, more than an entire year of my life on camera archived. And then from there, ChatGPT launched on November 30th or so, 2022, and then I've been able to see the different changes that have happened with the world, with certainly the advent of ChatGPT one, ChatGPT two, ChatGPT three, three and a half, four, four and a half, five, and then its competitors, Claude and Gemini and Copilot, and certainly Grok and all of the others, and how it has affected our society, how it's affected certainly the internet and just people's jobs. I remember when I would first talk to people about ChatGPT, uh, they they didn't think it was that going to have that big of an effect, and then they've come back to me subsequently and been like, "Oh boy, was I wrong." This is a game changer, and it most certainly is. In the same way that the internet was a game changer, and television was a game changer, and radio was a game changer, AI is the coming technology that has already changed the world and will continue to do so.
Yeah, and to have this conversation now with no delay as well, that's proof.
It's phenomenal. I think we're on the cusp of something really interesting, especially when we get into the virtual reality and augmented reality and all of the ways that people will be able to connect with haptic suits and haptic feedback. We are just on the precipice of something really special, and I'm excited of where the world's going. There are a lot of people who are negative on the future, and if you're hearing my voice, I'm someone who's positive about it. I think that the future can be bright, and I don't have a dystopian idea of the future. Many people feel like we may be living in 1984 of George Orwell. Well, very few people know this, but there's a 1985, not written by George Orwell, but there is a 1985 which has a different take on things, and perhaps the future isn't so bleak. And for those of us who may have a positive mindset in the future, perhaps there may be some type of utopian opportunity. And I do my best to maintain positivity. I know from my own perspective, if I keep streaming, I keep the consistency every single day, meeting new people, having my community grow. It's just going to take one influencer out there, and it could be anyone who's listening right now who sees what I do, sees that I have more data archived than any person ever, and data is Earth's number one resource according to The Economist magazine, and I could potentially make them richer than they'd ever their wildest dreams. All they have to do is retweet something that I do, or repost something that I do, or talk to a friend of theirs that's an influencer. So if you're hearing my voice right now and you know someone who may potentially have a large influence, specifically on social media, but even in real life as well, tell them about what I do. Look into what I'm doing. Connect with me, because all I need is that catalyst, and we are going to take over the world with this project. And then it's going to be a treasure trove of all of the different things that I've created on the internet. I've treated the internet like it's my canvas, and I have more content than any person ever. It's going to be very exciting for people to be able to enjoy it. There are a lot of people out there who think that the internet is full of bots or full of AI. I'm real. I'm raw. My data is raw. And I feel that's going to be really important to people of the future. Anybody can do a short form video, perhaps AI generated. Anybody can do that. Not everybody has themselves sneezing on camera, going to the bathroom on camera, bathing, eating, crying, laughing, all of the things that a human does. And I feel this is a beautiful story to be able to tell the world. And I appreciate, Louis, the opportunity to share it with your audience.
Cool. All right. Yeah, and some ideas need to go more viral, like the idea of effective outros, for example.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, more people, because if I suddenly was on a wage of 50 grand a year or something, I would definitely channel some of that to a charity, and I would research where the right charities are going.
I'm in agreement with you. Many people ask me, so Rabbi, you say you're going to make us rich. How are you going to do it? And if I may just include, I do say data is its number one resource, and my data isn't monetized right now. We're going to take all of the money that I create from all of my different streams. We're going to create a large trust, basically, not just to help everyone who's helped me along the way. You're all recorded in one way or another if you've joined my Discord or we're friends on Instagram or whatever it may be. And what we're going to do is we're going to help you, your friends, your family with that money from all of the data that I am able to monetize. Additionally, I am going to be able to monetize all of my social media, my thousands of accounts, all of the content that I have there. Moreover, I'm going to be able to be perhaps the world's biggest spokesperson, just like I am for this cryptocurrency. I'll be able to essentially wear an F1 suit with different opportunities for people to be able to sponsor me and watch me 24 hours a day. This is an opportunity unlike any previously from a marketing perspective. Nobody will say, I will wear your brand all the time like I do. Absolutely. And then another way we'll be able to do it perhaps is through cryptocurrency and other investments because I'm the foremost spokesperson of cryptocurrency in many ways. I feel that I have a beautiful archive of the crypto journey, specifically on Twitter, but also on things like Pump Fun and or X and other places, and Telegram. I've been live streaming my life in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram for years. I have been more than a year, years of my life archived on X. I have years of my life archived on YouTube and Rumble and Instagram. It would take one individual more than 100 years to watch just a fraction of my streams. That's how much data we're talking about here. We're not talking gigabytes. We're not talking terabytes. We're talking petabytes. And that's a really exciting opportunity, not just for your average individual.
What's kind of like a billion? Is that a billion bytes?
It's 1,000 terabytes.
So million.
Well, so it is a gigabyte is or a
terabyte is
no. It works on a thousand scale. So you have byte, and then from there you have kilobyte. That's 1,000 bytes. Then you have megabyte, which is 1,000 kilobytes. Then you have a gigabyte, which is 1,000 megabytes. Then you have a terabyte, which is 1,000 gigabytes, and then you have a petabyte, which is 1,000 terabytes. And so that is a huge amount of data. Now, it's more than any one individual will be able to basically absorb on their own. But that's where AI comes into place. We're going to be able to make AI over the course of my day. I can already do this. Take a 12-hour video of mine, put it into a generator, and it'll come up with the best 3 minutes of whatever I did over the course of that day. People will be able to get digests of what I do. But then for those people out there who always want to connect with someone, I'm always here. I'm always available. You can connect with me. And a very cool aspect of this, especially when I travel the world, God willing, people are going to always have something to do. Imagine any of your favorite influencers out there. At a given point, they always say, all right, bye, everyone. I don't. I'm always streaming. I am the king of content. I'm king of the internet. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people, for one person to share their entire life with the world. And it's my gift to the world. I do so because I've sacrificed many aspects of my life to be able to have this project. And I feel that the world will be a better place in the future if we have the opportunity to be able to study all this data. And the role that I have in AI is incredibly important. I mentioned it previously, the continuous human data infrastructure and continuous human activity data is an exciting amount of data for AI to be able to parse, to be able to digest, to be able to learn not just about behavior, but micro behavior, micro actions. And we're just looking at this from a two-dimensional standpoint. Very soon, two dimensions will be increased to HD and then 3 dimensions, and people will be able to essentially live my life virtually if they want. And then there are other aspects that may be able to happen in the future where you're able to remove different layers of my clothing with augmented reality, perhaps layers of my skin, actually see what's going on in my brain, maybe even know the exact thoughts that I'm discussing right now. You might be able to somehow, with some kind of futuristic technology, be able to study. That is an incredible opportunity for the world. So, this is the start, I feel, of something really great. I've been doing it for 4 years, so it doesn't seem like it's just the start, but I know I am on the edge of something really great. And it's just going to take one person to check out what I do, recognize that it is just an incredible, incredible amount of data, and that this is something really special and it's going to change the world.
You want to retweet from Lady Gaga with her playing Edge of Glory.
That's absolutely right. Lady Gaga, when you see this, I have many, many songs of yours that we have on the stream. I have many videos that I've made. Every single person who is essentially a big artist is on my stream, whether it's from TikTok videos, whether it's from karaoke, whether it's from bumper music, everyone out there. So there isn't really an aspect of the human of media or just of humans in general that my stream hasn't had some type of connection. I've done my best to watch all of the major films, especially the Oscar nominees and winners going back to the 1920s. Listen to every major album. Listen to every major audiobook and every major religious text. I want this to be the compilation of the world's media. This isn't and just not just media, but achievements. This isn't just the story of Rabbi Rothschild. This isn't just the story of the history of time. This is a compilation of behavior and a time capsule. It's really, it's in my opinion, in the past we might have had like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then of course we have the Bible. This is a new Bible in its own way. Now, I don't want to disparage our traditional Hebrew Bible by any means, but I really lack words. I mean, it's like a new Talmud. It's really in its own way such a huge compilation that I mean it to say it's not greater than those by any means, but in terms of what it may do to from just a compendium of information and how it may affect the world, I think that it could have a similar effect. And certainly it builds upon these things. So my stream, certainly we address and study Kabbalistic texts every day. We also study the Talmud every day. We also study Hebrew Bible every single day. Those are the great texts of the world. And I don't mean to say, and I want to emphasize, my stream is lowly in comparison to those, but it's different. It encompasses all of those, which in its own way makes it unique, just like the Hebrew Bible is unique, just like the Talmud is unique, just like Kabbalistic literature is unique, and the other great books of the world and the world's religions. When I feel 1,000 years from now, people are looking at all of the creations of the world. What I've created, this timeline and this time capsule, will certainly be one of those watermarks, one of those timestamps of something really special.
Okay, and Gilgamesh was famously mentioned. He was in a South Park episode, wasn't he?
Most certainly, yeah.
Are you familiar with Tom Holland? British
historian? Yeah.
Yeah, he did a podcast recently with. Do you know Andrew Sullivan?
Yeah.
So the Dishcast, the Daily Dish.
Yes.
There's a great conversation with him and Tom Holland. They talk about the ancient. This is post St. Paul kind of era, I think. It's when it gets really interesting in the old ancient scriptures.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a great listen. It's only half an hour long.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
But no, Tom Holland is a legendary historian.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, very respected.
Excellent.
Yeah. Are we about an hour?
Yes, we are. So for anyone out there, let's plug your Substack again. So if you haven't had the opportunity, please join Louis' Substack and also download his podcast. You're going to be able to get it on everything from LinkedIn to YouTube to all of the other platforms out there. And please plug anything else you'd like, and then I'll plug, and then we can.
Okay, sure. So the Substack is 1% majority, all lowercase, all one word. Substack. That's £50 a year. You get access to all essays. If I ever deem an essay to be a public service announcement, so for example, if there was a nuclear threat or something, I'm going to post that essay for free on Facebook. I'm not going to put things I think the world needs to know urgently behind a paywall, but I will put general essays. There's a couple of short stories on there. There'll be a ton of content, and all I'm hoping is a slight stream of that to support the podcast. So any money that comes through Substack will go straight into doing anything creative like this. And I've also got some YouTube channel, which is, if you just type in 1% majority into all the socials, it will generally link you up. Again, I've got an easy name to find. You can Google Louis Hesse Antel, and then I'm sure you know there's not a lot of Louis Hesse Antels in the world, so people can find me very easily. And yeah, apart from that, I've got a YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X, LinkedIn. There's a blog called The Rational Rock and Roll at WordPress.com. That's very old. There's some recipes on there. And I've also written several books, which is a trilogy called The Stand-Up Chronicles. There's a book called Nimachi, a book called The Session. I'm in the middle of writing one called The Open. I want to make films. One called The Easy Way, a sitcom called Officers' Wives, a sketch show called The Long Share, and ideally a cookbook. But all of this stuff is a hobby. Now, yeah, please tell me about your what do you want to say to finish this up?
Absolutely. So, for anyone who's watching this, the best place to connect with me is my Discord. You can find that link at discord.me/rabbi. Also, all my social media, linktree.com/rabbi. If you want to view all my streams, just to give the audience out there an idea of all of my streams, you type Rabbi Rothschild, my name, into YouTube and you filter by live. And when you do that, you're going to find more streams than any individual you've ever seen in your entire life. Look at, I'm going to try to pull it up here. You can see we are having this conversation live. Look at all these live streams that you are going to be able to find. You can view my life in 360 degrees. It's extremely exciting. You can even see Louis there. I mean, how meta is this? That he can see himself on the stream as we're doing this. This is just an amazing technology that we're utilizing here. And these are all live. So if you don't like one angle, we've got another angle for you. It's an incredible amount of data for people to be able to parse. So that's
scratch your back. You scratch mine. We'll subscribe to each other's YouTube channels.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So no doubt with that. So again, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I am available on X there. You can find my links. I'm available. You have my YouTube streams there. I have a Spotify podcast for those of you who want to check that out. You can find, I am a writer as well. So you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com and view some of my deeper thoughts on some subjects. And with that, Louis, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to connect with you. I will catch you offline and we can make the arrangements to be able to get this published. And just really appreciate your time and appreciate the audience's time. And really, as the old adage goes, for both of us, the best is yet to come.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rothschild. Can I ask your first name?
My name is Michael.
Michael. Okay. Thank you from Louis, from over here in sunny old Bristol to you in sunny old California.
Yes.
Wish you luck for the future. All right. Thank you, Rabbi.
You Cheers. As well. Take care, Louis.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Did that work? I don't know. Yo, dog, did it record? I don't know. I hope so. What would you do if it didn't record? I have so many different streams. I would hope it would record on one of them. All right. So you're live streaming. I don't think so. Okay.
So what's the magical mental thing? How can we just father of Margaret? And apparently he just more than 20 have ways that show shaped my views on the world in many ways. I love Seinfeld. Um, it is near and dear to me. I do like Seinfeld. I like stand-up comedy a lot. I like comedy in general. I like comedians. I think it's important to my audience, it's important to the world to be able to not make yourself too serious. I very much enjoy watching stand-up comedy. That's what I like to do in my free time. Additionally, we had the and they were a lot of them were wrongly accused of being affiliated with the communist. So they and I would like to say, but yeah, all my stuff is live, and I'm raw all the time on my footage. Okay, so please welcome. This is
Update me when you have posted the link to your social media, period. I will then take your edits and post them on my social media as well, period. I will also follow you on all of the social medias, as discussed, period. Please let me know if you have any questions or need any assistance, period. Thank you again for making time for me and hearing about my project, period. Are you happy? Yeah, that was great. Shout out to Louis, dude. Oh my gosh. All right, well, we gotta finish our class. But, yeah.
messiness appeals to are typically people like Bolsheviks who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, but most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really need that side stuff. Although I think they do still control 77 main synagogues in the Chabad world that are in Brooklyn and Parkway. So the Chabad movement has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement is that largely the kind of people that the messiness appeals to are typically people like Bolsheviks who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, but most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really need that science stuff. Although I think they do still control 77 main synagogues in the world that are in Brooklyn and Parkway. So the Chabad has this messianic thing going on, which is super weird. Um, for the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly because the Shemto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianism movement. They really thought the Messianism was dangerous. And the Shemto family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp. And I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different in other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chabad movement of the 1970s. This is a Karlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Karlbach at the time. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the neo, or is called the neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement is proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Rothschild and Art Green, who's one of a lot of teachers actually in Hebrew College. He's probably one of the probably the premier neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's really funny at Forum that I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like a great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gawans of the neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green when I was up in Boston and Milan. So the neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's popular enough. It's actually growing in popularity. And with books like Joe Weisenberg and other folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue to be popular. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is from their perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world that sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it, sort of kind of new age, traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which if Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo, I don't know, whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people, so me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and I think apparently Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girl's from here. So you have Rebbe Madonna, who's gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah and some of what her spirituality, although I don't think she ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial, and they've got some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really were pop culture, with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. Kabbalah has gone through a couple thousand years, a thousand years now, of turns and twists and messiahs, and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through it this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much. It's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, is that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. A class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who never accessible before. Women, LGBT folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, and Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You can learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to move to Israel, Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. 99% of the Jewish population, most of history. And there they are immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, with the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, but not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah, and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped into our class or stayed for all 14 or whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed. Feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and given me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in the preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really an honor and a privilege to be able to come to class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do is to do a big Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study about Zohar. I imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class where you have a lecture in the lab. Lecture would be like this, and then we have a lab. And the lab would be like studying the Zohar and studying it. So I imagine that's my dream is a lecture lab class, a Zohar lab. Which I have to say it's a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So Zohar lab. So anyway, folks, that's really up to the community, up to y'all at some point. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and so happy that folks have come along with me on this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... because Kabbalah is an outcome. Welcome back.
Yo, thanks, Doug. Well, we're gonna continue with this stream.
experience is one of profound paradox. It occurs within the profound depths of interiority, and yet it often has totally life-altering effects. It seems to impart a sense of eternal truth, though what it means is often Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are again. Welcome, everyone. There's a live crowd out there, everybody. How you guys doing tonight? All right, how exciting. Another fun weekend down the drain.
Yeah.
What is this, 14?
Something like that. 13 or 14.
13 or 14 Mondays in a row.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've been doing it though for like 50.
Wow.
I love Mondays. Mondays are the worst because I have a podcast I do for 3 hours. Ripping.
You might do.
Let me real quick, just a thing with the Iron Patriot, Comedy Patriot. Can you put your hand up on your forehead like a salute? Can you reach that? God damn, you're like a bodybuilder. You're like The Rock. He can't scratch his own forehead. Because if he could do that, I thought that'd be like a fun way to, like, whenever he likes a set, give them a salute.
Try to
Can you do a thumbs up?
I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
Can you do a thumbs up like I just asked? There you go. Do that. Well, only the ones you like. And you can be as harsh about it as you want.
I will, though.
Remember picking up the marshmallows though, and then like the first couple bowls of the box would have like so much marshmallows in your bowl, and that last bowl was like 1 or 2 marshmallows.
Yeah, the grainy ones, they would sink to the bottom. Yeah, it was a bummer.
I like the Lucky Charms. Your next comedian's name is Jem. Everybody, it's Jem.
GEM.
Hi, my name is Jim. That's GEM. Recently was
Hi,
evicted.
medium showing up.
Got me thinking about when I was living in England. That's where I had the longest permanent residence of 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I watched a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles bus system. Yeah. I have been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty, like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. 952-7290.
This guy is gonna be huge.
Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I watched a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles bus system. Yeah. I have been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty, like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. That's GEM. Thank you very much.
So you never intended to do stand-up comedy. You just faked it until you got to the phone number to call for cannabis.
I'm calling for a West Hollywood band. Because now you have to make me fucking edit out a fucking phone number, make me do work.
Oh, poor Brian.
Is that a real phone number?
Thanks a lot, Dick.
Wow, this has turned ugly. What? So you keep standing there like you're looking confused. What did you just do? Did you attempt some jokes? You attempted some jokes. I didn't make sure in a phone number for a place you actually work for.
No, that's my number. Oh, that seems like a
This is your home number?
Well, I only have a phone. I mean, I don't have a home, so I'm not evicted, so I don't even know. I want to sell some weed, so I get no place to fucking live. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Now I'm getting it.
Okay, Jesus, don't yell at me like in a movie that was super happy.
Security, comedy, patriot.
It was much better than that guy that took your ID and did that super size me thing. That guy Morgan Spurlock just stole your ID. Yeah, it was much better than that.
That's a fun twist you put on that. But seriously, if someone calls you at that number and you can buy some weed, you'll sell them weed, but you're not a dispensary or
I am.
it's not
Of
legal.
course, I'm a dispensary.
You are?
Anybody that needs weed, I'll dispense it to them.
This guy really got into his stride during the back and forth portion, as opposed to the actual stand-up.
What if somebody that listens to this, because people around the world listen to this,
I will ship it anywhere in the United States. Ship it out right there. I mean, how are they going to catch me? I don't have anywhere to live, so I'm just roaming the streets, you know? They call
Do you
me.
want to be a stand-up comedian?
I mean, all they would have to do if they did.
What do you mean? I'm standing up here. I'm making you laugh even. Come on. You're laughing out
I'm
there.
kind of laughing at
Why are you
what I'm
saying that?
thinking
Why
about
are
what
you
you're
saying?
saying.
Why are you saying that, though, really?
I'm just saying,
You didn't like either one of those three jokes? I did do three jokes.
You did. Let's let the Patriot handle this.
A little backstory on this guy. He went to jail for 2 years for selling Molly over in Europe.
35 months, actually.
See, I thought there was some truth to that story, and that's why the first thing I asked you is what the fuck would just happen? Like, because I don't know what's real and what isn't. And you guys have seen him before?
Yes.
Fifth time.
I don't know if it's many times. I think it's been twice.
3, 3 or 4.
5 times, Tony.
Jesus Christ, Jen, we got to take a break with you, buddy. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's ever gotten on.
Well, it can't be the same person week after week after week.
And you don't use this. I've been skipping weeks. I've been skipping weeks. You don't use this show as a commercial, man. You don't give your phone number out because I had to edit it out.
Yeah, real
I
bummer.
mean, there's like responsibilities.
Or
I have
because he
to
might leave it in. You'll get some fucked up calls if he leaves it in.
Oh yeah, half of you want to leave it in.
He's saying leave it in because he knows it might be somebody who wants to buy some.
Yeah, I got some weed.
But it
You know,
doesn't sound
basically.
terribly legit. It doesn't sound.
You know what I'm saying? I got some weed. You know, you want to buy some weed? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's not even telling you
yeah,
that.
that's not.
I know.
That's still not legal in California.
I know. Whatever.
Doing it that way. You got to start a
Thanks
dispensary.
for wasting my time.
There goes everybody, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Selling pot, obviously. Really hot stock right now to get in the pot selling market.
It just reminds me of that expression that I now think is absolutely true. They can't all be Jims. That's what people say.
So
Like
true.
that's a standard line when the joke doesn't work.
Oh, I know this lovely lady. I do believe this is her first time performing here. Her name is Courtney Mollet.
Hello. So I've noticed a lot of people in this town are plagued. Like, all my friends keep telling me that they're gonna kill themselves, and then they don't. So it's just like, how am I supposed to trust them after that? You know? Also, I'm from like a really, really small town where pretty much everyone is related. So it just makes me wonder, like, is it still incest if it's your sixth cousin in a row? I guess after like the fourth and fifth, you just kind of stop counting. Okay. Also, my boyfriend just dumped me while I was in the shower, I think to avoid an argument. So I got out anyways. Like, I've had it up to here with you. I would say here, but I forgot to shave. To use your imagination. Thank you.
You got a little mean at the end there. A little bit mean. Giving the bird. Giving the bird to the boyfriend.
Yeah, also, how nasty does it get when you forget to shave?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think so.
How often do you shave? Just out of curiosity.
I never shave. I don't even really get hair.
Oh,
Just-
there you
see, there you go.
go.
There was a reason I asked.
But yeah, I don't think that last joke worked, but the earlier ones
Totally.
totally worked. It's it's an audience of people that are waiting up to get to come up and tell their jokes. So like it's that there were laughs at all is probably pretty encouraging.
Right, very much so. What was that first one about again?
My friends being plagued so they won't kill themselves.
Right. I would say that's such a good premise to keep thinking of other ways other than suicide. Like if you can think about other things people say that they're going to do, or even more on the suicide thing. I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes I can think of these things on this.
It might have been suicide might have been a little heavy out of the gate too.
Right.
You never know.
Easier
joke would work better a couple jokes in, but again, this is a specific format that you'll never have to recreate in your entire career. There's never anywhere where you just do a 1-minute set, so it's special. And just a chance to workshop it. Were you happy with it?
Well, I mean, I usually like to read a little bit more in between jokes, but that was
Yeah, right? Like a minute, you feel like you gotta rush to get it all in. That's another thing. But instead of breathing, maybe, just say something in between the jokes about, that you just sort of say spontaneously. I don't know how spontaneous you want to be as a performer or how planned out, but, like tonight, this isn't going great. It's always a hilarious thing to say between jokes. I'm just kidding. I like those first few jokes. Yeah, totally. I just didn't buy the armpit thing. Right. Totally. No body hair. Right. No, that's not necessarily true. There's no rules.
just the armpits.
Yeah.
I'm a normal person.
Yeah. Also, maybe it was because what you're wearing when you raised your hand up, the audience didn't go, because they would have seen armpit hair if you had a lot of it, right?
Yeah, maybe I should make armpit hair.
No, wear sleeves.
Right?
Wear sleeves.
Okay.
Yeah, you're learning the wrong lesson. No, but that was good. I like her. You're friends with her, Tony? How do you know her?
She's
She's a past ding-donger on the Ding Dong Show. She used to be a ding-donger? What, is she not crazy enough to stay a ding-donger? Oh, this girl's kind of normal. Get the fuck out of here. She doesn't even need to shave her pits. We don't need that. Some hairy pit weirdos like to drop dogs.
She's at Courtney Molle on Twitter with a K, KORTNEYMOLLE. The next comedian is Norman Towns.
Alright, this happened to me the other day. So, don't try to give me advice. You try to encourage me when you need advice and encouragement too. There's this guy I was talking to, he was like, hey, listen here, man. Anything you want to do in this life, like anything you want to do, all you gotta do is shoot for the stars. Just shoot for the stars. Like, all right, hold on 1 second, please. Everybody, hands and feet inside the ride at all times, please. And pull over the top for emergency exit. But like I was saying, just shoot for the stars. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, so like, what do you do? Like, why are you here? He's like, sometimes when you shoot for the stars, the gun gets jammed, and you really don't go where you're supposed to go. And I was like, all right, like that's how it's supposed to go.
That's funny. Sometimes the gun gets jammed.
Is that it? Yeah, I can keep okay, no. I just didn't hear any bears or anything, so I wasn't sure. Because we wouldn't normally jump in and start talking while there's still time, right? But I would say, like Tony responded to the Shoot for the Stars gun is jam part, so maybe the whole thing about it turns out he's a guy working in an amusement park that seems maybe a little bit convoluted. And also reminded me of Maria Bamford's joke where the girl from high school is being really condescending about her comedy, and then it ends with debit or credit. Like it turns out that she's at the Kmart or whatever. So but the Shoot for the Stars and the gun jam is like that's the part that you should figure out a way to build on. Yeah, that's a good line. Yeah, it's just also weird that the guy. Maybe that's the joke is how weird it is that a guy operating a ride is that philosophical and really telling. Why is he telling you about your life? You just met him. You're just getting on the ride. Like, why is he even telling you all that shit?
And then another funny thing is, on top of that, is he's so philosophical and he's working there, and that's his big explanation about his life with that speech impediment that you're giving that character. For a guy who sounds like that, which I don't think you even mentioned, you just say that you do it. I mean, you just go right into it. But the fact that his thing is, however you say, shoot for the stars or whatever, however he said it. There's something funny in the fact that, that's his philosophy on life. So that's his end game, and he can't even say it properly,
Yeah, it's hard to give people advice when you have a speech impediment.
Yeah.
was a wooden roller coaster the whole time. It wasn't even one of the new ones.
Wait, what? Oh, double burn.
O'Brien.
Double burn. Not only is it the amusement park, it's also a wooden coaster. That's at Norman Towns on Twitter. Norman Towns.
Thank you, Norman.
Heck yeah, buddy. Interesting. Shecky Green, everybody. Shecky Green. That's a new one. Haven't seen Shecky Green. Uh-oh. You know what happens if a comedian doesn't show up? They get blacklisted. We really got this thing worked out. That's the best reaction ever. You knocked over your horn. That's all it is. He makes a bunch of sounds and the person doesn't get to do the show again.
That was intense blacklisting. I thought you had like a clipboard and a piece of paper and you cross his name out, but Comedy Patriot just shot that guy down. I mean, that is the name of a famous comedian, Shecky Green. So we should have seen that coming.
Oh,
Somebody playing around.
oh, how dare they?
Yeah, comedians with their sense of humor.
I bet that guy's one of the funniest ones.
Or was the real Shecky Green changed his mind when he saw what was really happening?
Crazy.
He wanted to reach out to the young people with 1 minute of new humor, and then saw what happened to everybody else.
I know this guy. This guy's a funny comedian out of Boston. I do believe he's done the show before. His name is Matt Devlin, everybody.
Sorry if I was being a dick earlier. Anxious. If Bill Hicks killed Billy Ray Cyrus when he wanted to, I'd have had nothing to jerk off to this morning.
It's a fucking joke. Shut up.
Except for the Yosemite fire.
I want to write further questions with her. Like, I got pissed.
Which I've been jerking off to since I started it. That's the last time I ever get to tell that joke. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth it to give notes on such dated material or material that's going to die soon, but that's good stuff. Yeah, and I also liked hearing you say the word started because it reminded me that you're from Boston, the way you said it. But two funny jokes.
Yeah, definitely. That's interesting. Topical, fun. I mean, it's not really that topical, though. I mean, you can always replace a tragedy with that type of, the way that you say those things, that works for you, you know? You believe in it. That's why you're saying it. So you can always just slide in the new thing. I mean, that happens.
Yeah, just say it about some new things.
Right.
Like when other things happen, go up and say something about that. That's Tony's advice.
Well, there's always something terrible happening.
Yeah. Just put a new terrible thing in there. Hey, Miley Cyrus, avalanche in Norway.
The way he says it, I believe that I can almost picture him jerking off to something evil.
I see what you mean. The jerking off part. I get you now. That does make sense. That you could jerk off to any horrible event. Let's keep our fingers crossed that something happens.
Sure it will, Doug. Sure it will.
Can you imagine, like, Sandy Hook, that kind of thing?
That was a beauty.
Right.
I got that one on TiVo.
Man, so you're ready to go super dark.
Totally.
You're not afraid.
Straight up.
All right, dude.
Thank you.
Good luck with that. Good job.
Yeah, that's great. Unbelievable, right?
I thought I was going to offend everyone when I said that he was rambling it. I got some laughs.
Trey Stewart.
Audience favorite.
He's here.
Hey guys, it's good to be here. I'm happy. You couldn't tell. I'm gonna get my haircut tomorrow, and finally found somebody comfortable with touching my hair. Last guy I went to was terrible. He didn't know. I should have knew he didn't know what he was doing. The first thing he said. I sat in his chair. He's like, yeah, I got you. Put before I cut you, there's something that you need to know. Sometimes niggas make mistakes. It's like, you know what? You're right, because I almost made one. Let me out the back of this van, because I did not think this one through. Thank you, guys.
Couple good twists there at the end. Appropriate use of the N-word. Was it offensive in any way? Just how somebody spoke that wasn't him.
Only used 35 seconds.
That was quick. You just wanted to try that one joke.
Maybe figure out some ways to shave the setup a little bit because it was all mostly set up. You know?
Yeah. Say the N-word more.
Yeah, well, maybe not say more, but like maybe more of that, you know, the way that guy talks or something before you get out of the van. But haircut in the back of a van, I like that. Oh, thank you. There's nothing really to complain about.
Right.
You just need about 70 more of those, and then you'll have an act.
I love the
70 more, but you know what I mean.
I love the backwards hat. The charisma.
Well, now we're getting into. I haven't been critiquing people based on appearance, really.
No, I just love
The hat kind of like to me covered up the. I was like, oh, well, you know, when you brought up your hair, I was like, oh, well, so he's getting a cut tomorrow. Is it so? Does it look terrible under there right now? Yeah, but what if maybe the joke's funnier if you come out with that messed up hair? First thing you say is, getting a haircut tomorrow. I don't know. I don't really like those kind of visual jokes as a general rule, but sometimes they're fun. Can you show us what it looks like under there?
Or you could say,
let's see it. That's the worst haircut I've ever seen. No, I know how that is, though. I mean, I'm in desperate need of a cut right now, so I hear you.
there you go. If there's any barbers around,
No, I mean, it's just your own personal, you know what I mean?
Trey Stewart.
Just because you think your hair looks terrible, other people are like, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
What kind of haircut do you have under there, Patriot?
I just got my haircut last week on a film called Vatican Tapes. I was a priest.
So they cut it super short?
You know, I was just an extra, of course. Anytime I say it, you know I'm an extra. But, they cut it short, and I was looking pretty good. I'm happy with it. I saved the money. I didn't have to go to Supercut and spend like $25.
Or 12.
You give a $10 tip, though. I like my haircut.
You probably sweat less in that thing with shorter hair.
Yeah.
Right?
I got an undersuit specially designed so I don't sweat. It's a moisture management rollback spandex.
So the girls in the audience tonight want to know what you look like.
They can go to my Facebook page if they want to check out and see what I look like.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So do that. He's not about revealing himself tonight. Maybe the bus driver. What about
or some other times. So it's like
do you drink alcohol?
there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not be dawn on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So something says, how does it happen that a person comes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensiveness, to the point that it's like very clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of a basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general. Right? In fact, again, from a person being down, that one of the reasons he wanted to move to stone was because of the lax moral code. So Tzaddik says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of violence, this pursuit of immorality. Rabbi Rothschild is just using this as an example that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, according to Rabbi Rothschild, this is why an avera is a gift. Now that sounds strange, but Navira could be a gift because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an Avera, not that we're encouraging it, but when I commit an Avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lord commits these acts of incest, it becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his mark. By the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been Nixon, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the Tzaddik understands that the Lamaisa it disputes an internal state of disrepair. And he ends, below Rakshin Ino Tzaddik Lagabe Dabarzeh, lo Yinishma Min Amik Shlobal, אלא יש לו כמה שהמכשולים מזדמנים לאדם מן השמיים במכוון, בתכליסן של הכישלונות הללו ולטובת נפשו, כדי לעוררו על ידי כך שיושב בתשובה שלמה ויזכרת על עושה דבר. The here was a great Tzaddik ends, as he says in the very interesting, therefore sometimes I will commit crazy difficulties. Sometimes the emotional Olam will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will not lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to the reality. So sometimes I commit Averis, ultimately again because those Averis are representative of a state of inner dysfunction, and sometimes the emotional Olam causes me to sin, that puts me in difficult circumstances, or creates impossible situations, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. So don't misunderstand those words that I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the taint, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what it is that inspired. So we'll say, that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath of Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, I'm both excited and Russia, which is such a life-affirming, such a life-affirming precept, that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a Russia, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a Russia, but it's also good because I'm not a total Russia. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of sickness inside of me. Ultimately says that tzaddik, a person only commits an Aveira in an area for which he has a predisposition. Something in the Aveira is the manifestation of something which is in his state of disrepair, which is the gift of the Aveira. The Aveira tells me exactly what I have to work on. To the point that sometimes the Rebbeinu Shalom himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in it. States of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to do. So we'll start over here. Right after we pick up here for Shema Monday.
Bobby Lee, everybody. Hey, Bobby. Joe Tony, regular. Bobby Lee, walking out the door, everybody. Yeah, Bobby Lee. Your next comedian's name is Scott Kidd, everyone.
All right, people say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing the session this morning. We never introduced us to, I think, this incredibly novel and really life-altering idea. That being a tzaddik or being a rasha is not an absolute state of being one way or the other. So rather, again, a person could simultaneously be a tzaddik and be a rasha, and be a tzaddik. Now remember again, the Rebbe's definition of tzidkos is very interesting as well. When I'm a tzaddik, vis-a-vis certain averos for which I am not only not performed, but also have no kaiva. If a person essentially has no shaykhs, essentially no connection to an avera, one can be considered to be a tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is, although we may transgress, and that's not the good news, although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us, Baruch Hashem, have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not transgressed in any meaningful way. Therefore, according to my tzaddik, that's an area in which I am tzaddik. Versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. In those areas, I cannot be considered tzaddik. So you try to be enough in any given moment in life, and simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha, all at the same time, in the same personality. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, I'm thinking about page 10, the left-hand paragraph in the Uriah Hasidus, right in the middle of the paragraph after the bracket. I'm sorry, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up on the bottom, and left-hand column on page 10. The Rebbe says, in the Inyan Zamucha, she pressure Adam the Eiza Avera. From here you see that if a person indeed stumbles and commits a particular Avera, Yesh B'kach Simin B'Hochacha Avuro, Shu'ino Naki L'Gamre Min HaAvera. Because here are highlights something which is incredibly profound. That if I end up transgressing an Avera, now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an Avera, that's a sin, that's a sign, and the proof that I am not totally clean from that Avera. And they'll say, now what does this mean? This is incredible. So they'll say, let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an Avera. Whatever the Avera might be. So what does that say about the individual? So very often a person can look at it I made a mistake. Mistakes happen, and at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that Avera a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Because sometimes in life, mistakes happen. So this says, that's not true. When a person commits an Avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that Avera embedded inside. And what's his proof to this? And this is incredible. He says, in the Kaf, Hashogeg shenichshot ba'avera v'lidas mikra b'torah b'kinui. Okay. Therefore, I will say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? A chote. I will say, what's the name of a carbon that you bring for the accidental commission of an avera? Achatos. So then this is what does that show you? He says, Moshe Amar, Nefesh kitachta bishkada. It's our kapara. And we see both that a person requires atonement even for an avera committed accidentally. Moshe Matzinu, shechayiv lekarbon, shechayiv lehavi, habechatos. This is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is it, thinking about it just from a hashkafic perspective, why does the Torah hold me liable for accidents, for an accidental commission of an avera? Well, say just to give a very like contemporary example of this. A person flicks a light switch on Shabbos, guys, which again I think happens to everyone at some point. It happens to most of us. At any given point, we'll say if there was a base hamikdash, what would be the halach if you accidentally switch the light, flip the light switch? It's going to haunt us. So what's the pshat with that? And it's an accident. Accidents happen. But feeling the blame for any contest that a person may have, why is there liability for a contest? Why is there liability for a shogeg? So it's public confidence because a shogeg is part of who and what. When I commit an avera of the shogeg, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside it. There's something deficient inside it. I was like, so it's the same way. He goes on, look at his example. He says, so we'll say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else for shogeg. Right? This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. He falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to flee to a for an accident. For an accident. Reuben does. He never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. At all. And now he falls off the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I don't say, you know what Galus means, right? You know what Galus means. When you're sealing, get yourself to Malchus. Galus. Your miklas. Your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? No, it depends on the Kohen Gadol. You hope and pray that the Kohen Gadol is of advanced age and is in ailing health. Because when the Kohen Gadol's death, it ultimately sets you free. But the East individual's entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake treated so severely? Which says, because mistakes are representative of some internal disconnect. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. If a mistake could occur, let's say, and this is my single called Yom. Where this comes up very often. I say something to someone. And then I realize afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate to say. It was hurtful, whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. Like, where did it come from? And then I will say, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realize there's something wrong with me. Or when I say something, anyway, there's a deficiency in me. There's a disconnect in me. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to have passed. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some need. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribono Shel Olam holds us accountable for mistakes, because even though the mistake is not intentional, if I could commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. We like to flip the switch on Shabbos is the easiest example of this. I will say, what happens if I realize that I flipped the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness. Like no one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk because I thought this was my bed. Right? No one has that because I have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it means there's a lapse in your awareness. So that's what Tzaddik says. Also, this is such an incredible yesod. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shugay, even when I commit an avera accidentally, the Tzaddik says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, so he says, about this, and he says, Rabbi said she will stop over here. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this last piece tomorrow. But also, so I just want to point out what the subject is doing. So the two layers so far. So layer number one is up until, I know personally, up until I learned post-main class in the subject, I always assumed that either you are a tzaddik or a rasha. Right? There's no product, there's no in-between. The tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. Most of us are always a tzaddik and always a rasha. Right? I'm a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote rasha, and we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a rasha in those areas in which I'm actively transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which I will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two that tzaddik is teaching us now is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah Kedosha holds us responsible for accidental commission of averos? Because when accidents happen, are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I'm actually moving in life. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in the session with that last piece for the conclusion of our show.
So use it. When you do that big, radio is not a compliment. When you do that big, go into a radio DJ's kind of. That's what I mean. No, but I mean, you were quoting her, not doing
All right,
her.
so say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to Be'ezrat Hashem complete Husnul Zion this morning. So remember again yesterday.
Yeah, the part where you're doing Delilah, it seems to be, the strongest.
We began the very profound last day.
Dirty with it, so you can really get more into the Delilah part, especially. Yes. Everybody catches on. It's something
Last piece of this oath. David HaMelech Parnas Gam Keilech Be'ez Salmabes Ve'ira Rashi Yato Inagi. So the Tzaddik is introducing us to the idea that the gates Salmabes is actually a reference to Gehenna, which is an incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And David HaMelech saying, even though I'm going to go to Gehenna, I'm not scared for you are with me. To which the Tzaddik said, David HaMelech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David HaMelech ultimately again is the pragmatic example of the class of the power of Shua. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. I'll keep that power suffering. Like, it's not the way the Jew speaks, it's not the way the Jew thinks, it's not the way the Jew approaches life. Which the Tzaddik said, the Gehenna, which David HaMelech refers to, is the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Admas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the inner stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of fate. So David HaMelech says, I have experienced my Gehenna in general. So speaking about this, the Gemara says, that David HaMelech, when he was walking through these measures, he was always asking, they were called, David HaMelech suffered from the taunting and from really the abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And when he would walk into these measures, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David HaMelech would say, the truth is, the punishment is Nisa, but if he does trip, he has Olam Haba. But one who embarrasses his friend in public, has no portion in the Lord. This is David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base measures. Forget about the external enemies that he faced. He said, I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life. And I'm going to say what the Tzaddik we began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again page Kuf Lametes. Look at the bottom right of the video. He says, and we began, I believe, to speak about this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the Tzaddik has been extolling the power, ultimately, of Yusha, and the power of Admas Nefesh, and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because they are representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says the Tzaddik, there's another part of this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the shchina in their life. Because the Tzaddik said, left hand column, page 12 on the test, Share'ina Shkina Share Alamito Simcha. The Azmachmas Tzach. So this is really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. That on one hand, Agmas Nefesh, the Gusha, the sap that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents Shuvah. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a Kote. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. Look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the profound experience. Yet the subject says, on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Rimon Shalom. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and forge a relationship with Hashem. So Avraham Melech says something amazing. God left the gates on us. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world as a result of the averos that I've committed. No irara. If you look in the subject, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, on left-hand paragraph, Iber Hasidus. Yaza Amar Davar Amelech, Gan Keilef Begates Amabes. Hainu Ba'asmus Al Chatai, No irara. No irara. Ya'atot Imati. Davar Amelech says, Ribono Shalom. Somehow, the subject gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our view right now. But what Tzaddik is saying over here is something so profound. What David Amalek is saying is, even though I experienced the Busha, the Agmas Nefesh, the visceral emotions of hate in this world, nevertheless, no irara. I am not worried about the spiritual downfall. Why? There is Yatayimati. Because ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu, somehow I've found a way to create this balance between Agmas Nefesh and sadness of sin, yet we need to go ahead and maintain a positive syncretic disposition in life. What's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound, I think it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. The Tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living, requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the Agmas Nefesh and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha, over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you can lose yourself in it. You can lose yourself in it, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done, that I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that place of sadness. So that's how the other side of the coin is, yes, I have Agmas Nefesh, I have Busha, I have Charata, I have all of pieces of that faith, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better, I can be better, I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The Busha, Charata, Agmas Nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the subject of David Amelech is in this capital of Tehillim, in this one phrase, Gan ki elech begates Amabes. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna which is often the aftermath of Chet, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. It didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The Busha, the Agmas Nefesh, the Charata, the Lo Irara. The Lo Irara says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Because I know, listen to what Tzaddik says. I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? because you believe in me.
13 weeks ago.
Because you believe in me.
Finish my mics and working
You believe in me because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe in me, that gives me the power to believe in myself. So therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, with the agmas nefesh, with the harata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to hate, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. I won't lose myself in it. Because you don't forsake me. You don't leave me. You believe in me. Ultimately, that gives me the power to believe in myself. That's what's that. Over here for today. We're just going to pick up with Oxford.
You know her from the very first Skill Tony when she was the only female in the room. And when my guest said, is there no woman that wants to do this show? She ran up on stage and it began there. She's here tonight. At Sarah Dresses on Twitter, but her name is Sarah.
All right, okay, listen. More news from my boss begins. Starting this morning, a new host doing Zikras. I think host doing us. I guess on the WhatsApp chat, a truly beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. It's on page 2. Then host doing. So whatever I just follow, let's follow along with people. Yeah, I see those right hand column. לאחר שטוב לאדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאיו. So whatever road I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, let's skip over. So after a person, good. לאחר שטוב לאדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאיו. After it's important for a person to establish what's on in the Zion, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna can be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes and learning from them. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. Allah Ladash, this is a very profound idea. After Sheshav B'tshuva, after a person does tshuva for a particular avera, Kol Nichshol B'chei Sheshav Allah B'tshuva, Usimun V'Ochacha She'ino Naki L'Chalutin Me'Cheitzah. So it's like, the Rabbi says something very consistent, which we're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. He says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, Simen V'Ochacha She'ino Naki L'Chalutin Me'Cheitzah. That's demonstrative that I'm not cleansed. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, he also said, first glance, these statements seem a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share, bidvar avera, b'davar ba'avera, sha'adam naki. So yes, when it comes to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally nuts, that a person is totally cleansed from, the English Shema Negia, Mishika Nafshis, Mishum Taiva La Avera. It's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera in which I am totally clean and pure, says, Mishum Taiva La Averahi. I'm sorry, Mishum Taiva La Averahi. I had no desire for this particular avera. Hari Mikra B'Nefshav Adam Zeva Shalayim L'Tzadik L'Iyin Osa Dava Osa Avera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. We'll see how whatever develops this. If there's a particular avera that I don't stumble, a particular avera that I don't transgress, and a particular avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. these are the two parts of the subject of life, of my personal life. The areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say Mitten Avera, and I do tshuva for that Avera. What's my status now? What's my status? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik as a tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. What about tshuva? I'm not a tzaddik. So tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, I'm a person from the tzaddik, or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. But the Rebbe says not a tzaddik. That term tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular ideas. So let's say he goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, good. The Indian says, the Choshi Tzadik Tzadik Rakim Davar Echad Bilvad, Gam in Legabi Sharia. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of Tzadik's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say shy, because that's much too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Losita lacha asherah." Don't plant an asherah tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. But that's the kind of tzaddik in the Indian of asherah. Right? And listen, the truth is that the easy part is you go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about this thing even in the areas of morality, where there are so many titles, there are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same traditions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the topic says, what this means is in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And Rav Tzaddik says, this idea, the Inyan zeh, lehichoshet, tzaddik, rak ledavar echad bilvad, gam im legabi sharin yom nefshat rasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Quotes over here, listen, in a very interesting Gemara in the Sefer Nida. Quotes over here, and actually we're gonna stop over here today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start the daf on time there, session. But also, just point out that this dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But these are new definitions. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very term. So tzaddik refers to what tzaddik is also going to say is tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averos. So to certain averos I'm a tzaddik, to certain averos I'm a rasha. Certain averos I'm a tzaddik, no type of for it, no desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression, I may chas v'shalom be a rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, it's also interesting about this is that you have to stop. According to this approach of the Rebbe, you say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. How good a person in recovery is, he's never what? If you see the people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered. It's that they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm serving this amount of time. It's incredible you said it, it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The Tzaddik says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Also, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the pshat that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And panim chadashos, go lakan, right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often have a very basic struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So they emphasize that tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular faith. I become a Baltura. And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggles. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. Just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. There's just a big continuing tomorrow.
That's not bad. I thought it'd be worse, but it's not that good at all, though, either. It's not that bad, but it's also not good. It's got alliteration. Yeah, it's probably a little long for a nickname, but...
All right, so let's do it. In Oslo, the Rabbi began with this concept yesterday, a little bit of a definition.
My first 10,000. That squad is powerful. Yeah. And Brian and I have an amazing set of shows coming up.
One who does not go ahead and experience in a particular area of life. Versus I guess lack of word somebody uses the word Russia, but it's not really what that's referring to. Is the tzaddik and the non-tzaddik. So the tzaddik is one who never experiences from this particular area. But an area in which I struggle, an area certainly in which I fall and I exhale, so one should have to put himself and think of himself as a tzaddik in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something amazing. That's why in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on page Kufman, in the Uriah Hasidus, the right-hand side, right inside the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up on the bottom. The Indian said, the Choshev tzaddik rakli over echad bilvad, in gam legabi shara inyan yachshav karasha. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a rasha, u'kidach shekosov harashba v'kibushav v'kibida. So he brings an interesting example of this. And if you want to check through it, what does the Gemara say? Le'inyan ma she'amru chazal al ha-gimalim, roch ve'gimalim shekulam rishon. The Gemara says, camel drivers. All camel drivers are rishon. What does that mean? Mipnei she'ovin al surei utza'az v'zara l'achara. What's the issue with the camel drivers? camel drivers, right? If you look at Kosher Kufman above, so he says we have Gimar Rochve, Gimar Masur Mechat Shuma, and you read Taina Yofi, Rochve, Gimar Kulam Shum. It says those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi, Rochve, Gimalam, Evirehem, Iskamim, Kodasa Hagamal, Umotzian Zera. So Rashi seems to understand over here the nature of riding a camel. It says ultimately again that the ether rubs against the camel and it can lead to constant, emission of Zera, emission of semen. So because of that they end up wasting an incredible amount of Zera. Therefore again the Gemara says because of that all those donkey drivers are shy. Okay. Now listen, I watch this. The Gemara goes on. Maksha Rashba. The Rashba raises the kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? But there's another Gemara Masechus Kiddushin. And what does the Gemara say? Left hand Kalambira Hasidus. He's still the Mishnah. Shahad Gimalin Ruban Sherim. What's the answer to this? Gemara Masechus Kiddushin says that the Gimalin camel drivers, the majority of them are Sherim, righteous people. Why? I know that they should Persian follows the Muslim in Idei Chayas, the listing, the Yereim Lenafsham and the Shagam Yubam Lamacham. Those are each of this. So Rashi said, why is that? Because where the camel drivers have to travel, they have to travel to the desert. Right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Rebbeinu Shalom. Desert. They are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of this uncertainty. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something that often brings a person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Lanu, I can depend on no one except for the Rebbeinu Shalom. So let's say, see these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara Masechus Nida says, camel drivers, they're always shy. Why? Because as the nature of their profession, they're riding on the camel all day, so they experience the tza'as and sound of Akala, wasting of seed. Gemara Masechus Kiddushin, Ruban Sherim, camel drivers, that is a from Tavra. Why? They're ma'aminim, they're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Because, there's no ikis and paxos. So when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Rebbeinu Shalom you are, that engenders a certain level of frumkeit and personal piety. So ask the Rashba. So the Rashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers with Shaim or are they Kshirim? What dies at Rashba? The Rashba says it's so profound. Shadvan inam sosim delazakam. The Rashba says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emesi delagabe inyan zeh shalash chasas zera nechshavim rochbe hagimalim lerushayim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to ashchasas that are wasting a seed, so the Gamal are Rishon. They commit this avera. However, the Gemara says, "Ulam b'chosos legabe inyan zeh shemeshabrim libam l'makom hinechshavim la'anashim kshirim." So the Rashba says it's very simple answer. They are Rishon in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're Rishon with this issue of Tzaddik, but they're Tzadikim because they have incredible amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible responsibility. Which Shahagdaras Tzaddik or Rasha Eina Behefret Koreles Es Kopatu Hamitzvus. So we'll say what Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. So that's what the Rashba is introducing to us, and the proposal he's looking at, I think, is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because I will say the truth is, almost no one fits into that. All these regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great things, and then there are areas that are profoundly failing me. So what does that mean? What's my status? Who am I? Which Reb Tzaddik really developing it on this Rashba. He said at the end of the day, the Rovdei Gimarim can be Rishoim and can be Shirim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishoim in this area, Shirim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialectic. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me and inside of my persona, my personality. And I will say it's not a life-affirming idea, because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like, if I'm going to be a Rasha in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Rasha in areas A, B, and C? What is that? See what you're saying? That's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. But yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Rasha. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where something gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the stira in the Sechas Nida of between Nida and Kiddushin and the Teres of the Rashba, and the Nefesh will develop it more in the days to come.
I said that song and then I changed my mind and switched it to another song. Wow. How long did it take for you to decide that you wanted to do a different song? Was it hours you're sitting there thinking about it? Does it just kind of came?
Alright, guys, so good morning. Let us begin. We are starting this morning.
I just kind of thought, man, let's just keep it going because, you know, sources do number 9. I mean, I've been to people who actually took my one when I wanted to put it, you know,
Something like that on the WhatsApp chat, beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. It's on page men, Ostman class. So congratulations, songs. Let's follow along in the people who have to see this right hand column. Le'achar, shekol la'adam, le'hismarmer u'le'tzarer b'cholibo al chasha'ah. So the Rebbe wrote, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, let's skip over. So after a person, good. After it's important for a person to establish what's in the Zayim, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we've spoken about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. Alav ladas, this is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, kol nichshol b'chait sheshav alav b'tshuva, u'simun v'hochacha she'eno naki lechalutin mechait zeh. So I will say, Rabbi here says something very interesting, which we're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, Simin v'hochacha she'eno naki lechalutin mechait zeh. That's demonstrative that I'm not naki, I'm not cleansed, or that I still struggle with this particular fate. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share bidvar avera, b'davar va'avera, sha'adam naki mimenu legamre. And also, when it comes to a certain area or a particular adera, that a person is totally lucky, that a person is totally cleansed from, the lo shuma inikia, mishicha nafshis, mishum teva la'adera hahi. As the this is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular adera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular adera in which I am totally clean and pure, he says, Vishum taiva la'adera, I'm sorry, Vishum taiva la'adera, and I have no desire for this particular adera. Hari nikra b'nechshav adam zeba shamayim l'tzadik l'inyan osa davar va'osa adera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular adera that I don't stumble in, a particular adera that I don't transgress, and a particular adera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts, as Reb Tzaddik, of life, of my personal life. There are the areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, let's say I commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status now? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik for that status. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik because the tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an adari, I'm a person who commits averus, or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. Because as it says, not a tzaddik. That term tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no pull, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular averas. Then let's say he goes on. I'm going to see that this spot. This is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, he said good. The inyan zeh, the choshi tzaddik l'davar, the tzaddik, rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam in l'gadi sharinot. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of tzaddik's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say Rishayim, because that's too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So this for just a second. The Torah says, "Losita lacha asherah." Don't plant an asherah tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the inyan of asherah. I will say the truth is the amazing part is you can go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about this going on even in the areas of immorality and morality. There are so many types. There are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the topic says it will say what this means is in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And Rav Tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, lehichoshev, l'tzaddik, rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam im l'gadi sharin yom nechshav kirasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Derech shekasav harash, but the kedusha of Gemida. Quotes over here was in very interesting Gemara in the second Gemida. Quotes over here, and we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to touch that on 10 minutes. That's right. But also, just point out, Rebbe introduces us this dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But these are new definitions. A tzaddik, I will say, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, I'm sorry, the first one will say this, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averos. So to certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averos, I'm a rasha. Certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. No type of for it, no desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After state of transgression, I may have shalom be a rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, what's also interesting about this is that Charles will have to stop. According to this approach of the Rebbe, will say that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. God knows what a person in recovery is. He's never what? If you see the people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. Instead, they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sorted this amount of time. It's an incredible use of it, and it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The tzaddik says it's the same thing in hate. It's the same exact thing in hate. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Also, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the pshat that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And Hanan Kadosha, new struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore, says that tzaddik, in the areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shyness to this particular faith. I become about shul. And that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. This is the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. We're going to some weaknesses as well.
Jesus, dude, that's great.
Yeah, he researches all the guests. He's the best head of security on any podcast.
I like you. I've seen you on Ice House Chronicles. I've seen you on Joe Rogan Experience. I've been following you for a while.
All right, Javosik. Good morning. Let's begin. I just want to spend a few moments this morning, really just a few moments.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, Freddie, you said something that I brought up a couple times over the weeks on this podcast. I've always taken a moment to ask Black comedians.
We have a long back ahead of us, and there's a lot to do.
Why do some Black people call
But being that Black Volner, I want to just spend a few moments this morning focusing a little bit on the incredible nature and kedusha of the day from a bit of a different perspective. There is often our association with the kedusha, the sanctity of Lag Bomer, is rooted in really one of two events. Either the Shulchan Aruch itself mentions that Lag Bomer is the day of the cessation of the death of Rabbi Akiva's students, or that the day itself is connected to be shown by Rashbi. Now, and again, whether it's the anniversary of the date of Rashbi coming out of the cave after being inherited from the Romans for 13 years, or it's the date of the anniversary of the yard site of Rashbi, or both, and also, of course, pointing out the incredible connection between Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi. Right? Remember again, after Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students died, Gemara says in second Sivanos that Rabbi Akiva went and found or established plus 5 new students. And amongst those students was a young man named Rabbi Shimon, who was shown by a hand. So these meaning of Rabbi Akiva or Rashbi, his two personalities are very much linked in the establishment of this day. But the truth is, there's an element of Lag BaOmer, meaning both Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi were talking about end of Second Temple era, right? End of Dayishini. But the truth is, in Hasidus it's understood that the power of Lag BaOmer preceded these individuals and these events. It's true that Rabbi Akiva and Rashbi, Lag BaOmer goes on to take on a brand new dimension of the music. The power of the day is embedded in the day already from the beginning of time. So if you take a look on, I put that on the WhatsApp chat yesterday. This is from a beautiful sefer called Mesilos Ba'ar HaChasidus. And he writes over here, he has a section about Lag BaOmer, and he clicked on the page that I sent you, I underlined it. He writes over here, we could take a look, Baspaklayas Rabbatzim Ma'oria Hasidus. Zuchusim Yagin Alihu, Anu Motzim Ar Chadash U'Mekudash B'Megiso Sheyom Lag BaOmer, Beberu B'Takva, Kidushas Va'otzim B'Hirasa, Kishevidivrei Hem Inspire, כי ביום הזה משכיל להסנוצץ זמן של מתן תורתנו הבא עלינו לטובה. So beautifully, let's see. The Kol Chassav Kedusha's Lady. Quotes over here that Rabbi Yitzchak, and Rabbi Yitzchak says something incredibly beautiful. He says, "Habechina hazos shel Yitzias Mitzrayim yi'ira ad Lag BaOmer." The Rebbe posits that Sfira itself, right, this week's parasha, the start of Nachem Macharas HaShabbos, Sheva Shabbos of Shminos, we have an obligation to count 7 weeks, 49 days between Yitzias Mitzrayim and Shavuos. So the Rebbe says, Kedusha Sleepy says that counting is divided into 2 parts. The first part, he says, Habachina Zosh Yitzias Mitzrayim Mi'irat Lag BaOmer. For the first 33 days, or up until the 33rd day, the essence of Sfira is rooted in Yitzias Mitzrayim. It's almost as if it's the afterglow of Yitzias Mitzrayim. Like that's, we left Egypt, we experienced an incredible salvation, and up until the 33rd day, the focus of the days, the kedusha of the days, emanates from Yitzias Mitzrayim. Lag BaOmer, Masfir Ha'ara Shaman HaSinai, Shita Balas HaTorah. But the Yitzchak is that there's a switch that occurs at Lag BaOmer. And what's the switch? The switch is that from the 33rd day of the Omer and on, the focus is no longer Yitzias Mitzrayim, but the focus is Kabbalas HaTorah. The focus is Shavuos. And it's not just what the focus is, it's where the kedusha of the days themselves emanates. Up until Lag BaOmer, the kedusha of the Sfira emanates from Yitzias Mitzrayim. From Lag BaOmer and on, the kedusha of the Sfira is pulled from Shavuos. He goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. So Mirami is ha'inyan the pasuk, the Yaakov kara lo gal eid. See, he quotes the pasuk, right, in Bereshis, quotes the pasuk in Parshas Vayishlach, end of Parshas Vayishlach. Remember again, this is when Yaakov Avinu parts ways from Lavan. And remember again, Yaakov steals away from Lavan, sneaks in the middle of the night. Lavan catches up with him, and they make a treaty. Right after a little bit of anxiety at first, or a little bit of tension, they make a treaty. And the treaty essentially is they set up a line of demarcation. And both parties agree, no one crosses the line. Yaakov is going to go into Eretz Yisrael. You don't come back to Aram Naharayim. Lavan agrees not to come into Canaan, and they draw a line. The Torah says, Yaakov, and what do? They made a pile of stones in order to go ahead and demarcate the area. So the pasuk says, Yaakov called it Gali, Gal, literally the pile. Aid is testimony. So the Rabbi says something so beautiful. Quotes in Yetzirah, Kevan Shema Gia Gal. When the Gal, right, also David HaMelech writes, Galinai Va'adita, open my eyes and I will see. Gal is Lag. When Gal comes, when Lag BaOmer comes, Shukumurumas HaLag BaOmer, as Maskilin Laha'ir Bechinos Ha'ara Kabbalah. So we'll say the moment that Gal comes is the moment that you begin to feel the energy of Kabbalah Satorah, that you begin to feel ultimately again the energy of Shavuos, that you begin to feel the energy of what's going to happen in just a few days from now. Milas ad, see that's here something very beautiful. He says the word ad, quotes the passage from Yechezkel, Umilashon ade adayim, which again the Gemara Darshan through the Kabbalah Satorah. It literally means ade adayim is blossoming into womanhood. It's the metaphor referring to Klal Yisrael as a maturing young woman. Shlomes al Hashem. So it's just an incredibly beautiful and overwhelming idea. This notion that the Sira itself is divided up into these two parts. And up until Lag BaOmer, the Kedusha, the inspiration of the days, is Novea, stems from what was. And then for the rest of the Sira, the inspiration stems from what will be. And isn't that the incredible dialectic of life? Like life is this combination of things. We are inspired from our past, and ultimately again, or we gain strength from our past, and we gain inspiration from our future. We'll do one more little piece. He says, cultivated because I get or Shemesh Kabbalah Sasira, Shonisohim Chamishim Yom, Kidish Nidachik Asmin B'mei Hasfira, Kidish Niskala Hasagas Hatorah B'Chagashvuos, Tzarich Ha'adam L'Takim Maso B'mei Hasfira, Ad Lag BaOmer, Shehu Shavua Chamishi Shebasira, Shuhod Shebahod, Umikan De'ilat Masir V'His Noseis Or Chagashvuos. Don't say same idea of the Arva Hashem is quoting the basic same idea of the Yitzchak, framing it a little bit differently in the more esoteric concepts of Hod Shebahod. I want to say, I think it's a profound idea because what it tells you is the power. There are days that possess an incredible amount of kedusha. The way they're just embedded in the world is that they possess kedusha. What happens is, as time evolves, additional layers of kedusha are added to the day. So that Yakiva adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. Rashmi adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. But here we have Rabbi Yisrael and the Arva Shemesh saying from the beginning, from the time that we first started to count the Sphira, this day was significant. Because what this day represented, so we'll say, really, if you drill down to it, what it's saying is as follows. We started with the down. What it's saying is as follows, is that in life, if you build on your past, you have the ability to journey towards a magnificent future. In other words, in the ideal world, maybe we should have learned this at the beginning of Sphira. In the ideal world, first 33 days of Sphira are Yetzias Mitzrayim. The avoda is for me to leave my Mitzrayim. Because you all have our Mitzrayim. Like you all have our Mitzrayim, our narrow straits. We all have the things in life which hold us back, which confine us, which limit us. The goal of the first 33 days is to leave your Mitzrayim. And then if you leave your Mitzrayim in 33 days, then you can spend the rest of the Sphira journeying ultimately to your Harsina. Because the paradigm for growth in life is first deal with the things which are holding you back. First deal with the trials. First deal with the difficulties. Deal with the Mitzrayim. And then in the Hashem, you can get to your Harsina. That's the power of these cases of Lady Yisrael. They will transition. I've worked on my past. I've left my Mitzrayim. I've changed who I am. And now I'm ready to go on to my Kabbalah. Alright, we'll stop over here. It's Hashem, we'll have the opportunity for more Lag BaOmer. So if you have a little bit of time at the end of the show, I'll share with you some more. But I really like to go and have more time at the end of the day. But you'll see, I've also put on a sheet a beautiful piece by the Belzer Rebbe, which you'll take a look on. You'll take a look at it as well. Really incredibly beautiful. All right.
How many girls do you get pregnant with this thing? Yeah, it seems like if you put the dick marinade inside of it all night long, some type of life form would have to grow. Or some kind of fusion. But you have to have a period first before they even get pregnant. That's okay. Alright, I see what you did there. This guy. I know what you did. And you lean back after that like that. can't make enough monkey references while talking about black people.
No, I was saying I like that joke though. That's funny. I've heard, chocolate milk jokes about females and those guys, but I've never heard that.
I'm not on board with that soul system. Like an afro thing or something. It's very subtly racist, but it's from ignorance, which I thought
Some racism is more offensive than overt racism. Overt racism, you just own it.
I said I'm in love with soul system. I said it's a compliment.
it's like a fetish. That's not a good word.
Alright, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up, or we are continuing with Osman Zayah. We left off yesterday in the footnote thought, where we were focusing on the concept of the power of Rusha. We saw the Gemara Masechet that said that when a person talks about Bayish, the first part of the Bayish, both in law. When a person is embarrassed about the Averos he has committed, that Rusha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates a sense of repentance. It creates forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Rusha has the power to affect this level of tshuva? So we're picking up again in Chuf Mem Vav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right hand side, with Benasivas Olam. Benasivas Olam, the Maral, Benasivat Tshuva, Lover Zed Saras Kam, Lama Habusha Mehaber Umokum Lo Avelot. Why is it that Rusha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sin? So again, I committed an Avera, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed that Avera, and in some way, somehow, because of that Rusha affects Tshuva, that Rusha affects power. So why is that? He says, Aval Dover is a mitzvah thing in Rusha. So the Maharal explains this is a fundamental understanding, a fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed and Rusha. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avera I committed, Mora, that shows, that embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. You'll say it's a simple yet incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. So I distance myself from it. Looking at this is different than someone who has like someone who has a bit of arrogance. But ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's part of his sin. Because there is asim lefeit, ein hasar lefeit. Hazek hashar achit was asim bon. Aval amedbayish lefeit, more she'ein hachit was asim bon. So they say, when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I actually don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is to place a distance between myself and that action. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want the connection to it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely want to place a distance between myself and that action. It's not part of me. Therefore, again, the Maharal explains on a very simple level. If there is embarrassed about something, by definition, he is said to it. The more seamless action does, it doesn't become part of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this state. This does not represent who and what I am. Says the Maral, that's true. That's tshuva. Listen, at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sins. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated with me. It's a fundamental repudiation and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's tshuva. Therefore, says the Maral, that's what the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with this. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means I don't want to keep doing this. I want to change this secular behavior. That's true. Go, ish the faladas, madregas hamizbayish, shiish lo midas hapshitos minashamu, boshes panim legan even. Yabusha, upshitos al ha'adam haber ha'az panim. So that's actually very interesting. Another thing says them out, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. See, he thinks that Usha and Azus Panim, right? Azus Panim. So many of us, we may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it when we were little. And so, this is a good parental term of review. Azus Panim. So the idea over here is Usha and Azus Panim are opposites. Right? So Azus Panim means a certain arrogance and brazenness. Usha is the opposite. Right? It's interesting. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, we all understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? The Hindu, how does humility? So it's interesting. Now says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment. When I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the ideas that I committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. Says the Maral, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azaz Panim. Yavusha Shikus Allah Adam Habit Ha'az Panim. He defines it as that. Yavusha is Shikus. It's the simplicity of it. So listen, arrogance is incredibly complex. Right? Why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to build themselves up on multiple levels, ultimately constructing false realities in order to inflate one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. Right? It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it, it's a achievement. Humility is simplicity. It's a simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's a pshitos. So therefore, again, Azus Panim, the opposite of that, he's going to say this pshitos, is this humility, is this simplicity, which is manifesting in Busha. ובכך מוכר לו כאשר יש לו מידת הפשיטות שמשפשת ממנו החטא. Therefore, again, when does kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this midah of pshitos. When I possess this simplicity. When I possess this kedusha. ובכך מוכר לו כאשר יש לו מידת הפשיטות שמשפשת ממנו החטא. Let's say it's such a again, there's no conclusion over here, but it is such an incredibly strong idea about the power of Busha, and the power of being embarrassed, and the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed. Of course not. And often we mask those feelings in a variety of ways, or run from those feelings in a variety of ways. But what I'm always saying is, feeling embarrassed about my averos is an incredibly profound and cathartic experience. And in fact, this is going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the faith is not being part of me. Isn't that incredible? See, the problem is when I sin and I don't feel embarrassed, that's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with self-identifying with this particular behavior. But where there is a pinch, where there's an element of embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's almost like the reflex that says, this is not me. This is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I want to be. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become. And after that, the Gemara says, those feelings of busha, by definition, are the process of truth. Because those feelings of busha, by definition, are the accurate repudiation of it. Yeah, there. And I quote one more piece of here, which I think is also incredibly profound. This is in the Mesilas Yesharim, Hatshuva Tinasin Lachotim of the Chesed Gama. So here the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that Tshuva in and of itself is an incredible fact. Tomorrow we learn this together. The two times, the two cycles, we did Mesilas Yesharim, and we use the RS to do Mesilas Yesharim the third time. I think it's incredible opportunity, but I can't let it know. Anyway, the Ramchal writes as follows. He says that Tshuva is a chesed. So what does this mean? So Ramchal explains very beautifully that the way the world should work is you commit an avira, you get an onesh. That's the way it should work. There's a chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number one is that God does not punish us instantly. That's chesed number one, even though that's the way the world should work. You commit an avira, you get an onesh. Chesed number one is that there's delayed punishment. Chesed number two is there's a concept called tshuva, and with tshuva you can obviate the punishment, and with tshuva you can turn your life around. With tshuva you can do anything. He goes on, Shetakshat Akiras Hamasa, Akiras Hamaisa. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally, it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. What does this mean? The Hainu, Shetios Hashav Makir Eskachar, Umodebo, Umisboni Ala Asa, Mishabu Misharit Ala Karata Gimura, Umikara Kisharadas Haneganash. So as the Ramchal explains, this is kind of just taking the concept of tshuva even a little bit further. So which is this idea of when a person experiences halakha. So we know this, right? Let me take it back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person truly takes a tshuva, have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with the particular thing, right? For example, you could take the tshuva and you could transform your averos into struggles, your intentional actions into unintentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of tshuva, where a person can take his averos and turn them into the kuyas, and you turn them into mitzvahs. What Ramchal is focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. I will say, if I think about this in just a moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva and its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I can make an avera. That avera, every avera, we'll say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with an onesh, comes with a punishment. So you want to tell me again, tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. There's what's the word? Not leniency, but whatever, forgiveness, right? Is that clemency, right? Thank you. It's clemency, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment. I do tshuva, this clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it's never occurred. How is that dynamic possible? So we'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on tshuva on this piece of the we'll pick up with this piece of the Mesilas Yesharim tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in the tomorrow's year back to the summit. So yeah.
What are you doing? Do you feel it?
No, I just go, what the fuck am I doing?
And you're like totally flexible and just able to do that?
Like I must have thrown out something.
Right.
I don't know.
That's just gay as fuck, right? One of those things can't possibly be yours. I mean, I'm sucking two of my dicks. I mean, one of them looks like little bro's dick, but sucking two of your own dicks. Do you have two dicks? No. Then you're gay, bro. You just came out of the closet. How long have you been doing comedy for? How long have you been doing it? I've done two. Okay, awesome. You know what I think he was in the beginning is he should have said it when you opened with and let it land for a second because you got right back into it because you let it land because it's the third thing and you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Because sometimes you get into it and you have to like give it a shot and you see what the nose drop like dicks, but make it funny. You know? Did you have a wet dream? Actually, but you didn't have it when you were sucking your own dick. Like I think there's something funny in that, like that you couldn't get yourself to finish with your own blowjob. Like there's something in that. There's something in a bunch of that. I would say in the pocket on the dream would have an analyte. A dream frees you of all creepiness. Right. Right. I would not mention the part where you're sucking two dicks.
Alright, guys, good morning. So we are continuing the Meretz Hashem in Os Nun Zayin. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and Meretz Hashem, let's just pick up quick review from the beginning. So Rabbi introduced us to this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Isha, the power of embarrassment, the embarrassment that one suffers from one's other. So let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the Os, just for a moment. Because this way, again, we'll be able to get a bit more context when we spend one day on this so far. So the Rebbe is beginning from the Oya Hasidus of the Lamed Zayin. The Rebbe writes, "Hayisurim hamitzrafim la'adam einam rak b'mashir imodapor." So also, we're used to speaking about the concept of yisurim, the concept of suffering. Right? So generally, again, we associate this idea. Person commits averos, every avero brings with it an onash, always brings with it a punishment. Again, whether that's a punishment in this world, a punishment in the next world, every action has a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore, by definition, every avera has an onash. So it says that Tzaddik, when we speak about Yisurim suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, just reading this quickly, we read this already. And it's talking low today lehizdafek ulehisnakos al osa avera shenischaris al sha'asa v'shav b'shuva shalima. So the Rebbe now points out something additional. He explains that when a person goes ahead and suffers agmas nefesh, and right now he's using the term agmas nefesh. Agmas nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, the Rebbe says that is also a form of yisurim. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva. It's also a form of repentance. We'll explain how that works in just a moment. So I said this is incredibly profound. The Gemara Masechet explains that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. Like when just I mentioned before, what the Rebbe just did was just kind of interchange terms. Right? In the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averis, so again, I was putting the Gemara Masechet Brachos, a person is forgiven for all of his sins. The power of busha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now, we'll say, now what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, כבר סבל עונש גהנום בעצם הבושה שיש לו מחמת עשיית העבירה. Because due to embarrassment, it's evil that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. Isn't this incredible? That the power of embarrassment is such, the intensity of embarrassment is such, that it's the evil I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of nature. And this means that means you have suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment, knows that, yes, absolutely, the pain of embarrassment. I don't know none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment quite intense and overwhelming. So listen, let's talk about this for just a moment. Because this idea of, the Rebbe is explaining over here, is that Busha has this twofold aspect to it. Number one, Busha itself is a chilek of tshuva, right? When the Gemara speaks about Busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Aveira and then is embarrassed by that Aveira, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. The vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to Rabbi Tzadok, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, I want to point out something very interesting. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason that Neshama goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day, at some point, we're going to be able to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some Neshamas can go right to Gan Eden. Others Neshamas can go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be a shtickle punitive. That's part. So the idea over here is that somehow the Busha is Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that affects tshuva. So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then in their session into tomorrow, the power of Busha. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Mem Vav, a very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. Interesting from the Shita Mikubasas, first in the Burner, we go to Shita Mikubasas on the Shah's brothers, and then we're going to see a piece from the Mesilas Yesharim. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf Mem Vav on the bottom. Page Kuf Mem Vav if you're following along, and footnote Kuf Mem Vav. I would say also, we're going to be in the Tzaddik for a little while. It's Kedai, it's a good investment for your library. You're using the Hugger version of Tzidkas and Tzaddik Assembly. The version it's the beautiful setup starts to own. So very fantastic for me. Yes. But the footnote says, Rabbi Shidi Mikubates, Kala Usa Gavar Unisbayish Bo, Oknos Kalvanosa, Shem is Bayish Bohen, Shabusha Ololo Tshuva. So here, the Shidi Mikubates expounds on the Gemara. And says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamis Bayish Bahen, here it says it exclusively, because the Busha Ola Lo Tshuva. Busha counts as Tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the Tshuva. So what's the pshat? The Meiri, Shabusha Sha'adam Bayish Hamashachata, who Yisod HaCharata, LaCharata who Yisod HaTshuva. This is incredible. Because we'll say, now it comes to Meiri. Interesting. Again, we're in a state rest facilities, according to the Shita Mikubates, according to Meiri. So you're going to see this is going to kind of come to the So right, so Shita Mikubates says that what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Meiri says, because the Busha is the equivalent of Charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And Charata, the Charata positive to Meiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation stone of Tshuva. This interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea that charata, remorse, is the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. We'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you did that? So let's be honest. Sometimes I commit an avera, and the truth is, there are two reactions I had. That was incredible. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because it's faster. Do I regret it? No. I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said it become more like intellectual tshuva. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. When people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is, it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true litmus test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata. To have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you had charata? That is the Meiri posits? Busha. Embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows that if I could take it back, I would. And if I could take it back, I would. That's true. Sure. So we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces. We're going to see this Olam of the Maharal, and then I'm going to see that Sharon in there, Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Kedusha as well. One and two, and this guy started clapping before I got to the end of the question. When I said, how many of you knew? A round of applause from a fucking genius. I know what kind of boxes they were using when they were shipping things across the... Is that how you talk? I have no idea who you are, but you have the look of a fucking guy, and it's just my fucking life. It says, what do you want from me? Right? Were you from New York City? All right, so it's like, good morning. Let us begin. Else is our... Florida? Like Miami? Everybody's yelling like Northern California. Southern San Francisco. If anybody would like it, the holiday is close to that. Very close to Aloha, very well. Yeah. You can even together to the table. Okay, so you guys let us beautiful new oats. Today, oats and very sipping involved for now. And so we'll make our way back to everything one day. One day, then. Let's take a look. Let's start from the Victoria Hashidus Ocean Diet. The Rebbe writes as follows. He says, Hayisurim HaMizrachim La'adam Inam Rak V'Nashira Imenikot. Because he speaks of the concept of Yisur. The concept of Yisur literally means suffering. And of course, the role of suffering in Yiddishkeit plays an incredibly pivotal role. Sometimes Yisurim are understood as punishment. And sometimes Yisurim are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every Yeshua, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because of Averos being committed. the cleansing is the result ultimately again of not living up to potential, not actualizing opportunities. But that's the role of Yisur. That's the role of Yisur. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. The Rebbe says when we think about Yisur and we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand it. But look what he writes. There's another form of Yisurim as well. Eligam b'chomini hatzar ha'admas nefesh sheyesh la'adam b'libo al haveros shas. So the Rebbe writes something so profound that sometimes the most profound form of Yisurim, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering. But rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the admas nefesh. How do you translate admas nefesh? Internal turmoil, right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. In other words, what the Rebbe is saying is, I think, probably something that all of us heard from a parent or an authority figure growing up. That sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you commit the act. And I will say we all know this from just from our adult lives. I commit an avera, and why do I commit an avera? Because again, I can never speak about this. A person doesn't sin unless a person thinks that there's something in it for him. In Adam, a person doesn't sin below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me. Just Chazal's general understanding of man, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things because they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit to me. Generally, I'm not willing to do it. And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin. And maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And Yisrael says that admas nefesh, that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, whatever says, is one of the greatest forms of Yisur. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Turn the page, click on the test. Nechshavim in mamish, kilu Yisur, listen to these words. Kilu savar es Yisurei gehenim, hanitzrafim lo kedei lehizdach. After Uviznachos al Usaviro, Shemischayis al Shasa, Bisham Bichur Shalom. This is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of admas nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see he's going to call it Busha just a little bit, but the feeling of embarrassment and the admas nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made bad life decisions, having committed an avera. The Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, for people who really know the Rebbe, we don't need the Rebbe to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. So how many times in the whole world I do something, and then afterwards, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I did it. Because sometimes in life we make bad decisions, and you're upset, and you're angry, but then you realize, you know what? You made the best decision you could at the time you had to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever the reason, I chose anyway, and I was this links back ultimately to ultimate, hey, how did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I knew to be true. I made a decision, and now I managed to feel like I'm in debt. I managed to feel like I'm in debt. But the Rebbe says something amazing. The Rebbe says, so also, before we get to, so first of all, think about how powerful this Yisod is. Because I would venture to say, I'm not going to take a show off here, but I venture to say that we could all absolutely relate to what the Rebbe is saying. If we all made decisions in life, where after I make the decision, I'm not sure like I'm in heaven. And not sure like I can't believe I did this. So we'll say, so two nakudas. Number one, the Rebbe says, shove the tshuva shleim. You know what the good news is? The good news is if you feel that level of agmas nefesh and kedusha in the aftermath of a bad decision, that's part of your tshuva. That's part of my tshuva. Because once I think about it, it's just like, why do I feel this way? Because there's a hakar, there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing, in and of itself a chilek of my tshuva. It's a chilek of my tshuva, which is very profound. He goes on, he says, "V'lachin amu chazal." I want to point out also, what this does is, the goal of this, says the Radak, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from in life. There are certain things that occur that the truth is I'm powerless to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of defeating. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and be subject to those feelings of agmas nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me that agmas nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept before the commission of the act, it could save me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I didn't, the quote-unquote good news is those feelings of agmas nefesh ultimately, again, are in and of itself count as part of tshuva. So we have to go on one more line, and we'll stop. Listen to this. So this is just another foundation of the Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, person committed an adera, the hamisdayish ba, mochun Allah chalavonos. This is very profound. If I commit an adera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the adera I committed, ultimately, again, I am forgiven. Mochun Allah, I'll chalavonos. I will say, now why is it that busha, why is it that embarrassment serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Right? Why does that work? So I commit an avera, that I'm embarrassed that I did it. Of such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the pshat? So that is in Vachamaka, ki kvar savo onesh gehenom ve'etzem habusha sheyish l'machmas asiyas avera. And they will say it's very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. In other words, they will say, when the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an avera is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, I will say again, now the incredible sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose the punishment upon myself. It's amazing. This is not a lightning bolt coming down from Shammai. Right? This is not like a reversal of my life fortunes because you've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is if I don't feel busha in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible state of disrepair. But Lamaisa says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has a cleansing, cathartic effect of Shabbat. So we'll stop here for today, but I understand that the takeaway of this is so profound. I could avoid this. Right? Ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? Hands on one. So right, you speak about Gehenna, and the goal of there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So they'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity and decision making. And a recognition that I don't want the agmas nefesh. I don't want the busha. I don't want to give it. As much as the agmas nefesh, busha and Gehenna are the there in the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain. So Shabbos today, we'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with the continuation of this concept tomorrow. So yeah.
That and where I thought you were going to go was somewhere like along the lines of what you keep in your pocket instead. And plus that again, sort of like with Carlos, there's a little bit of confusion in your setup because what you say is some guys keep a condom in their back pocket and that doesn't really work. But you're not making it clear that doesn't work for you. It seems like you're dogging those guys that have it, but it's not that works for me. Right, it works for other guys. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Maybe it's something like, I'll tell you, I bet you anything this would kill. Like if you said something like, a guy like me, something like, even if I had a condom in my pocket, still have that face. So it doesn't matter what I use in their pocket because they don't see the condom in the pocket. That's not the first thing they see. They're not seeing you and going, oh, this guy's sick. Right? Yeah. They're going, this guy looks like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. If he has a condom in his pocket, he also has a forks under the stairs or something like that. Like I could really talk about it. He looks like a serial killer. You really got to acknowledge it. You got to talk about what it's like.
One specific thing that he highlighted in his shot, some of the greatest studies was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with. That one struggle is the very purpose of my existence, and how able to be able to go ahead and address that struggle, that actually can become my greatest struggle.
Oh my God!
So it's also the kind of style. So everything is also positive, but individual's singularity, person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately against his speech as well. So it's it should be also continuing from the previous post. In those days, the Tzaddik highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha which is not subject to change. Innate kedusha which cannot be damaged or changed as a result of an appropriate change. The idea is that there is a kedusha atzmius. It's just a personalistic holiness which we possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions we make. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that, that's what he writes. Even just it says general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. Okay, he goes on and says, I knew this comes to people who didn't he's talking about general speech, right there. A person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls sichas kurim, regular mundane talk. And Isa to me from Ragelaskilo. Now he's specifically talking about something. Sometimes give us the thing that are our common adages, our common phrases, our common statements that we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, Nachim Pistam Kigonza, Margola Bekume. So in the Gemara often have the expression Margola Bekume. Margola Bekume literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, Bekume, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal say, Margola Bekume means a common expression. Common expression. And if you when Chazal uses it, they often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola Bekume, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which contains much wisdom. Dover Zeh Ragil Befib. So on the page of Zion. So the Tzaddik quotes from Rashi in the office. What does it mean, the Margola Bekume? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Af Shim Devar Hulim, because of the Nechshav L'Direi Torah Mamish. A person here, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margala B'Dinei, right? A Jew, a common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet they're quoting common expressions in the context of the Gemara. They're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a halachic point, a hashkafic point, different musar. He says something amazing. Allah Shukul, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is Torah, it's not the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, the nefshav l'divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted in the Losai. And again, we actually just had this. It was just a week ago or so in that Yomi. The Gemara quoted what was the context? What was the context? It was before Ante Tzachim, where the Gemara said that in silence, I'm sorry, if a word is worth one selah, then shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last Mishnah before Ante Tzachim. Right, the last Mishnah, we spoke about the individual. Sorry, let me just find this. It's a good illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case where the Chabura, they lost the cover Pesach. Right, one of the Chabura went out to go ahead and find the Pesach. Anyway, so we're speaking about the idea that we have a Chabura, and the Chabura goes ahead and uses their Pesach. They send out one of the members of the Chabura to go ahead and look. Remember, we had this Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about, which animal is used for the contract. Exactly uses what? If the Mishnah gave a case, let's say again the Chabura has the Kavan Pesach. They lost the Kavan Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Chabura appoints a new carbon. Identify, synthesize a new carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura. Right? Pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the current Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement current Pesach and Shana Ma Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound. Is people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Tzadik Kesser Down, said, "Mekana v'chachamim, yafesh tika v'chachamim, chabakomer mitzvah." Right. So from here, the wise men said, so silence is good. The wise men in chabakomer alachas come to all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of this, where you see now again, is that a statement of freedom? Is that a religious statement? So it's a life statement. What's quite fascinating about this is you find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the Margala B'Dinei, a tool, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see the Gemara will quote statements. And again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's brought as called as a proof to a halachic discussion. So Rabbi says, what do you see here? He says, Zavai, Afilu Vibor Kazeh, Harogil Eitzal Ishha Hamoni. So you see again a statement that is a simple statement. Not it happens to be in Mishnah quoting a sage. But many times when the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety, often Margala of the Kumei the Inshi is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on and says, that Kimoshinira behind the Komos B'Tamid. You find this very often throughout the Gemara. Shelevi the Gemara es Madga Amri Inshi. Where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Regilin Lomar. Those Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation. Actually makes it into Divrei Torah. Nechtiva Shekomim Chachma Da'ami Inshi. Rakshu Chachma Amitis Ustas Anes Hiram Zabatorah. Ukinoki Muban Parakama de Sanhedrin. Hadei Iskamin. Shall how who the Havak Amaga Azia. So for example, both of you will see some examples of this. That the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes the idea of quote many sayings. Just quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Agav Achad Hayo Royo, Hagi Hayo Royo, Lomar Piskam Kak Kak, Va'amar Shmuel Ala Piskam Ahu, Kroksiv, Sa'ari Sha'avu Shmuelai, and Sha'af Sha'af Shabala Piskam, Lo Yotel Tzvik Tzvarav Miskobatora, Apa Pikin Zila Shmuel Shem Divrei Torah, Deish Lahav Yismach in the Kodesh Bar Minatzoya. Fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, that are present quotes from the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitkamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Like regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel we can do is something fascinating. Is he will take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so also see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call Margala B'Tumei, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa and Torah that support these very assertions. So let's say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people. And there's some stop will be able to pick up with this idea tomorrow. So understand the Tzaddik is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous post, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. There's a stop of the earth.
If I was wearing those pants, I'd be in big trouble. Put your hands together for your next comedian, as always, the one and only Kimberly Condon.
Hey there. My mom thinks I'm immature. She called me the other day. She's like,
all right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting.
I watch news. I'm not immature.
We are continuing this morning in Osman class in Sidna Satabi. So if you remember again, Rabbi really introduced us this incredible idea of Lo Yischaber in Shai. That as much as we said in Osman Zion, that every Liga, even negative, every character should even negative to be
I did that my freshman year of college. She's like, George's not mature. You don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, I might be immature.
One
But you
must
have a
distance
really big problem with Jewish people, so
that
I'm gonna get
one
off
must
the
be
phone.
very careful about connections with Russia, because that's a connection. And again, how wonder who's a Russia, how you define a Russia. So that is we're not exactly getting into, because that becomes a little bit more complicated. But one of the things that we did see is that even someone who may have good intentions, the actualization of those intentions is something negative or illicit, ultimately again has the status of a Russia as well. That was the example of Yosef and the life of Potiphar. But the Rebbe ends off really by saying something quite fascinating. The Gan Yehuda on page 12 in the Biuria Hasidus the Rakhine Karen. The Rebbe writes as follows. He says, "The Haflit Zarfon Hashem Lo Yisosha Yosef Haisarak Masa Iser Haiskabus Yerushalayim Afilu Bar Mitzvah." The fact that Yosef would not have a relationship with Yosef Potiphar. Even though, again, the Rebbe stated this idea that she saw and even he saw some potential that this was the quote-unquote the will of God, that to be a child, which was a dream, from a union between Yosef and a woman from the home of Potiphar. The only question was it the wife of Potiphar, was it the daughter of Potiphar? And yet Yosef would not have any part of it. Christ did not engage in this behavior because he felt ultimately again that the wife of Potiphar was a Russia, and therefore again he just could not engage her. So interestingly enough, he writes as follows. He says, Shari Inoke, Uzi Philip the Hebdo, Yesh Zain Hamaisa Shal Yosef, Yesh Potiphar, Lamaisa Shal Yehuda V'Tamar. So here we're going to try something very fast. What about the story of Yehuda and Tamar? And the story of Yehuda and Tamar is a very strange story when you read it. Right? Yehuda thinking that Tamar was a harlot. Ultimately, again, pays her for her services. She becomes pregnant. Pregnant and she becomes pregnant with twins. Right? And those twins ultimately, again, just some future destiny of Klal Yisrael. Right? Paresh and Zara really become the source from which the Davidic monarchy, Mashiach, ultimately comes. So that was also, I mean, if you look at that now again, was that thing of illicit act? Not really. I always remember again, Yehuda wasn't married, Tamar wasn't married. In fact, Gemara points out that he asked her a whole series of questions, having relations with her. But even if it's not quote unquote halachically illegal, it certainly seems like a strange story. So here you have Yosef abstaining from a relationship that he felt was inappropriate. Yehuda engaging in a relationship that kind of just raises our eyebrows as we read it. How do we distinguish? But to take it further, Yosef wouldn't engage in a relationship because, like the Rebbe says, lo yischader in Rishayim. But isn't the act of having relations with a harlot by definition one of connecting with the wicked? Okay, it's fine. It turned out to be Tamar. And obviously, again, there was the Yad Hashem, the hand of God was manifesting that encounter. But still, when Yehuda speaking about the decision, doesn't feel like Yosef has to be careful with connection with the Russia. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He goes on, he says, Ya'apapitrin, Yotzam Imenu Minaisa Zemalachim, Baptis Beis David, Umuviim. So remember again, from Paris and Zara comes the Davidic monarchy, and also great prophets like the prophet Israel. The Hayez Yusaf Yashem, Afi Letzar Hashem Yisbarach Manis. Lo Shalom Hashem Yisrael, Al Mashal Yehuda Tzad Kamimeni. He goes on, the Eich Yoda Elosh Yotza Sabasta, the Amra, Mimeni Yotza Yotzu Kibushi. So we never go in the mitzvah, just read a couple lines on this place. In the mitzvah, Chashiv and Yehuda Tamar Davar. So remember again, not only that, but as Tamar is about to be executed for her act of immorality, remember she's not going to disclose the identity of the father of her children. She will not embarrass Yehuda. But Yehuda then realizes what happens, and he says the word Tzadka Mimeni. Ultimately, again, she is more righteous, she is wiser than I. In fact, the Gemara says that a pastor, a heavenly voice comes out and said, Tzadka, after Yehuda said she is righteous, that he almost already said Mimeni. These circumstances have come about because of me. So you see that the Rebbe even himself was involved in circumstances. Asks that Tzaddik, the Imkin, Yesh Lahavin, Lama Nimna Yosef, Nishmol Ve'ishes 45, Achari Shera Eskol HaShoshana Sakidusha HaMadas Ba'atzisman. So let's go back for just a second. Sakradish Baruch, he says, all of these circumstances were from me, they were all from me. So I don't understand, going back to the Yosef stories, Yeshes 45 sees that there is to be a union between what she thought was her and Yosef. Even Yosef sees that there is some connection between a woman from Potiphar's house and him, which will produce offspring. So, I understand, it's beginning to think about it to a certain degree. Isn't it even a stronger case to be made than the Yehuda and Tamar story? Right? The Yehuda's relationship with Tamar, he has no idea that God is in a picture of him. He has no idea about the wheels that are turning. Right? Yehuda's coming off the loss of his wife. Right? So he finds Again, afterwards, you see what it does. Yosef has some type of prophetic, what is that word, like inclination that this is supposed to be a union, and yet he doesn't do it for anything. How do you understand it? Anything is loving. Lama Mimna Yosef is the one which is 75. After Aval Hahavda Beneim, we will say here lies the fundamental distinction. Shetamar on the day of Kufta Zayin, Shetamar Haisat Sadekes. Tamar was righteous. Tamar was righteous. Ad Shemasra Nafsha Shilo Legamas Al Yehuda. The symbol of the Nashman Shis Kabla Tzadik Sadekes. Kedei Lahamid Mehem As Malchus David Bahamashiach. The Ulam is supposed to be by Haisu So Rashas. The word of Medrash. Rabbi Rothschild was a deception incredible useful. The text has no differences. The difference is in the moral character of the moral fiber of the character. But the difference was Isha's Kotikai was a Russian. Like she was wicked. And okay, now remember, there might be a prophecy. Maybe she saw something prophetically. But at the end of the day, what she was looking to do was to engage in an act of immorality. What she was doing, she was looking to engage in an act of adultery. Now, now remember again, adultery is not just forbidden for Jews, right? Adultery or code of morality is one of the fundamentals of Noah. It's one of the cornerstones of a moral society that every single human being is bound by. So Tzaddik wants to make an amazing distinction. Tamar, whose intentions were righteous and whose character was righteous, ultimately, again, even through a series of kind of strange events, was able to produce an magnificent result. But Isha Sotifa, ultimately, again, he may be driven by some type of what she perceived to be divine message, but the mechanism through which she sought to bring about the actualization of that message is inappropriate. Therefore, again, that's vicious, that's evil, and therefore nothing good comes out of it. In other words, what Tzaddik is saying like this, and I think this is incredibly important idea on a simple level. The ends don't justify the means. At the end of the day, sometimes in life you have to do uncomfortable things in order to bring about results. But the moment that you have to become the Russia to do so is the moment that your cause is no longer evil. See, you hear this distinction? We all have to do something, but sometimes like, we have to do uncomfortable things to bring about certain results. But the moment you have to do something that makes you in Russia is the moment that the goal you are pursuing is no longer noble. Someone has to do something uncomfortable. I mean, I would imagine ridiculously uncomfortable, right? Tamar was a young woman. She was a young woman, widowed twice because of the actions of her husband, not because of her. And yet, she doesn't say anything. She can't say anything. What is she going to say? What is she going to say? She's going to talk about the sons of Yehuda like this. A father-in-law who thinks that she's mom is like the Black Widow, right? That thinks that she just, there's no way I'm marrying off this girl to anyone else from my family. She has to do something uncomfortable, but yet while maintaining her righteousness. Isha's Potiphar has to do something uncomfortable, but ultimately again illegal and immoral. And the moment that you have to become a Russian in the pursuit of the actualization of your goal is the moment that your goal is no longer worthy and no longer appropriate. So that's why in the stories, although there's so much connection, there's a difference in the moral character of the two primary characters, of the two primary individuals, Tamar versus H.S. Potiphar, both motivated by a vision that there needs to be a child with this particular individual. Tamar, uncomfortable circumstances, but not illegal. H.S. Potiphar, illegal circumstances. She becomes a Rasha. When she becomes a Rasha, the actualization of the goal is no longer noble or worth acquiring. This is such an incredibly certain life. And what an important lesson. Because how many times, okay, not like Tamar or H.S. Potiphar, but how many times in life do we have things we need to accomplish, and the only ability to accomplish them requires us sometimes to do things which are uncomfortable. The difference between uncomfortable and illicit. A difference between uncomfortable and illegal. A difference between uncomfortable and inappropriate. You have to go out of your comfort zone to accomplish great things. Sometimes yes, but the moment that you have to make yourself into a Russia is the moment you have to stop and realize that this is not a goal worthy of pursuit. I'm going to stop over here. We'll pick up in your session of them test tomorrow.
That new video that was released. You know, there's so bad when I heard that video. You know how she says we run things, things don't run we? That's not correct grammar. That should be things, we run things,
All right.
things don't run
So
us.
good morning, let us begin. So we are starting to
Stop doing that, Tony. That's what my mom said.
how to go into some of the all you that are different than a few moments ago. The Islam has from the Sabbath. So we're going to begin in Yom Hashem Jewish today. Quite profound and quite beautiful. We'll get a little bit of a start to that video this morning. So we have today. This is we're picking up page Kuf Test
I always wondered if it was
is
part
the
of your like robotic
page number,
type of. I always wondered if it was
and
the
we're going to
suit
pick
or
up in the
something.
video.
But
Yeah,
now that you've admitted that your
Elaborate
mom's
as
always
follows.
told you that you need to
After
control your arms
Shavuot,
twitching.
after
I think
Shavuot,
that's a great
the
element because it
program
makes
is
you so human in a way.
Shabbos Shashne HaMashiach. היוצא תמונה שני למארץ עין כאילו הפך מן הקדושה. יספר שאדרבה, דווקא מתוך מקום שיש בו תוקף היצר הרע, משם יוצא הצדיק והנפילה. So the tzaddik here is saying an introduction which makes a very interesting observation. So remember in the last sit, in the last class, so we spoke about the idea of that in Memphis, we reference the idea that as much as in Zion we learn that there's no such thing as a bad nida or a bad koach. It's only a question just how things are channeled. So in Memphis, we learned while that's true, one has to be very careful with joining forces with the Russia. Because the moment that one goes in and collaborates with the Russia, that undermines the effectiveness of whatever it is that one wants to accomplish. It says it contains two examples. Example number one was Yosef of ancient Potiphar. Example number two was Yehuda and Tamar. So even though with Yosef and ancient Potiphar, there was a divinely ordained union, right? Maharaya, right? That's the truth that ultimately was that Yosef was supposed to marry women from that family. It just wasn't right for Potiphar. It was Potiphar's wife's daughter, right? The daughter of Potiphar, Asnas. And not only was that marriage ordained, but ultimately again, that marriage produces Mashiach and Yosef, right? Produces one of the Messianic kings. And yet, again, the reason why it did not work out with the wife of Potiphar is because that would have been a nice solution. That would have been being that would have been connecting with the Russia. And nothing positive could come from that type of collaboration. Versus Yehuda and Tamar, although the episode itself is certainly a strange and a very strange meeting, which produces Mashiach, Mashiach from David. And at the end of the day, because it was an event which took place between two tzaddikim, between two individuals of righteous nature, therefore it was easy to go ahead and produce a positive result. So the idea being says of tzaddik, that one, let's say, it's very important because sometimes in life we are faced with the need to collaborate with all different kinds of people in order to achieve certain results. The Rebbe telling us collaboration with the Russia never works. It never works. No matter what you think you're going to get from that union, wherever you think you're going to get from that collaboration, absolutely never works. Sometimes when collaborating with good people, sometimes things, a person has to venture out of their comfort zone. That is true. That is definitely true. But collaboration with the Russia never yields anything. Now that Tzaddik takes this conversation one step further, we'll say in an Osman test, the Rebbe here says something absolutely amazing. So he goes on, he says, Kolechem Yisrael, Yeda, Yesh Ladasu Lahavin, Shedafka listens to these words. Every person should know the following. Shedafka B'ma, Va'osam HaKochos, Sheyitzro Tokfo, U'Miskabra Alav Yosef, ומעשיס אז האדם להשתמש בהם לעשייה שלה, הרי זה מלמד שהוא בעצם כלי מוכן לעניין תיקון עושים דברים והכל. So let's read the words and then we'll expound on them just a little bit. So that it says every person should know. Just like most of us struggle with a number of things. That's the person. But I wanted to say that most of us have one particular avera with which we struggle with most. Right? That thing, how would I say one thing, right? But that one thing that is my greatest life struggle. It's usually the thing that I do tshuva for every single hour, and then in the Ra'im, I make a plan of action, I'm never going to do it again. And it's usually the thing that I suffer the relapse from over and over and over. And it could be the same thing that I've been struggling with for years. Again, I make advancements, I fight, I put up the battle, and again, I stay on the rising for longer amounts of time. But there's that one avera that I struggle with over and over. It's something that again, my Yisra pulls me to Yosef. He says, the fact that I have that weakness, and the fact that I have this ongoing struggle, Zemalami Chehu Be'etzem Ki Muchan Li'inyan Tikun Osam Dvarim Ba'akopas. We'll say, listen to these words, and then we're going to have to spend some time in the future shiur explaining it. The fact that I have the struggle indicates to me that I am a kli, I am a utensil that is ready to fix those very things which I struggle with. The fact that I have the struggle highlights the idea that I have the koach to overcome them as well. So the truth is, it's an amazing thing to say, but it's not just a kiddush. This is really what the Rebbe was teaching us in Osman Zion. And so Osman Zion, we're already learning this concept that halacha l'maisa, there's no such thing as a good koach or a bad koach. It's just a koach. And it's a shayla, everything in life is shayla of how you use it. So if I have a particular type, remember what the Rebbe says, kas, taiva, whatever it might be, if I channel them in the wrong way, of course, that's aneris. But if I channel it in the correct way, even kas, according to the Rebbe, not everybody would agree with this, but even kas can be used in a constructive fashion. So the Rebbe says something amazing. When I struggle with an avera, when I struggle with a taiva, the fact that I have that taiva, and the fact that at the end of the day, I can't seem to rein in that taiva, indicates how strong that desire is. And the fact that I have a desire that is so strong that year after year I can't seem to vanquish it, tells me that I possess an enormous koach for good. Tells me that I possess, which I will say, is such an incredible way to look at an ongoing struggle. Because those of us who have averas, which we struggle with for a very, very long time, and certain points of time, you become despondent, and you're almost ready to say, you know what, I can't. It's exhausting to spiritually struggle. It's exhausting, to go ahead and constantly fight against an avera that I had to over and over and over again. And at a certain point in time, a person just wants to say, you know what, I'm good in other areas of life. I lost this battle, and I can't fight anymore. And the Rebbe here gives us so much hope, because he says, no, the very existence of the ongoing avera, the very existence of this battle that you think you can't win, indicates that you possess all of the koach necessary to become a holy and pure person. Again, it becomes a shayla ultimately of your channel. So we're going to see in Sidman, that's what the stuff over here for today, we're going to see in Osman Test is kind of that which the Rebbe describes in the abstract, in that Zion. That there's no such thing as a good koach, bad koach, just how you channel it. Here the Rebbe is going to show us l'maisa how to actually put that into practice. So let's start over here. We're talking about this one next. actually a pretty wild Gemara. So the Gemara says here in Second Shabbos, the Gemara says, in the saw left-hand colored.
He was a band he was in Texas when he was growing up, and their big hit song, it was Peel That Banana, Share My Banana, in which he would hand out bananas to everybody in the audience.
In Ra'isa Tam Chacham, Shenokim Benotem Nachash. If you bump into or run into or see a Tam Chacham, very scholar, Shenokim Benotem, which is no gain, like Nekama, who avenges, takes revenge. Notem harbors animosity to Nachash, like a snake. Like a snake. Okay, so what does that mean? He says, "Kisha'anoshim nidazim indom mitoch nefachtos umitoch divei shamayim v'chol shuhu l'tzava l'tzava." Listen to this. Especially if you know what the Gemara like this. You see it from Chacham who goes ahead and is vicious towards people. Now, again, the Gemara gives a bit of context. When you see it from Chacham, ultimately, again, he is trying to go ahead and advance the right hashkafa sakai, right outlook on life, and people degrade it. Or people degrade HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or they degrade Torah, and Chacham fights back with a venom, with a viciousness. Kadreyu al masna. What does the Gemara say? Keep davik them. If you find a Chacham like that, stick with him. Stick with him. Embrace someone like that. Embrace someone like that. I mean, Daviko should so basically he not let us discuss. You know, say that's quite a surprising Gemara. So what I was saying, if you see a Chacham who possesses a viciousness to defend the Ribono Shel Olam and to defend Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them, them being a response and Torah, at the end of the day, that's a Chacham. That's a person you want as a red. Chacham, unfortunately, on this side. Again, now obviously we need a little context for this. What is he going to? As a thing like this, there's a time for humility. And there's a time to be more factor, right? To yield. And also, one of the most important things in life, and this has been very much lost in contemporary society, just because someone says something doesn't mean you have to respond. It's very consistent in the incredible role of most of our adults. In our greater society, the epidemic now, which you see what's happening contemporarily, has been reduced to children. Like what do children do? Right? I mean, one child says something and the other child reacts. And what do we teach our children? Just because there's a stimulus, there doesn't have to be a reaction. Just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say something back. So obviously, again, that becomes the golden rule in much of interpersonal relationships. Self-respond. Someone says something which is racist, which hurts, or which is sad, and to just move on. But sometimes you do have to react. Sometimes when someone says something that perhaps is damaging to Torah, that perhaps is damaging to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone says something that is a corruption of the Masorah, someone says something ultimately that undermines the authenticity of Halakha, whatever it is, sometimes there's a time to respond, and sometimes that response does have to be vicious. Sometimes that response does have to be sharp. I would venture to say the times that a response has to be vicious and sharp are very few and far between, but sometimes it does have to happen. So let's say, what do we call that? We call that kas. That is the form of anger. It's anger in the form of kana'os, of zealotry, but it's kas in some shape or form. And yet, what do you see? You see Chazal extolling it. Right? You see the rabbi saying, oh, you see a Chacham like that? I agree you. Ultimately, again, go ahead and form a relationship with it. So Tzaddik says, Hare, Shechshivu Chazal Midahu, Kevachim Nasis L'Shem Shemayim. Now, those of you see yourself like, gosh, this is chaos. Again, the Rambam saying one of the most destructive anger, one of the most destructive egos. And yet here, you see Chazal Mamish. I want to point out what's happening over here. What is the Gemara saying? not only is the Gemara going ahead and extolling the Midah, right? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, it's good that Tam Chacham is behaving the same, but what else is the Gemara saying? Hagrehu. Hagrehu means you should forge a relationship with such a Tam Chacham. So Tzaddik says once again, Ayusha Shivu Chazal Mizuzu, Kevan Shinasa Kushosha. I will say another just display of this same Tzaddik principle. Because whenever the character trait or wherever the behavior is used in conformance with the Ratzon Hashem or as a way to ultimately actualize the Ratzon Hashem and the word of Hashem, then the need is possible. So I will say it's a now I want to be clear and especially on this. Remember the use of kas. Kas is like playing with fire. So is fire beneficial? 100%. A lot of times in life you can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire. But if it's left unchecked and used whenever, it can have a dramatic destructive effect. So I just want to be clear. Rav Tzaddik is using this as an example. Is there a constructive use for kas? And can kas sometimes become a beautiful and important midah? Yes, but only when used as a way to bring about the Ratzon Hashem, which again I will say, I would venture to say 99% of times that there's kas, it's not this kind of kas. It's not constructive kas. It's often thinking, but again, the point that the Tzaddik is just trying to make is the same way that humility and the same way empathy, which sound like those terrible things when they are used against the Ratzon Hashem, something like kas can be something constructive and positive when used ultimately to bring about the Ratzon Hashem. An incredible idea. He goes on, he said, then we'll say that Tzaddik expounds on this a little bit. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up, we're not finished with kas just yet, right? There's still more to discuss with kas. But in Mitzvah, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up, let's say, because Rav Tzaddik is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding kas. Since kas itself, we'll just spend a few lines with speaking about why kas is considered to be so dramatically destructive. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another day or two in Mitzvah Hashem and Osman Zion.
You gotta project, Justin, man. I mean, we're not even really getting an opportunity to know what you're saying, whether it's like, you gotta like kick it out of the game. Give us an example.
All right, Joel, say good morning.
I'll have some pie.
So we
Actually try. It's already back. You hear that? Did somebody get her some fucking pie? What are you guys doing sitting there? Jesus,
last Monday, says, Hashem says to the Rasha, literally Malachah, what business do you have speaking of my covenants? Remember again, the Tzaddik said that technically speaking, what that means is that the Rasha should really have no place in Torah. Right? That a Rasha shouldn't be able to live there. After going again, a person who disregards, wantonly disregards the word of the Ratzon of HaKadosh should really not have any business in the learning of Torah. But yet, the Tzaddik then goes on to explain it. He says, Kabbalah, goes over the Reish Talk, by others, Kotanama, Chazal, Kol Ma Shiyoma Lacha Balabayis Hasei, Chutz Mitzvah. And in general, if you're a guest at someone's house, you have to do whatever the balabas, whatever your host tells you, with the exception of leaving. Very interesting and fascinating halacha. This idea that the balabas tells you want to the bench, you want to say it to Torah, you want to take it first. You have to listen to everything the balabas tells you, with one exception. The balabas tells you, I want you to leave. You do not have to. We spoke about again a week ago. We spoke about the Sasem moving down. That this concept is a reaction to the story of Kamsin by Kamsa, which is quite fascinating. But on a deeper level, what Tzaddik says what it means is as follows: that we are conditioned, of course, to listen to the Ribono Shel Olam, who tells us we do. But if the Ribono Shel Olam were to say, I no longer desire a relationship, HaKadosh Baruch Hu were to say, I need you to leave my presence, I am not obligated to listen to you. In other words, that I will have a relationship with Hashem, even if Hashem were to communicate to me, I don't want it. A dramatic idea. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Balabais, he is the Balabas, like he's the host, he's in charge. I have to listen to everything he says to me, puts me to say. Unless, of course, he tells me to get out, tells me to leave. So I say, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. I can't accept those words. I'm staying with you. I'm engaged in a relationship, and I'm going nowhere. Look what the Tzaddik says. We're picking up page Kuf. I'm picking up in the Uri HaChasidus, the left-hand column, last two lines. Below the Pinam Pas V'Torah Pinam HaMa'akidim B'Parsha Shlach. Says the Tzaddik says, it is not for nothing that the Torah includes the story of the Ma'apilim. Now let's look at the Ma'apilim. See, it goes over here in the passage. V'Yapilu La'alos Arosh Ha'al. Al Ilu Shes on page Kuf Zayin now. It's the Uri HaChasidus. Al Ilu Shes Akshu La'alos Eretz Yisrael. Gam Acharei Tizeres Onish HaMeraglim Shlei Kashi Ba'aretz. So remember again, we know the story. The Meraglim come back, deliver the disastrous report. As a result, they are punished. Klal Yisrael is punished to roam the desert for 40 years. Amazingly enough, the next morning, there were a group of individuals who decided to try to enter the land. They're called the Ma'apilim. They tried to enter the land. Moshe told them, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. You're not going to be successful. And you have to be sure, like, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? In other words, here, we just saw what happened when you defy the word of God. We just saw that with the Meraglim. Now again, Moshe says you can't go in. And now you're going to go in anyway. Now you're going to go in. It doesn't make any sense. See, Rizoni says something amazing. Asher Tavar Ha'aminu. Az Kol Am Yisrael. I'm sorry. Shalish Yishmanu Wilmei Musa Haskeman. There's an incredible mystery to be learned from the Ma'apilim. Who Shalom Achar Asher Tavar Ha'aminu. Az Kol Am Yisrael. Ba'ani does give a Moshe. Shahari Kavar Hish Karasu Achi Tamaraglim. Va'amar Hinenu Va'alinu Hinenu Va'alinu Alamakum Hashem Hashem Yifakari. Ve'im Kain Lama Lo Shamu Lo Moshe Rabbeinu. Let's remember again what David says here. They sinned. They defied God. They defied Moshe. They realized they were wrong. They realized they were Tamachit Maraglim, still in the spies. They realized they were wrong. Now, why are they defying Moshe? And why are they defying the Ribono Shel Olam? It's truly counterintuitive. In fact, if you think about it, the episode of the Ma'apilim is even more disturbing and inconvenient than the Meraglim. Like, remember the Meraglim, okay, the Ma'apilim, I mean, not okay, just understand. They made the Klal Yisrael, we made mistakes. But the Ma'apilim, we saw what happens when we disobedience to the word of God. And yet, again, still they insisted on going into the land, even though Hashem said, you're not going in. And Moshe wasn't going to be. What's the shot? Then came Lama Lo Shamu Lo Moshe Rabbeinu. V'zeh Shamar Lahem Al Talu. Ye'ein Hashem B'kirvechem. If that's the case, ultimately, again, so why do they say to Moshe, why do they not listen to Moshe? When Moshe says, you can't go in because Hashem is not in the midst. He should have understood that Hashem does not want them to go to Eretz Yisrael now. Also, they're not listening. Ella, Rucha, Shenimukam Hayam Nation Fashu Shazeh, Shakadosh Baruch Hu Shubala Bayis, Omer Lahem Shelo Yikansu Eretz Yisrael, Ubechlav Masha Amnu Chachamim, Chutz Mitzei. So don't say this is incredible. Says Rav Tzaddik, the Ma'apilim felt that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, you can't go into Eretz Yisrael, this was a case of Kol Ma Sheyom Alocha Bala Bayis Asei Chutz Mitzei. That really the Ribono Shel Olam telling us not to go in. HaKadosh Baruch Hu can't drive us away from this. Can't do that. I don't have to listen when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tries to drive me. I have to listen to everything Hashem says. But ultimately, again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I no longer desire a relationship with you, I no longer want closeness with you. I no longer want connection with you. I don't have to listen. This was the Svara says of the Ma'afilim. It's true we made a mistake. We acknowledge we made a mistake. It was a terrible and horrific and dramatic mistake that had so many repercussions. But at the end of the day, I don't have to listen to Hashem when Hashem is trying to distance me from Him. And therefore, again, the Ma'afilim felt justified in going into the land. Such a dramatic idea. She'in lishmoa v'kolo shabalabais. You don't have to listen to the balabas. You don't have to listen to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She'omer she'in lachzor b'tshuva. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, that I can't do tshuva, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that I can't return, I am not obligated to listen to him. So really an incredible, so two incredible development, two incredible solution by the disciples. I want to point out that this verse of Choma Shomah Balabayis Asay Chutz Mitzay, whatever the Balabayis which God tells you to do, you have to accept, distance yourself. This is already stated before of Tzedek, but if Tzedek is applying this to the episode of the Ma'afilim, which is really exceptionally dramatic. That this was their svara. They weren't trying to negate this sin. They weren't trying to undermine or to lessen the sins of the Ma'afilim. They just felt that the Jew has to listen to God in every single area of life except when HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells you to go away. I don't have to listen when Hashem tells me to go away. So we'll see. We'll stop here for today. But we'll see in Eretz Hashem that this particular piece has many different ramifications, including I don't know if it's subject. It doesn't include it, but this, I'll just say this now. This happens to be one of the incredible insights into the episode of Elisha ben Avuya, which is very good to tell you this. You know the story of Elisha ben Avuya, right? Elisha ben Avuya became not because he was an apostate, because he was a Gadol Hador, he became an apostate, and he had a common Rabbi Meir, and Rabbi Meir was always by his side trying to urge him to go ahead and come back. But Elisha ben Avuya said, I can't, because Shamati me'achori ha'pargut, I hear from behind the curtain, from the inner sanctum of the Rebbeinu Shalom, Shuvu banu shovavim, return, O wayward children, chutz me'achar, with the exception of achar. So Elisha ben Avuya said, I would do tshuva, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't even want me. So it's very interesting because the Rishonim and Nachronim try to understand, like, what happened over here? Like, what is this? What does this mean? Like, what is that basket mean? So that's interesting. Rabbi Soloveitchik in the Tshuva Kilasha discusses. He said the Rebbe Shalom never heard this. Excuse me, never said this. The Prophet said never said chutz me'achar. So the Rav's lashon in the Tshuva, the way it's written, in the Josh the way it's written is Huko Dorab Sheyishma Zeh. Elisha ben Avuya's own inner existence caused him to get it. So sometimes we project. So Elisha ben Avuya assumes he was so broken that if I don't like myself, the Baruch Hu certainly doesn't like him. He projected his own broken kite onto the Rebbeinu Shalom. Like the Shlah HaKadosh says something amazing. The Shlah says, maybe God said it. Maybe God said chutz me'achar. You know what the Shlah says? Who cares? Who cares what HaKadosh Baruch Hu said? And he actually quotes this memra. Maybe God did say chutz me'achar. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want you back. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he truly is excluding you from the possibility of children. Maybe that's all possible. But at the end of the day, he says you're supposed to do this. So it's very incredible. You say we'll stop over for today. Let's pick up with the rest of Mem Vav tomorrow.
It is interesting how many stars there are on Hollywood Boulevard. When I first got here, I went to Saratoga. Quit encroaching. I mean, that shit stretches all the way down to mine over to Capitol Records. I mean, when I first got here, I thought they would just be kind of a Chinese theater, but they got stars for everybody. Just like, he said, the Muppets and Kermit the Frog. I mean, I hope they have my own star someday that says Comic Patriot.
All right, Jabosai, good morning. Let's let us begin. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem this morning, still in Os Mem Vav, Still in above. We're picking up. Let's take a look on page Kuf Zayin in the Bi'uri HaChasidus towards the end of the bottom paragraph. So remember again, in this incredible oath, Rabbi Tzaddik is discussing the concept. Kol ma sheyomar balabayis asay chutz mitzay. Right? Whatever the balabayis, in this case again metaphorically, the balabayis refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the balabayis tells you to do, you should do, with the exception ultimately again of getting out, of leaving. Leaving, that you don't have to listen. So Tzaddik highlighted this idea to me that of course whatever the Rebbe Shalom tells me to do, I have to do. But if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says he no longer desires a relationship with me, and he wants me to distance myself from him, I don't have to listen. Instead, I am permitted to forge forward with the establishment of a relationship and say, Rebbe Shalom, I don't want to leave your side. So remember again, the Tzaddik spoke about this concept in the context of the Mapilim, the group of Jews who decided to defy the edict of Moshe Rabbeinu in the aftermath of the sin of the Meraglim and still tried to enter into Eretz Yisrael, or Eretz Canaan at that point in time. So remember again, what was their logic? So we often look at them as unrepentant sinners. The Tzaddik says, no, just the opposite. They really felt, they genuinely felt that although HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you can't enter into the land, we don't have to listen to Hashem because of that. Moshe was telling us that he wants distance from us. That's the one thing we don't have to adhere to. Tzaddik goes on, he says something so beautiful over here. If you look, again, page Kuf Zayin, Be'uri HaChasidus, right-hand side, bottom paragraph. בכל הפרשה הנזכרת אחר חטא המרגלים, מבוארת שם לעניין הסקרבוס האדם להשם יזברך. עין בזוהר, שביר בהמלץ את כל עניין החטא המרגלים, למשל ברמז על התורה. We'll say this is truly beautiful. Tzaddik quotes the Zohar, and the Zohar explains that in fact the entire story of the Meraglim is a metaphor. It's a obviously it's an actual story, of course it occurred. But the Zohar is saying it also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Meraglim? So listen to what he says. He explains V'himlis al kol inyan hachet magul mashram v'remez ala Torah. שהקדוש ברוך הוא אומר לבני אדם לעיין בתורה ולסור על ידה אז הדרך שבאמצעותה יגיעו אל העולם הבא כדי להתחזק בלימודה ובשמירתה. See, interestingly enough, he says as follows, that in the Zohar's metaphor, entry into the land of Israel, right, sending the Meraglim to scout out Eretz Yisrael, is actually a metaphor for ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Meragel. Each of us is one of the Meraglim, one of the spies. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how, based on that Torah, to go out and live your life. That's what I would like you to be able to do. That's the significance, ultimately, again, of the story of the Meraglim. See, goes on, he says as follows. Listen, see, you hear the metaphor? Eretz Yisrael is Torah. The Meraglim are teaching us. My job now is to go out, or I should say, to go into Torah, delve into Torah, understand Torah, and then figure out how to utilize it in order to live and to lead a meaningful and impactful life. He goes on, the English shame with his sorry everyone. Supposed to say, so what happens? People enter into our page of Zion. People enter into Torah. And what happens? The English shame with his sorry everyone. Hamiraglim, left-hand column, Be'uri HaChasidus page of Zion. So there are those who are Mefusare Emunah. There are those who lack proper requisite faith. Misyashin v'nimna'im la'asot Torah. Machmas riboy hakashim shein be'isek haTorah u'shmiras hamitzvos. So we'll say, so what happens? There are some people who enter into Torah, they enter into the Eretz Yisrael of Torah. And I was remembering, what did the Meraglim do when they came into Eretz Yisrael? What did they do? Interestingly enough, if you notice Again, they didn't lie about anything, right? They didn't make up information. But rather, what did the Miracle do? They simply said, too difficult. Too difficult. Again, they can't do it. So too, there are some people who enter into the land of Torah and they begin the journey, they begin the reconnaissance mission, and you say, you know what? Too difficult. Too difficult. Learning Torah is too difficult. Observing Torah is too difficult. Mitzvot too difficult. All too difficult. Like just like the Miracle. They don't cast this word. It's just too overwhelming, too difficult. Kimo Shamaraglo Nasi, Kimo Shamaraglo Ne'enshu. Listen, I just want to point out, I would urge you to think about this because the truth is, it has to be, if you're using this edition, I also put it up on the website, but you're looking at footnotes, quotes the entire Zohar, and it's really an incredible metaphor. Really incredible metaphor to understand all that I was that last message. So let's say, so again, such an incredible metaphor if you think about it, that Eretz Canaan is Torah, and what happens? Moshe sends Miracle into Eretz Yisrael to scout out the land. So too, I want to lead a Torah-dik life, I want to lead a good life, so I begin to explore Torah. So the Shiloh is what's the result of your exploration. So sometimes, unfortunately, we come to the conclusion of the Miracle. Learning is too hard, observance is too hard, everything is too overwhelming. It's very nice, but it's the Eretz Al-Khalas Yoshua. This thing, man, which is all consuming. It'll suck the life out of you. So what happens? They won't tell you. Ukimo Shamaraku Nanchu Shlolalos the Eretz Yisrael. Kimo Kimis Parch Benim Shaya Ona Shamu Visoria Nuna Eru. Hamaraku Shamo Yasiku Asa Olam Haba. Volo Yisku El Hiskarpus Ladinu Shabashana. So what happens? The same way that the Meraglim ultimately lost Eretz Yisrael as a result of their disastrous report. Moshe says you're not going to know it. So we'll say, so what happens when a person gives up? Like what happens when a person says, you know what, Torah is too overwhelming. Mitzvahs is too overwhelming. Right? Observance is too overwhelming. Relationship with Hashem is too overwhelming. So what happens? You lose it. I was saying, Eretz Yisrael doesn't run after you, and at the end of the day, Torah doesn't run after you. Just an approach, it does run after us, which is just an interesting so that's for a different time. But the idea of the emotional is fine. Miraculous, you deliver your disastrous report, you're not going to Eretz Yisrael. If you don't make any effort to engage Torah, to engage a certain lifestyle, that is too difficult. Then it's not even the punishment. The ramification is obviously you don't have it in this world, and you don't have it in the world to come. It's a consequence, it's not a punishment. Remember again, these are two very different things. A punishment could be punitive. A consequence is just the result. So Moshe says, listen, if you're not willing to engage, and if you're not willing to toil to acquire Eretz Yisrael, you don't get it. If you're not, the metaphoric meaning in the Zohar, if you're not willing to toil to acquire Torah, if you're not willing to toil to acquire spiritual relationship with Hashem, you just don't get it. Not in this world, not in the world to come. He goes on, Moshe Rabbeinu, Al Kalu, Ki'im Hashem B'Kirba. This is fascinating. Remember again, what does Hashem say? What does Moshe say? So the next, now we're kind of combining both stories. So what happens the next morning? So remember again, that day one, the Muslim come back, right? The night of Tisha B'Av. They come back, they deliver their report. Comes surprise, the decree is handed down, you're not going to return to yourself. 40 years sojourn in the desert, the entire generation is going to die out. What happens the next morning? Tisha B'Av is the morning of Tisha B'Av. There's this group called the Ma'akim. They want to go up, they want to go in. So what does Moshe say to them? Al Talu, don't go up. Ki'im Hashem B'Kirba. For Hashem is not in your midst. Which again, we translate to understand means what? Hashem is not with you. And if Hashem is not with you, you're not going to be successful. The Alzeh He'epiluvis Akshulalos, V'li Konis Li'eretz Yisrael Af Neged Ritzon Hashem Yisrael. So we'll say, so there's a lot of things happening right over here. So you have to listen to the profundity of this. The profundity of this is emotionally and friendly exclusively. God is not with you. God is not with you. And yet what? What happens? They went anyway. Now listen, now watch this. Mishum Shesavru Sheba opens that. Hey, Yisku V'Hiskayim Lashem Yisrael. So now we're kind of jumping a little bit here. So remember, let me close out the first bit. So the first part of the Tzaddik is just saying is, by the way, the whole Meraglim story is not just a story about conquest of Eretz Yisrael. It's also a metaphoric story about the Jew and his acquisition of spirituality, how you acquire Torah, and a recognition that it doesn't come easily. You're scared off by the struggle. Just understand you will accomplish and acquire nothing. So Moshe says, if you weren't willing to engage in the struggle, when I need you to engage in the struggle, Hashem is not going to be with you, not in this world and not in the world to come. Now let's this back. So remember again, the Tzaddik was saying before, this concept of Kol Ma Sheyoma Elecha Balabayis Asei Chutz Mitzei. Whatever Hashem tells you to do, you should do, with the exception of if God tells you to get out. If God tells you He doesn't want you anymore, don't listen, and keep trying to engage. So remember again, the Tzaddik says, who's the paradigmatic example of this? The Mapilim, this group. Moshe Rabbeinu tells them Hashem is not with you. Hashem is not with you. And yet what happened? They went anyway. Crazy. We'll say, if you think about it, by the way, the Mapilim story is more crazy than the Meraglim story. Right? Think about it, it's just one. The Meraglim made a mistake, a dramatic mistake, a terrible mistake. Okay, but one can make the argument that they were kind of left to their own devices in certain respects. The Ma'apilim are getting ready to march on Eretz Yisrael the morning after the Meraglim debacle, and Moshe says, God's not with you. God's not with you. It's not going to work. So what do you think you're doing? Right? What's going through your head that you're going? So Elamai Tzaddik says, what's happening over here? Rishum Shesavru, Sheva Ofen Zeh, Hem Yisku Liskari Lashem Yisbarach, Gam Ki She'omer Lahem Balabayis Kiviyachot Zei, V'She'im Be'efsharusam Liskari Valav Keis. Ultimately, again, they literally thought that even though Moshe Rabbeinu said, God is not with you, they'll still be successful. Why? Because we don't have to listen to Hashem when He tells us to go away. Don't listen to Hashem. Now listen, what I want to point out over here, I'll read this next line and we'll have to stop over here for today. It says, Kimo Sha'amru, Kimo Sha'am Ba'amekar Lakach, She'eskar B'Sadam Ba'ofen Kazat Azliach, Kimo Sha'amru Chachamim Zal, Shechutzbasa Machusa B'Likada. We'll pick up with this concept tomorrow, but this is what Chazal told me say, that chutzpah is like monarchy without a crown. Which also means that sometimes in life, chutzpah is a very good thing. Chutzpah is a very good thing. They will say that please use that very carefully. We'll discuss what this means. They'll say, but sometimes what it means is you have to be chutzpah to get what you want. I mean, I'm sure this is true also. This is probably true in all areas of life. I'm sure it's true in the business world, right? Because they say, what is it? If you don't ask, you don't get. And sometimes you have to ask pretty forcefully, right? And sometimes you can't just ask. Sometimes you have to push. If you don't push, you don't get. So there's an element in the realm of ruchnius. You see this concept as well. Sometimes the only way to accomplish what you need to accomplish on the ruchnius is chutzpah. Well, lest you think that chutzpah is the desired approach. So we're going to see the Zohar calls or the Gemara calls. Chutzpah is monarchy without the crown. So I'll say, what is it? Monarchy without the crown. So you could be the king without the crown, but you're really missing something. Right? There's an important monarchical accessory that is missing from you if you don't have the crown. So we'll have to stop over here. But I will say what I just want to point out, this I'll really end with, because this is really quite fascinating, is the following interesting dynamic. You see, on one hand, what Tzaddik told us, which means that listen to everything that God tells you except when God tells you to get out. Yet, interestingly enough, the paradigmatic example of that is the Ma'apilim. And interestingly enough, the Ma'apilim follow this advice. They try to go into the land, even though Hashem says to them, Moshe says to them, it's not going to work. And what was the result? Right, they failed. So, I just want to point something out. Even though Tzaddik is using this as a paradigmatic example, The job of the Jew is to always try to engage HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if the Ribono Shel Olam apparently doesn't desire that engagement. That says, but it doesn't always mean that things work out. It's very interesting. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue constant engagement with the Ribono Shel Olam. But don't think that just because you always push, you get what you want. So this is the interesting question. It sounds like from Rav Tzadok, they did the right thing, which is a little bit mind blowing because Moshe Rabbeinu is sitting there telling them, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." So Meretz Hashem, to be continued tomorrow. We'll say, which again is essentially Rav Tzadok is dealing with over here. This is a very important life yesod. Is how much chutzpah is good chutzpah, right? Which is something many of us struggle with each and every day, right? How much chutzpah is good, and how much chutzpah just becomes a detriment, right? Meretz Hashem to be continued.
Are you talking about actual? Nice and tan their feet are there. Are you talking about the dogs? What are you talking about? Do you like balls too? I know you're gonna think I'm creepy and weird now, but it wasn't that big a deal. Not like I tried to. We're not gonna think that. We already think that, Adrian. You just Cocker Spaniels are adorable. Yeah, and they'll eat anything. I mean, they love it. All right. I didn't do it again. It was only one time. It's not like I started doing it on a regular basis. Okay, so now I have to ask. I mean, I already pulled a name out of the bucket for some reason sometime before that. However, I gotta ask a couple more questions. One, did you finish when the dog was eating the chocolate? That's a yes. Okay, he's a skill trap memory, especially with coworkers now. He can remember. You know what I also did? You know what the car was? They have those vacuum tubes where you vacuum your car. I put that on my banana. It's such a good idea. It's great. I got about 3 times. Even now, we make you finish. You can climb back. It's just easy. Cleans it up. Just flicks it dry. I you started fucking the vacuum. How many dogs did you go through until you started fucking the vacuum? Alright, let's keep the show moving on. Good luck to McBean who has to follow that. We're gonna dance together for Michelle Westford, everybody.
Alright guys, recently I'm celebrating something. I got engaged. 3 years ago yesterday. With my fast track. So subsequently yesterday I wrote a letter to Match.com and canceled my membership. Right? And I'm really in now. Match.com, if you guys aren't familiar, maybe they should, I don't know, maybe they should rename it to something more realistic. Like circusloop.com or the creepiest assholes you ever met. That's the service where you put in your zip code and then they scan the area. They do like 15-mile radius and bring you back every sex offender and broke turd. And yeah, these are your new matches. Went out with the guy Dancing Dave was his name. He insisted we go dancing. Puts me and everybody else in the club who looked like he was getting electrocuted. Or playing an imaginary game of highly aggressive tetherball.
The military victory was an incredible and dramatic miracle, but it was embedded in the natural order of the world. Isa Esther once again going, yeah, Mordecai and Esther going having quote unquote choreography, even though of course it's the Ribono Shel Olam. Who's choreographing that? At least externally it has the appearance that man is choreographing the event. לכן, בברכו בחנוכה, שעשה ניסים בזמן הזה. What's a lomar? בסוף הזמן, שהוא אור המדע, ובסוף הטבע עשה ניסים שהכל היום מביא לישראל. So this is such a beautiful text, such a beautiful explanation of the bracha. So that says, here's what the bracha means. Sha'asam nisim la'avasenu ba'amim ha'hem. That's a reference to the fact that we are celebrating a historical miracle. We want to look at the miracle that you performed for our ancestors. Ba'amim ha'hem. In those days, in the past, 2,400 years ago, what does Basman Hazeh mean? Basman Hazeh says that it was descriptive of the type of miracle which was performed. It was not a miracle, the Malamayasman, a supernatural miracle, but Basman Hazeh. Embedded in this time says the Rebbe means within the context of time, in the natural order of the world, what we celebrate is the ability of the miracles embedded in the context of everyday life. That's Basman Hazeh, in this time, in the natural order of the world. Okay, sleep the Hanukkah, sure, I'm going to skip down this a little bit. And the last time I brought up this week, God says something so beautiful. It says, it goes over here, this is being sold. First of all, it's just an interesting explanation in the bracha. And when you read the bracha itself, the text is troubling. By Nimahim Basman Hazeh. In those days, in this time. So what we normally translate it is, how do we normally translate it? The name of it historically, but Hazeh reference to the date. The date. Hanukkah, the 25th Kislev. Sometimes that's not what it means. We think that certain miracles that we performed by Nimahim in those times, but historically, Basman Hazeh. That is embedded in the Zman that we had. This was a miracle embedded in heaven. This was a miracle embedded in the natural order of the world. And I say, isn't that the essence of Hanukkah? Isn't the essence of Hanukkah to see the miracles of life, to be able to see miracles in our people's lives, to be able to see miracles in our own lives, but the miracles that often occur, as we say in Moses every day, going to see the miracles of everyday life. Going to see miracles of Basman Hazeh. Not the Malamayasman. Everyone knows the miracle of the splitting of the Red Sea. Everyone knows the miracles of the mountains. Everyone knows the miracles of cities. Everyone knows those miracles. The greater challenge is to be the miracles of Basman Hazeh. The miracles of everyday life. The miracles embedded in this time. The Rebbe goes on and says, if you look page Rish on the left-hand side, about halfway down, about 5 lines up above it. The first Shana, this is so beautiful. He said there's another dimension to this meaning. The first Shana, by Amin Halali, is Skala and Nis Habit. There is something amazing happens every year when the 25th of Kislev comes along. Tonight begins. Rebbe says, the miracle, listen to the word clearly. Skala and Nis Habit. The miracle is revealed. The miracle is revealed. Hashem Yisparach, Umashpia Kayamim Halalu, Yahol Kishel Kigem, the Ribono Shel Olam embedded in these days, when Mashpia, he influences these days, he embeds in these days, Shalom salvation, or salvation, redemption. The Zay Shalom Shekhi Shel Esay, Ula'am Kol Yisrael Asisat for your people, you have made this day. This day is great salvation. Let's go into just a moment. Guys, Hayom, guys, go. What's a moment? Become Hayom, you have to show up. You know, Hayom Mahim, you know, guys. Let's just hear it for that to develop some of the idea, which is really which is that that's how I brought on stage. Is embedded in the actual Ula is embedded. Shua, Pinto is embedded in these days. So it's like the incredible thing. And so they should speak like it's essential word love. So love focus. This is where the Ribono Shel Olam is past, present, and future. So they should focus unity, mind, everything is unfolding at the same time. That we see this at every single Yom Tov. That's why we never celebrate historical miracles. Right? Think about it just a moment. We come to Pesach. What's my obligation at Pesach? Hayiv Adam Liros is Atzmo Kivu Yatzem Mitzrayim. My job at Pesach is not something that I you guys do, you know? My job at Pesach is to see myself as if I left Egypt. When I walk into my sukkah, my goal is to go ahead and my Yehi Dorosefim Sukkah So Shafi. I'm walking into Promised Island in the desert. On Shavuos, I am re-accepting Torah, this unity of time consciousness. There's no past, there's no present, there's no future. And we tap into that as well. Everything says that, you know what it means? So that part I understand. Thank you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, for the miracles you performed in the past. That's not that. That's the miraculous energy that was present for the Hashemah thousands of years ago. That same energy is embedded in these very days. Fazman Hazah. That same miraculous energy which was in the world thousands of years ago re-emerges from the very fabric of creation each and every year on the 25th of Kislev. They'll say, what an incredible you serve. So when we like on Earth today, it's not the chant that is simply remembering or reliving the historical event. The very miraculous energy that was part of the world thousands of years ago re-emerges from the fabric of the world. That's in clock, which is why, says the Rebbe, these days are miraculous for historical, these days are ripe for miraculous activity. Because at the end of the day, that energy is embedded in the world. If you look, you see the footnotes. You see the footnotes taped down with men. So that writes something so beautiful. So he says, "U'v'inyan zeh Rav Rothschild Chanukah shekasa she'asa nisim ha'asim e'nei b'zman hazeh." K'nomar she'ilu ha'chasodim v'hanisim ba'aretz she'ayu adayinim v'nisiyot v'yochel v'chol gadol. Then it says, those very energies that were in the world that came out at the time of Matisyahu Kohen Gadol.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like you have a take. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years. Wow.
That's great. A lot of your stuff is like just going with it and sort of a, I don't know, or a lot of your other jokes like not real to you but goofy like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to a wedding.
Right.
But yeah, I sort of, I don't talk about myself.
Right.
I'm curious, like, obviously the way you talk now, the way that you talk on stage are different. What did that come from the start, or did it evolve into it? It evolved more into it, but I've always, when I began, I just, like, I don't know how that happened.
Right. No, that's great. It shines through and it gives you your own sort of take on it. It's sort of like having a voice somewhat figured out already.
Well, it's pretty funny if you think that it was about, like the husband or the guy having to buy, his daughter's getting fucked for the rest of this. That makes a good point.
Yeah, it's true. You have to pay for it, and you have to walk her down the aisle. Like it's like that would be something I'd add into it. It's like the real fuck you part. Like, and I have to walk her to you. And she's like a dog or something. Like, it's like the icing on the other. There's a better take on that, but definitely going that route after everything, after paying for everything, after all that, you have to literally hand her off.
Like two fighters going down like maybe 300 or whatever, where they're just walking down and like just about to fight almost. The dad's dropping off his daughter to the tiger.
That's gonna fuck the shit out of her.
Yeah.
There's something there. On top of all that, but that's already all funny. How long have you been doing that joke for? That's a good big bit, man. How long have you been in LA?
A couple years.
Yeah. Where are you originally from? What nationality are you? Oh, I see. Those are some really hairy arms. Have you ever tried to shave them or anything?
No. I got over it. Proud of it.
I feel like you just like finally faced it like a few weeks ago. By the way you say that. You have a lot of chest hair. The biggest guy in the room wants to see your chest hair, sir.
I'll show you.
Yeah, flash the audience real quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we went from the Iron Patriot to the Iron Sheik in a heartbeat. Oh, Jesus. All right, that's too close. 3D HD coming over here. But yeah, there you go, Kevin Fart. He's at Kevin Fart on Twitter. That's Kevin F-A-R-B. This is fun, right? You get to see some comedians. It's interesting going on. It's almost like you forget about those years. Yeah, totally.
Well, you do stand up for a long time. Like we're in our own class or whatever. Like after you've been doing it for a while, let's say class at that level. We've been doing it like 11 years already. You forget we're doing comedy for a year or two, or what it's like. So this is interesting. It's not often we get associated with people who are like still.
Totally. But meanwhile, when we go out to dinner, sometimes late night or whatever, we'll end up talking about those years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like reminiscing, but then
Yeah.
seeing it's a different thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Totally. That's a big part of our lives. Like, Gerard, you and I definitely were hitting open mics together for the longest time. 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
Getting rides from people.
I didn't have a car.
Me neither. And I remember you and I were two of, well, I mean, I guess there was quite a few of us. It always seemed like the funniest people didn't have cars. And the funnier that, and the less funny that somebody would be based on how nice their car was. It almost seemed at the time.
It was like pulled up in the 7 Series.
Right. So, this guy's a hack. When somebody rolls up on a bicycle, you're like, this motherfucker's a killer. Yeah. Because it does, man. You have to have a fucking passion in your spinal cord to be bicycling across 90-degree fucking heat across the city. It's the new manager, I do believe here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's passion. I did that a couple times though. When I first moved here, I didn't have a car and I lived in Burbank. And I remember the first time, especially, I was thinking like, that Cahuenga Pass. It seems like there's no elevation. You know what I mean? It almost seems like it is a ride. I almost fucking died a couple times. I mean, almost getting hit by cars. But the worst part was going down because it was forever. By the way, it's like an hour and a half uphill.
What side do you run now? Facing traffic.
Well, no, I went the other way with traffic. Yeah, because if I went against, and thank God I did, by the way, because I would have gotten hit head on because your brakes mean nothing when you're going back. You're just riding your brakes the entire time and you're still going like 30, 40 miles an hour. It's embarrassing. But you live and you learn. I survived it. You know why? Because God loves me and He wants me to succeed. Your next comedian's name is Aaron Marsh, everybody.
Hello, Mike. How are you? I'm lovely, thank God. Great to see you. Oh, it's my bed in, so to speak. But no, I'm up and at 'em. I've already done a podcast this morning with a chap from England and enjoying the day so far.
Just bring up the topics. So what are we covering today?
Today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet. And just like the previous session, I will explain to the audience that we have some upcoming sessions, and then I'll read through many of the different technologies that we have to discuss today. And then we can touch on any of the ones that may be of interest to us. And then perhaps towards the end, we may talk about if it works for you. Um, we've had a previous discussion about it, the e-democracy or voting, basically given back to the people. Does that sound okay? Excellent.
Okay, so innovations and shaping a better world.
That, that's correct.
Okay, well, let's get started, eh?
Excellent.
Recording in progress.
Well, good morning, Rabbi. How are you today?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
Very good. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Today we're going to talk about basically making this planet a better home.
That's absolutely correct. Our topic today is innovation shaping a better planet. For anyone who's just joining us, previously we spoke about life extension technologies, and we have several other sessions upcoming that we plan on reviewing Earth mega projects, humanity beyond Earth, and extraterrestrial life. But for today, innovation shaping a better planet. And for those of you in the audience who are listening, I'm going to read through some of these, and then Mike and I are going to dissect some of them at the end. So the first is nuclear fission power. This is generating energy by splitting atomic nuclei, releasing heat used to produce electricity. Then there's nuclear fusion energy, producing energy by fusing atomic nuclei, like in the sun, with minimal waste and high output. It's still experimental, but as I understand, the amount of energy output on with fusion is about 4 times as much as fission. So it's a really exciting opportunity, perhaps. Next is solar photovoltaic farms. These are large-scale installations of solar power and solar panels that convert sunlight into electricity. There's space-based solar power satellites that collect solar energy in space and transmit it to Earth. This is still a concept, but perhaps in the future may be a reality. We have tidal energy systems, and I think this is an amazing opportunity. Harnessing energy from ocean tides using underwater turbines or barriers, and in relation to this, wave energy converters, devices that capture energy from surface ocean waves. And the way that I first really started to study this type of technology is when I heard about a project called the Venus Project, where basically some scientists and futurists got together, about 15 years or so, and put together some documentation on some not currently utilized types of energy generation. And that's how I learned about tidal energy and wave energy, and I find it fascinating. Another really interesting type of emerging technology is geothermal energy. This is using heat from within the earth to generate electricity or provide heating. And as you may know, and the audience may know, the earth is essentially a giant ball. And if we just take a pipe, stick it into the ground, the earth is emitting heat, and all you have to do is turn a turbine, and that will create energy, and that's geothermal energy. Green hydrogen production is next, producing hydrogen fuel using renewable energy, resulting in zero carbon emissions. Advanced battery storage systems, high capacity batteries that store energy for later use, improving grid stability. And in addition, I'm just a major advocate for improved battery technologies. I've heard of Americium batteries that can last as long as a decade. And then, really, an emerging technology I think that's exciting is gravity batteries, basically using the microgravity of the Earth to be able to generate electricity and store power. Next is desalination plants, and I talk about this quite often on my streams. These are facilities that remove salt from seawater to produce fresh drinking water. The earth is 2/3 water, and the fact that we still have people who are thirsty, we still have crops that need water, and droughts is really a sad state of affairs when we have desalination plants. There's atmospheric water generation, extracting water directly from humidity in the air. Ocean plastic cleanup technology systems designed to remove plastic waste from oceans. Smart irrigation systems, automated watering systems that optimize water use using sensors and data. Wastewater recycling, treating and reusing wastewater for agriculture, industry, or drinking. Ocean farming, seaweed and algae, cultivating marine plants for food, fuel, or environmental benefits. Vertical farming, another point that I talk about a lot on my streams, growing crops indoors in stacked layers to save space and resources. Another one is precision agriculture, AI plus drones, using technology to optimize farming with data, sensors, and automation. Lab grown meat, and I'm a major advocate of this as well. I don't want to see any animals get hurt unnecessarily. Meat produced from animal cells in a lab without raising livestock. There's also okay, and we can certainly have a difference of opinion. No one says that we have to agree on everything. Genetically engineered climate resistant crops, crops modified to withstand drought, heat, or pests, soft regeneration, carbon farming, Practices that restore soil health and capture carbon dioxide, aquaponic systems combining fish farming and plant cultivation in a closed loop system, urban rooftop gardens growing food on rooftops in cities to increase local food production, autonomous farming robots. I think this is a really exciting type of technology. Robots that perform agricultural tasks like planting and harvesting, carbon capture and storage, capturing CO2 emissions and storing them underground to reduce atmospheric carbon. Direct air capture of CO2, removing carbon dioxide directly from the air using specialized machines. Cloud seeding, releasing substances into clouds to encourage rainfall. And this is already done in parts of the world, including in United Arab Emirates. Solar radiation.
Let's just stop there for a moment.
Certainly.
Because there's still a lot of things here and people can read the screen. So let's get back. I'd like to talk with you today on a couple of things. First of all, we are up here at wave energy.
Yes.
I think this is a fantastic idea, and I've seen it being implemented in various videos, and it looks like it's a very good idea. Are there any drawbacks to this?
I have heard perhaps there may be some issues with water life or aqua life, essentially fish maybe getting caught in turbines or other perhaps aquatic mammals. But there are solutions to this, basically putting nets around the turbine or even just to create some a type of almost underwater.
I saw a very interesting concept of this, where they just had flat floating devices which just sat on top of the waves,
Absolutely.
and there was no danger to any fish at all. So I don't understand what you're talking about there. What kind of devices are you talking about?
So I think what you're talking about are wave energy converters, and I'm talking about tidal energy systems. The reference point right above, essentially putting the turbine at the ocean floor or perhaps connected to the ocean floor, allowing the natural tides to spin a turbine to be able to create energy. And then there's the wave energy, which, as I understand, are those flat platforms that exist on the surface of the water or very close to the surface. Either way, I think that these are extremely efficient systems, and in my opinion, are much more efficient than perhaps wind. There's a lot more power behind water than there is just the air, and I think that with perhaps a few ways of preventing any type of marine life loss, we could have an excellent middle ground between efficient energy production and safety of aqualife.
Now, also you mentioned nuclear energy.
Yes.
How would you implement this and keep the earth safe from the leftovers, so
E-
to speak?
Excellent question. So, as I understand, nuclear energy is already extremely safe. So, in the 80 or so years that it has been utilized on Earth, fewer than 50 people have ever died directly from a nuclear incident. So there were, and you can, the audience can look this up on Wikipedia. There were about 40 people who died at Chernobyl. There were none who died at 3 Mile Island, and approximately two that died immediately in the fallout of Fukushima. Um, and it is just an extremely safe way, generally, to be able to produce energy in comparison to all of the people who die as coal miners or working with natural gas or other carbon or fossil fuel industries. Nuclear seemingly is much safer. Now, you asked the question, what about storage of the nuclear waste? And generally, the nuclear.
Before we go there,
Sure.
I just wanted to mention Fukushima. That wasn't the real problem. You know, the fact that only a couple of people died from it. Actually, I think it was more than that from the after effects. But the fact is that nuclear, the fallout got into the ocean, and the currents were taking it to the west coast of America. And anybody surfing in the west coast of America these days is probably picking up some of that radiation.
True.
That's a big
True, but there hasn't been mass die-offs of anyone on the West Coast because of Fukushima, and even the vegetation of Fukushima was considered generally safe to eat in the months thereafter. I'm not saying that any system is perfect. There was a major earthquake that hit a nuclear facility, which is a difficult situation. I don't necessarily think you have to absolutely build a nuclear facility directly on the coast. There may be options to build them in safer areas, perhaps not in tsunami zones, perhaps not in the Pacific Ring, or places with major seismic activity. There's there's no reason that you can't build it perhaps further inland if you can properly cool the facility and such, and pump or pipe in much of the electricity into the major industrial hubs that may need it. And we're still in the infancy of this type of technology. When it was first thought about, it was seen as a miraculous modern invention, and there have been a lot of skeptics on this issue. But overall, if you were to compare the amount of people who have died from nuclear fallout versus the amount of people who die annually due to fossil fuels, it is exponentially higher, the amount of people who die due to fossil fuels. And fossil fuels are far less efficient. So I'm at least an advocate of more people, especially young people, getting into nuclear energy and becoming nuclear engineers, nuclear physicists, to make this system even more efficient and safer than it currently is. Now, as for the nuclear fallout, pardon me, nuclear. Go ahead.
I like Elon Musk's idea. Let's put the nuclear generating plants out in space where they can be easily cooled.
It's certainly a thought.
I don't know if you've looked at Elon's plan, but Elon's got a very coherent plan that most people don't understand. He is building electric robots, electric cars, all of this alternative energy equipment. And why? Because he wants to go and terraform Mars.
That's correct.
He wants to build a new planet for Earth, for Earth people to go and live. So it's a brilliant concept, and of course, he's generating the funding for this by selling all of these products. It's just brilliant. So yeah, I think nuclear power definitely has a future. Unfortunately, we don't have a future in Australia until we get this. Sorry. Fortunately, we won't get nuclear power until we get rid of this communist government that we've got now. So we also have to take into effect the social and political aspects of all of this. But yeah, I think nuclear power has definitely got a big place in our future. Other alternative forms of energy, wave power, I think is a very good one. I've seen geothermal working, especially in New Zealand, where they've got a lot of geothermal vents coming out of the ground. Why not use it?
Exactly.
And I think it's incumbent on us to use the best technology for the circumstances. So if we've got a lot of geothermal, let's use that. If we've got lots of waves, use that. But we can't rely on a single power source. And that's the big problem with the oil. It's got basically a single power source. And when there's a disruption to it, as we have right now, we have a big problem.
I absolutely am in agreement. As for the nuclear waste question that was brought up earlier, I think that there are alternatives perhaps to the current system of storing nuclear waste, perhaps even in low populated areas. There are a lot of completely unpopulated areas in the world. You can bury nuclear waste. Essentially, it is somewhat harmless after it is encased in a sarcophagus, essentially, of concrete. So I think that we can certainly look at better ways to be able to store nuclear waste. As for the idea of nuclear generators, perhaps in space, that's certainly an alternative. These are all, I think, excellent ideas. And we will talk in a moment about how we get to these ideas, how we can perhaps vote on these ideas. But before we do, I just want to hit on a couple other points that are near and dear to my heart. The smart, sir. No, no, I cannot.
Okay. All right, let's move on. You mentioned, where was it here? Lab grown meat. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're not going to have an argument on that one.
Okay, we can.
So, well, I think perhaps because to be honest with you, I don't really understand the concept. How can you grow meat in a lab?
This is an excellent question. Essentially, as I understand, you can take the cells from animals uh, without needing to slaughter an animal and not without needing to raise livestock and basically create different types of cuts of meat just like you would have in a slaughterhouse. And there's also a concept known as 3D printing of meat as well, which may be related. This is already um, in the market to some extent, and people don't know about it, at least in the United States. There is a growing amount of lab meat and lab grown meat that is replacing the standard type of butcher type of slaughter that many people have been eating as carnivores for about a century or so. And
Well, you're not a secret. I'm on a carnivore diet right now, and I'm not eating lab grown meat. And the main reason apart from the oil is, it's not natural, is being promoted by Bill Gates, and I don't trust Bill Gates as far as I'm concerned.
well, I understand your skepticism, certainly. And it's still in its infancy. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It is just it's an emerging technology. And perhaps in a century or two, I would like to see all animal suffering alleviated as best as possible. I have a heart. I'm a naturalist. I'm a conservationist. I don't want to see animals suffer any undue harm more than is
Right.
necessary.
The problem is, you see, we let Islam into our countries, and that's when the animals started suffering when they're getting slaughtered. Because in the old days, before Islam came, we used to stun them, and it was just bang, they did. That was it. And then they never felt anything after that. So, I think we need to look at the social implications of this rather than the actual physical harming of animals. Because where does the heart come from? From a vile, nasty religion that will only slaughter animals in such a cruel way.
Well, without focusing on an individual or even a group of people, we're in the infancy of this type of technology. It's only been around for a couple of decades at the longest. And as you and I both in our previous conversation had, we look to live quite a few years into the future. So perhaps this type of technology can improve. Perhaps there are ways of even more humane ways of animal slaughter. And maybe decades or centuries down the line, we can alleviate this completely. Perhaps it's a dream I think we both can have.
Yeah, well, it's a funny dream to have, I think. But, Jewish religion and the Islamic religion both mandate slaughter by a very cruel method, and therefore perhaps they should be eating it, not us.
Well,
We'll
we
have grown meat.
Uh, well, there are religious arguments. We don't necessarily have to get into them now. At least traditionally, it's a process known as shechita within Judaism, and it's kosher slaughter. We do our best as people to eliminate as much unnecessary pain to the animal as possible. Essentially, doing what we can with a very sharp knife to slit the trachea.
Makes no difference, though. Have you seen how they're slaughtered? I mean, it's very, very cruel. And I think what needs to happen is not so much that we change our slaughter methods as we change the religious ideas. This is an old idea based on a very ancient idea of
Well, I well, I think we're in agreement that we want to alleviate animal suffering, and perhaps there are different ways to go about that. And maybe there are other ideas to explore that we didn't currently address. Uh, what is clear is that lab grown meats are growing, they are being brought into slowly the mainstream of the American market, and I'm sure are growing in other areas as well. Two other points I'd like to touch on before we get into how we make the decisions to do all of these things. One is smart cities, smart grids, the smart home are all, I think, an emerging type of technology. There is a place.
Not going to be accepted, especially here in Australia. We will not be smart cities.
Okay, well, perhaps not in Australia, but it's already being done in China. There's a place called E-Town in Beijing that runs all of its streets, its street lights, its intersections are all.
Total control by the government. We're not going to accept that.
And you may not in Australia, but at least it's being done in China and it's being rolled out. And there's a lot of
My
it.
expectation China is a dictatorial territory, and it just you can't live like that. The
Well,
government must be afraid of the people, not the other way around.
okay, well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily innately terrible about having an efficient system now, is there? A smart home, what's wrong with that?
Because, okay, let me give you a very good example.
Please
I live
do.
in the state here right now. There is two entrances for that.
Okay.
Now, if they wanted to, they could just put blocks on the incoming roads, and we are stuck in here, and we can't go anywhere, we can't do anything. That is a prison.
Okay, that's not the point we were talking about. We're talking about a smart home. What's wrong with a
Yeah,
smart home?
no. I mean, this could become one of these smart villages, right? Because it's all there. I can see it right now. The infrastructure is here right now, and it terrifies me, to be honest with you.
Okay, I mean, couldn't they just do that with the authorities just being at both of those entrances?
We don't want the authorities there. We don't want the authorities telling us how to live our lives. We want to make those decisions ourselves. That's what we're fighting for.
Okay, and we're not disagreeing on that. What I'm saying is that to have a very highly efficient home is not a bad thing. To ensure that you have a zero carbon footprint for your home is not a bad thing if it's your choice. I don't think that things should be necessarily be mandated upon you. I believe in individual freedoms, but the fact that if you could perhaps not have an energy bill, that doesn't seem like a bad idea to me.
I don't already. I use a bill exchange to pay my electricity bills. I never pay cash.
Okay,
But I was just thinking there, when you have a what's okay, that's it. I wanted you to define for me what is carbon and why is it reviled so much when it only is 0.00038% of the atmosphere. Carbon is not the problem. In fact, our forests are greening. Our forests are greening because there's more CO2 in the atmosphere. And back in a couple of million years ago, the Earth was very green and you had more CO2 in the when the dinosaurs were around. And why did they get so big? CO2.
I am in agreement with you. Carbon is a very small amount of the atmosphere and isn't even the biggest greenhouse gas. Essentially,
The pollution. It's not the carbon, it's the pollution. And that's coming from bad manufacturing methods. We need to clean up the factories and
agreed.
clean up their the discharge from their factories.
I'm in
We need to
agreement with you.
stop that.
Absolutely.
Looking at gas, natural gas, is wrong. That's the wrong approach to take to cleaning up our country
Okay.
or our
So perhaps better phrase would be just doing our best to minimize or eliminate pollution because carbon inherently is good for some species on Earth. So with that being discussed to some extent, uh, there is a type of technology, perhaps, that may be utilized by countries in the future, known as it has different names. I've known it as an e-democracy. Essentially, it's gives the power to the people. No longer do we need to vote for elected officials, perhaps, or city boards, or even perhaps an executive or judicial or legislative of any type, we can make the decisions ourselves. And in our previous discussions, I know that many of these types of technologies that we discussed, if they were explained to individuals, individuals could make the decisions on this. We don't need basically intermediaries. And with the advent of the smartphone and the connectivity that we have in our society, there may be the opportunity to be able to make these decisions directly. And what are your thoughts? Excellent.
That's what my future plan on the website is all about. And we're working towards that goal now here in Australia. This is all going to be determined by putting the power back in people's hands. It's all going to be controlled by a simple device, your mobile phone, the voting app based on the digital blockchain. And that will free us up because it will give us the power to make instant decisions affecting our communities and our nation. We don't have to wait for 3 years or 4 years, big bang elections. We don't have to rely on unqualified politicians who are there for their own political purposes and enrichment. Right? We, the people, should be determining how we want to live in our communities.
I'm in agreement with you, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. And everything that we discussed today in terms of technology is it is very complicated, but can be boiled down to some simple strategies. And if you were to explain them to the populace, many people I feel could be able to make these decisions on their own, and we don't need the intermediaries anymore.
Or as a community,
Agreed.
we come together in community town hall meetings, we discuss the issues, we might even come to blows over some of them. They're human beings after all, but at the end of the day, we need to come to a consensus.
Agreed, agreed. And even the list of technologies that we named, you and I agree wholeheartedly, probably on 90% of them, but there's going to be that 10% we don't. And there's healthy debate that can go on, healthy conversations, just like we've had. And I look to better a better future with these types of technologies and this type of a voting system. Perhaps it won't be implemented overnight. Certainly, these will take decades to be implemented, but hopefully, we'll be able to improve our Earth. We only have one planet right now, and we should do our best to take care of her. So, with that being said, Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to touch on these topics. Again, the next session that we have is going to be on Earth mega projects, which is really exciting. So, with that, again, if you want to find my social media anywhere, just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find everything that I discuss. And please check out Mike's websites. They're very informative on many of the topics that we discussed today. And Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Absolutely. See you next week, God willing.
Recording stopped.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Mike. Same time. Our we're gonna go back to our your 8 o'clock next Monday, so long as nothing changes. But just let me know if anything does. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Whenever you have time, let me know when the podcast is posted, and I'll put it on all my social media. Okay. Does that work for you? All right.
Sent out on the WhatsApp group today. Today's piece. We're actually in the middle of a different piece in Osman Gimel, and I figured today, with the beginning of the new Masechta, we would start the new piece.
Thank you so much for hosting session 2. Hosting session 2.
Mem Daled and even Mem Hey are all somewhat connected to each other. So we'll start something new today, finish up Mem Daled together, and then Amir Hashem. We start Mem Gimel. So we'll see. So whenever I just
period. One
this
is
is
the
specific
podcast
Mem Daled.
is
Really
uploaded,
incredible.
the
Mishi
podcast
Yesh Lo
is
Chut
uploaded
Upload
on my
Hatzidus.
social
So
media
we'll see.
period.
Publish it
I look
on my
forward to
social
next
media.
week period.
Then
I look forward to next week.
And in general, many of the Siddur Hasidus is a willingness to address the reality of the human condition and the struggles in which we all engage in. To actually look at, take a look at this through the lens of the Biguri Hasidus. So if you have the PDF that I sent out, it's page 12, which is the first page that you have. In the Biguri Hasidus is the middle section. So just those of you who haven't seen this before. The top is Reb Tzaddik. The middle is this Bimuri Hasidus, this explanation, not translation, but really like a targum, an explanation on it, and then footnotes on the bottom. So in the middle of this section, Bimuri Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the column, Mem Dalet. Acher Shezbar Lael. Ad Kama Gogu Otzem Kafei Tzar. We're saying Sif Mem Gimel, which we started, and then America we started speaking about the power of the Yitzhahara. And the Tzaddik actually introduced us to this idea that there are two different types of Yitzhaharas, right? This Yitzhahara that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that the Ribono Shel Olam puts into me, an innate Yitzhahara, and then there's Yitzhahara, unfortunately, of my own creation. A Yitzhahara that is created because I repeatedly make bad decisions over and over again. That I make over and over again. I make over and over again, and therefore I strengthen that Yitzhahara. Unfortunately, because I keep reinforcing bad decisions. And the Tzaddik and that is the idea about an incredible yisod, that the Yitzhahara that is innate, the Yitzhahara that HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates for me, that I have the ability to overcome. But sometimes, amazingly enough, the Yitzhahara that I create for myself, sometimes that's much more difficult to contend with. So that was last sin. The Hein B'Mishi, it's usually Yitzhahara, Yitzhar Gadol Kazeh, Shehi Afshar Ba'adam L'Kofar. To the point that a person can have Yitzhahara that becomes so strong. It's so strong, Yitzhahara that is so overwhelming that a person literally cannot combat it on their own, but they require the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam. The spark on, so in this sit, so also that was the last sit, which we started, we stopped, and then we will resume. But he says, the spark on, this year we're going to focus on something a little bit different. Shem Metziusa Vikiyuma Shel Taivas HaYetzer B'Leiv HaAdam Eino Hochacha V'Rayik. So let's listen to these words. In this sip, we're going to speak about the idea that just because I have types, just because I have desires, does not in any way make me less of a holy person. So we'll see what the Tzaddik is going to do over here is he's gonna take away, he's gonna remove perhaps one of the most incorrect yet profoundly destructive mindsets, which is that if I was truly a holy person, I wouldn't have the struggles I have. Right? If I was truly a holy person, then ultimately, again, I would not contend with the Yitzharas that I possess. And a tzaddik goes on, he says, that's not true. A person can be incredibly holy, but yet have dramatic struggles as well. He goes on the left-hand side of the Tzidkas 7. Yishlo, Shuka Gidolo Taivasago. So if somebody has incredible, overwhelming physical desires, someone possesses what he calls Shuka Gidolo Taivasago, a strong desire for physical desires. I'll use Atzei Baza. A person should not become sad as a result of this. Va'al lo lachshov shadavar mohiach kama pagum hu b'nafsho v'cheivan sheyesh lo teshuva kol kach l'dvar pekusim kelim. And the person should not think to himself, "I, what a sorry state I am in, that I possess desires for these lowly physical things." So he'll say, the tzaddik is saying, that a person should not think less of themselves because a person desires. Because a person, we often think of ourselves, because what do we think? What do we think of ourselves? Below the taivas shiflus ke'elu. What do we normally pick? If I was really holy, I wouldn't have these base physical desires. Holy people don't have these kind of desires. Holy people don't want the kind of things that I want. And the fact that I have these base, carnal, physical desires really highlights my fundamental lack of ruchnius. Really indicates the fact that then in my essence, I'm really not a holy person. So David says, don't think thoughts like that. It's totally incorrect, profoundly flawed. He says, why? Listen to this. Yeah, MS Yosef for this. Shahad Rabba. Tzaddik says, in fact, it's just the opposite. Adam sheyesh lo tshuva kazu. The Lord said, when a person has desires, strong desires, carnal desires, lustful desires, hari davar zemochiach alav, shukli uchal lafoch es osat shuka ha'otzuma atzma b'tokef avos u'tishukas drushas hamas. See, I will say, what the tzaddik is going to highlight over here, before I translate the words, he's going to highlight one of the most profound yisodos we have in Yiddishkeit. Desire is a call. You are a desirous person. And you have many wants, physical wants, carnal wants, lustful wants. That shows that you are a passionate person. That shows that you are a person with tremendous focus. It shows ultimately again that you are not one who's just a flatline, non-dispassionate, uninterested individual, but rather, again, at the end of the day, highlights that inside of you are tremendous, overwhelming kochos. Tremendous, overwhelming kochos. Look at his words now. He says, when I have those desires, what does that show? That I am a kli muchan. I am a utensil which is prepared, which is ready. To take that fundamental, profound desire, goes on, so what do I have to do? All I need to do is switch everything around, right? All I need to do is one word, channel. It's all about the ability to channel. All about the ability to redirect kochos in the right way. The fact that I desire things, and yes, my desires may be wrong. I may be desiring all of the wrong things. But at the end of the day, that highlights the fact that I have incredible koach. That highlights the fact that I have an incredible drop. Right? And all I need to do is find a way how to somehow rechannel that in a different kind of direction. Listen to what he said. Listen to these words. Ki yetzer tov v'yetzera echad. What a strange statement I was saying. Because the yetzer tov v'yetzera is all the same thing. It's all the same thing. What does that mean? Zelu mazeh. It's two sides of the same coin. They both come from just this. They both come from the cavities of the heart. So Chassidim also there's this concept that the right side of the heart is for good. The smaller out, the left side of the heart is where Ra resides. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? Tzaddik says it's the same cause. These words again. We'll say we never see a statement like that. It's the same thing. It's this what it means. It's the same thing. It's the same koach. We'll say, think about it just a moment. Person commits an avera. We'll say the truth is the incredible part. Most times when I commit an avera, rarely do I commit pathetic averas. Right? Isn't it incredible? I only commit averas to Islavus, right? These right? Incredible. When I do an avera, I'm all in. Right? It's valuable. Like there's a gishmak with it because like really there's a brand like I'm into it. I'm excited about it. So where does that come, bro? But it's like that comes from my koach. That means that koach is there. See, if a person is apathetic about everything, and a person who just lacks a daisical about everything, that's sad. But at least if I'm a passionate sinner, that shows that passion is there. Yetzer tov v'yetzera echad. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. And if it says the tzavik, it's just the shaila of how you shine. It's just the shaila of how you redirect it. If it says the tzavik, the fact that I am a sinner, and a good sinner, not an episodic sinner, but a habitual offender, and that I'm a lustful sinner, and then I find myself constantly drawn after all the wrong things in life, does not mean that I'm a bad person, and does not mean that I'm devoid of holiness. Okay, it means that I'm an incredibly holy person with dramatic potential. If I just figure out how to redirect and how to channel all of that power. Well, so we'll stop there for today. The next one will continue with Tzaddik tomorrow. Shkoyach.
All right. All right.
All right, can you take good morning? Let us be good. Again, Tzaddik introduced us to this incredible idea about the Sahara will help you live. Sahara can only inside of us, which will probably acquire everything that pick up there. Still project stuff. Like so last week we focused on the economic and production. Now we're going to begin seven. We're going to begin it. We're going to learn the things how to do the really happy. The right thing to do is follow. Bottom of page 5 and 6. Coming the hashtag from the edges. Sometimes as a result of consideration. Not must establish with talent. By Nisayon, not the doesn't protect. So hence, hardship after Shalom Yachta. After Shalom Yachta. Which is the person that covers that not sinning. These words are incredibly overwhelming. If you just try in the face of our thinking and just happen to yourself, it's not some type of oath. Up until we saw this oath, we made the assumption that there's no such thing as temptation. There's no such thing as silence that you can't overcome. That's the public note itself. So we just please. Sometimes a person in some situation actually actually should have possible that I'm not even saying. Even the vocal is Gaba Ayuhara, the ones who believe in suicide is impossible. The ability to overcome any particular desire. My internal personal strength. There's sometimes a person lacks correctly the strength. That strength comes from somewhere, right? That strength comes from something. Ultimately, again, comes from a building up of myself. And sometimes I have difficulty building myself up. But that's just the materials. Sometimes I'm just so it's not that I'm lazy. It's not that I'm lazy. It's just lack prepared. I'm just not prepared. He goes on, he's an incredible marshal. Marshal, I'd like to go into the office. The buyer didn't have the best. The buyer asked him not to. So they literally saw the paper in just like the topic should be finished with the paper. That's really what he said. No, great marshal. Not from the Adam, the higher level. You can help it to a person who has son. He's suffering, then he knows, then he cares. So the father pampers his son very much. Tries to make sure that he goes up every day, oil, well fed, and he's amazing. You tell him he's outside. He takes the young man, puts a bag of money around him, goes up, goes over. And then puts it on the entrance way, drops it. Okay. You know, it says, my young self. saber de olhar. Esse passo a visão já é or for let's check. So the sun, has read a very pleasant life. Right? The pleasure of life. Politics taking care of it. That's keeping no problems. Now again, he's there with the bag of money. He's a young man, he has desires. He's entering the doctor. But he has the ability to resist that. And so he also, the word doesn't be in the present. Look, he's not going to have that country. He's not going to be afraid to resist that country. Listen, so what is he going to find? It's a point of solid. What is he going to find something? Look, it's sometimes it is the hurry to just take the place and just what I know. You see it tomorrow, again, it's a full of the but like most times that notion depends on yourself, it's a defense, and it's wonderful, and it's wonderful from a advocacy. But sometimes like it's okay, like there's the same living, but when I say it's not all that I like to have a culture, stress responsibility. One thing is more that most of the things that they have no children, but one should not fight the Sahara to go since taking care of them every step of the way. You are giving them the experience to still massively rest them with abundance love. They will absolutely know what is the experience moment that things went down. Right? The moment that they felt you were no longer there, they simply rely on what they felt was the next most wonderful thing. We'll say most people's minds, what's the most wonderful thing after God in your life? Your money. At the end of the day, that's the thing. After God, but after God, the thing that gives me security in life is my bank account. My possessions. It's my money. So Bush was saying, what did you think was going to happen at that? There was a moment of crisis. They thought I would get it. Didn't know what was going on. So Moshe was saying they were unable to withstand this challenge. Don't see those people were saying the problem can't really be anywhere because they had no ability to come back. But what an incredible thing. They know different from a well-pampered young man with a bag of money, something to the brothel. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to write the end of that. You know where that's going. They have to keep your head in the ability of the community. He goes on and says, ובמעשה זה שעושה אדוני כוח that's what I was coming. Okay, so sometimes when a person is so overrun by the Sahara and he hasn't been ability to fight it, so Cherry Faisal Allah, Rahmano Hatchet. And they say, what's that love of an onus? And so an onus is saying circumstances. We are exempt. God, all of us also the Shalonah, they know Mitzvah. Kala Kapara and Maisazah. Very, very true. Yeah. Now, again, let's point out something here. How do you get to the Sahara like this? This is very so here, the Tzaddik says this idea that the being you got it's so strong that you literally lack the wherewithal. but you lack the ability to overcome it. So the fact that you sinned, you're not responsible because you had no way to come back. So it's very important. How do you get to a sin like this? How do you get to a sin like this? Or six, how do you get to Yitzhak like this? Remember, you don't stumble upon that after. That's open. But you use the marshal. So remember, everyone said, at the end of the day, the young man has to push himself to enter at the end of the day, it's true. Once he's at the end of the gospel, and he's half-handed, and he's such a seeking young man, the bag of money, sure, you know how this is going to go, and it's almost as if there's no other end to the story. But Lamaisa, who has to get to the entrance of the gospel. Life is not just a shot that he just either his father put him there or he put himself there. We'll say, so remember, how do you get to this person right? Where you have the Yitzhak that doesn't encounter. Remember, I have the responsibility for getting there. It's just once I got there, what then happened and therefore I'm exempt. End of the day says the fucking how did you get there? How did you get there? So I might not be responsible for the final act. Because it's just so I can't come back and use Zahara. But I didn't just suddenly show up at the threshold of this betrayal with no warning. I got to the threshold, I got to the end of the brothel because of a whole series of bad mistakes. Now, unfortunately, I'm there, and so what? I can't fight this color. So it's an incredible soul. So as much so, and you know, but then we say that something like that. Let's remember again. How do we feel get this in the golden God? How did it happen? So remember again, go back. It started. Okay, when we came against Moshe after the Pharisees by the banks of the Red Sea. Right? That's it. And then it was confounded again by Mara. With the water. And then it was confounded again by the complaint about so now a whole bunch of small other mistakes they incomparably but again, so therefore, at the end of motion, he says you can't hold them accountable for the sin of the golden calf. And the truth is, it sounds like this metaphor we just made Rabbeinu. Do not write down to all these sins. And at the end of the day, there is personal responsibility for doing the small mistakes that got us to that point. I may be exempt with the final manifestation of that incomparable roots of heart. It's always, like the man said, how I get there requires me trouble. Not to be successful. We'll have to stop over here for today. We're going to continue because also, this is a major theological novel idea that puts up the story that requires some more in the meditation. Meditation is tomorrow.
Terminals are so fucked up. There's no room for a fucking terminal to suck one of them chairs. You get $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. You gotta get $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. You gotta fucking hump it. You gotta read the fuck. Fuck you. You gotta read. And then no, you know, sometimes I take free. You gotta read. I think I like those pills too much. I don't do it. I don't fuck with that. I think I like them too much. Pills too much. I don't do
just individual, he's not interested in anything. He's not interested in anything. Therefore, he has to speaking his conscious something lacking my word. He goes on, what else to say this guy? So on one hand, you have to say, you know, masculine person shouldn't always see success as a divine concept or right what I'm doing as I'm heard. And sometimes success itself is being silent. So other thing I will say is that this comes to speak about other things that goes on and says, I'm not going to do in this particular age God, jeśli Adam widział znam i Moshe stawał Очевидного, что ждем всего момента. It's so strong that a person says to himself, שלא יופיע מזה שום מנוסח חששון. That a person should never think that because he has to retire that it's so strong because he can't overcome it, should not do that to me or God doesn't know. Or that he's not resentment she's done it and it's like so deep slow also for past love, right? Abstinenza ilasa shulamitai topal וממילא אילו עלה של עונש. The prophet from yesterday has his own meaning that nature becomes so strong that a person laughs to the tunnel of the roots. I think that's what the United States has out there. Yitzro also wanted to make it sometimes when we sit and be so strong that it's when you second hand, you don't have the ability, I feel like I managed lack the resources to be able to fight. He goes on, he says, about the Bishmakom the Adam Widows House here, which is right now. So here, I'm going to say, so on one hand, you have West, you think it's going to be a ridiculous success. And that success, get into the may not be a bracha from Hashem, but in fact, we see it in sense. That's what I have on one level. On the other side of the spectrum, I can have a person who is so overwhelmed by his nature, so overwhelmed that he says to himself, I don't have the ability to fight this issue. I will say, that's where most of us know. If somebody would have come over here and said, my car is so strong, I lack the ability. You would have said to that person, no such thing. No such thing as Yitzhara, which is unoverstandable. That's true. That's true. And the Tzaddik says, it is true. It is true. But I will say, now let's understand, how do you get such a strong Yitzhara like that? Right? Because normally a person would say, I said something like that, I must be the way that God made me. So that's a false statement. That's a false statement. How do you get the Yitzhara that is so strong, that it feels unovercomable? So that's me. I made that. Right? The Yitzhara has always been something. That is absolutely overcomable. That Yitzhara, the result is can be overcome. But the problem is when I make it bad mistakes and reinforce these and blow the Yitzhara, that's when it's possible that it becomes a certain point that in that way, it's so So a person can literally get to a state of illness, of circumstances. These are the Sahara. Now there's a lesson that says it's crazy you have to be careful. We have to be careful. He said, about Yish Kozel, and he says, about Bazen, you start to know other movement called Hamira. In this area, a person can make a very serious mistake. What's the serious mistake? Exactly. לחשוב לעצמו שאולי באמת יש לי הפעלות בתוך העסקה בעז says שלא לעבור ability. Or say that the challenge is knowing when you need to hurry is uncomfortable versus when you just here in life in Sabbath says the great because let's say on one hand you just bring down everything this is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Because now what have we just created? We just created the most incredible excuse. Most incredible excuse if something is too hard for you. So just say, oh, what am I going to do? Yitzra or so, Yitzra is too great. So it says, remember here is where also praising incredibly important role. Is my Yitzra to the point that I can't just or it's just that I need to go ahead and try harder and that's it. But so one has to have success that looks like it's a block of bad, yet it's truly insane. And then on the other hand, I have to use the heart that I was born with that is conquerable and overcomable. I have the heart that I create. Which essentially builds on the Yitzhahara that I was born with, and that becomes a point that is so strong that I can't overcome it. But again, like we say about this personalistic honesty, is it that I can't overcome the Yitzhahara? Or is it this I don't want to overcome the Yitzhahara? Or I'm not trying hard enough to overcome the Yitzhahara? That requires me ultimately to answer this difficult question for Yitzhahara. Here's where you have to be very careful because how many people will utilize this technical use as a cop-out, too hard, too overwhelming, there's no efforts, when you got the thing. That's how to problem as a kid did on my own. Or we can use Emmett to call Coco, or the school of last, so let's say, so what can you do in your employment? When you're getting Sahara is to see in those moments that you feel that you are up against the Sahara, it's so powerful. That's so powerful. I can't change it on my own. That's what she looks like. That's what she looks like. She has me when I said that's how she's going. That's it. It's possible. I can't do this. I can't do this. How do I look at it? And then I want to listen to that thing. But technically, my invention is this idea. This is the Gemara stuff is blocked. That the Gemara says that the Sahara is so strong that the mother actually powerful and low. It is not possible. Or is it maybe so down? It doesn't make it so down. So this is the Gemara Christian says this. Talks about the Sahara that is so strong that it happens. Powerful wouldn't help me. I wouldn't be able to overcome it. So what does that mean? So that Gemara by itself is also very theologically structured. And you have a God is giving me a challenge that I can't overcome on my own. I need to it's one of those people that Yitzhahara, the whole called unique Yitzhahara is conquerable. It's conquerable on my own. Amplified Yitzhahara, which is indulged as a result of sometimes negative activity, yes. It's incredible. Sometimes I think also. sometimes I can make something more powerful than God. I mean, not more powerful than God. I can make something that is more powerful than God's peace. Like God's Yitzhak Hara, I could overcome. God's Yitzhak Hara that we involved in, I could overcome. The Yitzhak that I carry, sometimes I literally can't. So what do you mean face with that type of thing? I don't know, plays a try to adapt it. Tefillah is the mechanism at the end of the day where I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and say, Ribono Shel Olam, I got myself in a hole. I got myself in that place. I own it. I did this. I got myself here. But I also know I cannot extricate myself from it. I tried legitimately. I put in the effort. I can't get myself out of it. Ribono Shel Olam, and he get excited. That's the type of authority does. Even though it's selfish, you're willing to be self-effort. Anyway, we'll stop here. To pick up, we'll get into the kishkas of
Southwest is almost a 24-hour day airline. So in order to give that energy, in other words, person worships an avodah zarah. So the thinking was when I offer up the avodah zarah, carbon, giving something. I am bolstering the strength of the avodah zarah. Right? I'm giving it food. I'm giving it sustenance. So my offering, my sacrifice, actually makes the avodah zarah stronger. He goes on, he says, the Bo'ir avodah zarah. Sha'os ha'kara. This is the whole idolatry.
on the popular deity שהקימו לפניו, והנחנו מסתבר על ידי אוספו. That particular deity benefits and becomes stronger as a result of the offering כשאדם מסתבר על ידי אכילת חמץ, the same way that a person becomes stronger when he eats. So this is very interesting. This is the theology of Kabbalah's why did you offer up carbon to a Jewish pyramid in the same way that I need in order to be strong, and when I eat, I feel a greater amount of vitality and strength. So to my avodah zarah, when I keep my avodah zarah, that contributes to its vitality and strength as well. That was the hashkafa. That was the theology, ultimately, of our Israel. He goes on and says, when we go to everything in Israel, there are mitzvahs, אפשר אותי avodah zarah, להבין את העבודה zarah, להחזיק את התורה, או השר באמצעות הקבל יגידו, להשפיע להם שפע מאושקה, and interestingly enough, so this was the hashkafa that Rabbi Rothschild also knew in their early stages. This is what they said in Egyptians. This is what they said in Egyptians. As כשהגיעו לעבוד בכל עליון, אחר יוסיף ומיוחד, היה חשבון שיוכלו לחנות ולעלות יחפה, כביכול להשם יתברך, ועל ידי הקורבן הקורבנות לפניו, ובכך להשיג את השם יתברך. The challenge is extreme. So remember, there's much of their theology or they knew what they saw. What they told you was that people offering up sacrifices. Why did you offer up a sacrifice? In order to quote unquote give your God strength, so that your God can give you what you want. Right? And that's the offering is not an end, the offering is a means to give your God strength, so therefore your God will what it is that you want. This is the hashkafa of Rabbi Rothschild. Because if you think about it, this is very good to why do you bring a carbon? It's very simple. I need it. Right? Why do I go ahead and give my child good breakfast in the morning? Because I want them to perform. Right? I want them. Why do I eat a good lunch? Because I want to have my child eat the rest of the day. Why do you give your God carbon? Because you need your God to perform this. That's all. The Father saw it. It means what happens. Therefore, the Father forgives us. Because of the Kabbalah, what does he say? There's some time in death. When you give me a carbon, do it for you. Do it for you. Don't do it for me. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need the vitality. I don't need the boost. I don't need the energy to give you what you want. And notice, I'm going to give you what you want. The covenant is for you. The covenant is not for me. Because it's actually very interesting if you think about it. You have to write, what was the first covenant that God offered out? First carbon was carbon dioxide. Now there's that. And also remember something very interesting. Not as much as you call carbon dioxide carbon by talking about like 3 seconds. Right, first dioxide. Here's how it's just the entire animal is consumed. Right, so remember again, we roast the translation of overlapping fire in the basin with God. Which does. So ultimately, again, there are different sparks that are broken down in the chaos. But at the end of the day, in 2 seconds frame, the entire animal is consumed by us, which is really quite fascinating. Because if the Baruch Hu did not want a typical carbon for one simple reason, they wanted the carbon that they would have offered. They would have offered a carbon without, okay, God is getting ready to go back out of Egypt. The strength That's all. That's what carbon all is good. Carbon that much of it's weird. It was for us. It almost lays the groundwork for the framework of Kabbalah for the future. There's some countries that will offer it up because you want it. Carbon doesn't benefit you, God. Carbon benefits you. And if you learn to go ahead and do these things of your own volition, if you learn to do these things of your own will, then that also creates certain yes, I do things because I'm commanded. At the end of the day, there's an element of compulsion, like we spoke about. I'm going to suspend it over our head. But at the end of the day, ironically, at the end of the day, there's a rupture. So it goes on. Let's say you skip to the end. This is the sad press. The last paragraph in the Ura Hasidus. So Tzaddik writes, "V'cheyesh lachavim gam ne'uyin hamitzvah sativa." Now also we begin to understand this connection between Tefillah and Kabbalah. Right, so Kabbalah, and now that paragraph in the Tzaddik I thought is very important because it shows the evolution of Kabbalic thinking. Kabbalic thinking in its initial state was God needs this. God needs this. I need lunch. God needs this. Then that's thinking about no, God doesn't need it. There's some countries about to do. I need it. I need it. And the point of the carbon ultimately again was is to connect you to the behavior. And if before we said, oh, bring it if you want to. Bring it if you want to because it's for you. Fast forward a little bit more. Move to the Mikdash. What happens? Kudos connected to me this evening, and Chazal teaches prayer. And therefore, the Tzaddik tells us that prayer takes this same exact model of mitzvah countries that we do. Just remember, whereas every other mitzvah that I perform it because the 12 people told me to do so. When it comes to Tefillah, the goal is I do it because I want to. Of course, there's an element of obligation. There's a mitzvah. There's a halacha, but I do it because I want to. Now he writes last paragraph in the Ura Hasidus in Ocean and Days Tzaddik says, "V'cheyesh lahavin gam ba'inyan ham mitzvahs hafila shehi bimkom hakabanos." Now also we begin to understand the power of tefillah. Then now takes the place of karbanos. Shekam ba ein ratzon Hashem yisbarach mibnei adam sheyispalalu l'fanav mitov echad levakish milefanav yisbarach v'yishanuhu levatal gziro shamayim ham aser etzono v'aser etzonu. It's not he doesn't want us to daven in a utilitarian fashion, almost as if to say, I'll daven to God because I need him to give me A, B, C, D, and also I want to potentially change his mind from doing whatever negative things that ultimately he has planned on doing. And again, I'm telling you, place about it, actually in the footnotes, they discuss the Rosh together too. So what is the goal of Tefillah? This follows kind of in front of response. So that's the amazing. You see, when I daven because I have seen. So listen to this. It's very nuanced. Because in business, one second. But I do have a job for this in order to get A, B, C, D, E. Listen, something says, but it's knows what I need before I ask him for it. And he also knows that there are certain things that he's going to give me and certain things that he's not going to give me. So this is fascinating. So you see, the point of prayer is not to lobby God for your needs. That's not the point of prayer. And it's incredible. Nor is the point of prayer to go ahead and ask God to change certain decrees. So this is a little bit like light bulb thing because it's something the same Tefillah is not. It's kind of like anything we have to think Tefillah is. Of course, but I doubt it. Okay, that's what it's about. It's not. But it's about you. It is but it's about this So verses 1 second. So Sadie said, I. But it's not about asking HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all of these things in life. And I have this kasha, which is, so why not? So it's almost one essay. It's not also, but so much one essay. Is about the background, is about the request. So I'm not asking that perspective, then why is it the same request? You don't say, the goal of this part of that request is to do that in your life. That's the idea. Because I am relying on you for these things. So yes, of course, I ask you for these things. But that's not the essence of it. That's not the essence. Because I said, the problem is saying that that's the essence is, that's more like the Egyptian model. Right? I'll give you a carbon, God, my deity, and you give me this. Right? I'll make you stronger, you'll give me something in return. So part of what I'll daven to you, you'll give me something. That's the Egypt, that's the Egyptian theology. The Tzaddik is saying our goal is to send something to do it of your own volition, do it willingly. Why? Because at the end of the day, you recognize that you have something to gain from the relationship. Look at the way Rak HaRatzon says, Rak HaRatzon ha'atzmi shamayim l'sparah l'sparah v'lo mikam tekach tzira shem l'sparah. The goal is to daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not because we want something to demand it or requires it. The Zelu Yisrael l'sparah ha'atzmi l'sparah. But if l'sparah wants more than anything, at the end of the day, is a desire for connection. And I long for that connection. והבן המוצא משום שישמושך להתבונן. So it says, understand his way to respond, but it was absolutely necessary for further consultation. It was not to stop over here, but I think the beauty of the subject is to give us a breath and the understanding. Even comes back to that one phrase, Lord, saying, come to what we do, because we want. Every single other mitzvah we have, I do it because I have to. Love. I engage in because I love. What is it that I want? What is it that I want? I want relationship. I want relationship. And that is one singular goal of the relationship. If that's the case, then why all the requests? The requests are there to foster a relationship. Because I need it. Relationship because I recognize parts of dependent and totally relying on getting financial. But a successful tula is not one in which I love God for all of my requests. Loving God for all my requests that ends. It's the means for the creation of the relationship. Because Mishparach knows what I need before I ask him. He also very often knows what he's going to give me, even before I ask him. Like the entire point of the Bakash, the entire point of Tila is creation of relationship. Creation of relationship only works if what? There's something different. At the end of this day, God can mandate many things. But the one thing He can't mandate, the one thing that must come from us, is desire to connect, the desire for a relationship. Stop over here, and think about the narrative as what you want to say.
1979, man. Halloween was a weekend. Boys and chicken chicks on Halloween. It was like on a Wednesday. It was Saturday. So really, it was like Halloween was a Monday. The party was on Saturday. So what happened was I stayed there. So it was 3 in the morning. I stayed there. They called 3 in the morning. My mom answered. She goes, what the fuck?
All right, good morning, let us begin here again.
Saturday before that, the 27th, because she died on the 8th.
This is a very beautiful thing introduction of getting back topic regarding the difference between Shiva and every other religion. Like every other Islam, do what I do because it is the rest of the holy, because it is the will of Allah. Shiva ultimately like going gathering together. Because we are the rest of the liver connection, direct connection. And one thing is that I recognize is there is a fundamental we're going to skip around a little bit in this place. We're going to do it more in the area of this. So, roughly, second take. Bottom left hand. This idea that Shiva is going to that wants and that's what you should be doing. There's a lot of discussion about this concept in general, about what does that exactly mean. Negative music techniques, and again, the divine reference itself as a muscle. Is it negative? Others people believe davening because others if we just davening, davening ultimately again to make up for the lost kavanah. Remember when I was saying, the Gemara is, he knows negative others. We daven, right? The essence of davening morning comes the others, that's the thing is that one. The Chazal kind of juxtaposed and Chazal followed the sacrificial framework and ultimately used it to create the structure and framework for or else we know this. So for example, this framework, meaning that there's a timing of chakras, comes from Hamid Chakra. It's part of the framework for it. It's called Hamid Chakra. The timing from Nair extra about 11 days down to building up the stock. So, but the example of that is what the problem is going on is this strong connection between Shiva and Chazal. So what exactly is that connection? Allah hasret ruhu şeref sanın, böyle sansan, the passage that says, when you will offer up a shlamim backwards policy, there some time to offer it up in accordance with your own will. Offer up in accordance with your own will. Give it to you. Give it with your ratzon, with your will. Your Ram says, I'm not going to start with the other one. Hashem says to man, Shalom, Tomar, Asa Ritzono, Yasa Ritzono. לפי שצורך לכך באש כדנוס, כי באמת לא לרצוני אתם זוכרים אלא לרצון כמעט זאת. וסוף ראיזו לרצון חצי או חלק חצי. So ultimately, again, something shouldn't say, I'll offer up this carbon, I'll give you something, what? Because I need something in return. Since I need something in return, I'll give you something. So since the child is not going to like the fly trap is powerful. I give you something in return. Right? I'll give you the carbon and you'll give me what I need. That's not how it works. The author says, I don't need the carbon. No man. No. The goes like it's okay. Okay. There's some countries that are I only want you to bring the carbon if you want to bring the carbon. If you don't want to bring the carbon, don't bring it. Because I don't have these the world of carbon sacrifices. Right? The first carbon we have, right? The first carbon we have that was whatever other object is powerful is different. The first it wasn't it's a paradigm example. Whatever kind, right? You know, or something different. But the lights that there's some countries that will bring it. Why? Because they're bringing it to me. I don't need it, and I don't want you to think that I need it, and I don't want you to think that you have to give me something in order to get what you want. I want you to bring it because you want it. And so he goes on, he says, I will not come out of some countries for food. So that's what I want you to do this for yourself. I want you to do it ultimately again because you see a benefit in it. I want you to do it because at the end of the day, what you understand what it is that you're accomplishing and what you achieve is that. So that's that parallel. Let's say what this is you know I want to keep us. The seventh part was that think about this for just a moment. What's the goal? On a very simple level. What the goal, basically, I want my child to be like this without having to tell them to do that. And it's because they understand themselves. As a parent, I could hover over my kids and just remind them, do this. So I could assume most times they'll comply. Most times they'll comply. What I really want is to be able to around these people. They make the right decision. They want to make the right decision. Not because I'm That if one of them doesn't want to use covered as an example, probably doesn't want to bring in the karma as because of your own because God is forcing you to karma ultimately because you see the value in it, you're sometimes discovering because you see the beauty in it. That's what I want you to do. He goes on and says, מצד שאדם צריך להניס את החובה בתור שעבר לא שומע מהנושאים דברים ספציפיים רבי. OCDC ומוציא עכשיו הקטעים על גבי אונו וזרח. כלומר, שהציבור יחד כמובן לא יסירו מצד הקדוש ברוך הוא המצודה, אבל מצד בצד כיפס פלישה בחקת אליו כמובן the thing that kind of becomes useful when every chance you drop on this one, right? For instance, like a culture regulate, I'm going to give it over to them to do it like that. But the point that it goes to that so that you make your own so that it goes fine. So it's cabanos. Now, interesting. Cabanos is just one example of this. The fact that cabanos, this idea that the Baruch Hu says, bring it that's so say that why is that cabanos and not by other things? What is the entire aspect of the That's what's the entire aspect of the entire essence of the thing. That's the entire idea. So let's say we can't relate to Kabbalah because they're a couple of thousand years. In the agrarian society, so livestock played a very important role in the give of your animals back to the shelf. It's like a big thing. I'm giving a piece of myself, I'm giving a piece of my life, I'm giving a piece of my daily existence. Back to the shelf. So don't show it, isn't that fantastic? You want that focus, you want that connection. It doesn't work if you do it out of a sense of compulsion. It doesn't work right if you do it because, oh my God, wants me to do this, I'm going to do it. It only works, in general, so in Benjamin Christians, only works if you want to go. If you have a disaster relationship, we're so tempted to be offered up because you want it. If you don't want it, it's not okay. I don't need that. Like, I don't need what it is that you're offering. I'm offering you an opportunity to come close, but it only works if you want it. So God will stop over here for today. We'll pick up and for one more day. There's a short host of days. And the study is going to go on. Now, listen, interesting. We need to see now why carbon. We obviously notice that what we're describing over here is a dialectic. Because, for example, this dialectic is manifest where? By Harsina. This was the Na'asa v'nishma Kafalim Harkikis dialectic. Meaning, you said Na'asa v'nishma, I want this. I want this. But then what happened? HaKadosh Baruch Hu suspended the mountain over our head. Okay, if I say that I want it, I say Na'asa v'nishma, why do you have to hold the mountain over my head? This is a very simple reason. This is why, because at the end of the day, Na'asa v'nishma, I wanted is great, right? But when you want it, when you wake up and you're ready to go, what happens on those mornings? I feel like most mornings, when I wake up and I'm not ready to go, so what happens? That's the element that you have to. So there is this incredible dialectic that the tzaddik is focusing on over here is the notion that faith is the one area, this thing is the one area where halach it must come from a desire on your own. On your own. Why do you daven? Why? I wonder at least have halakhic obligations. But if you ask me why I get up and open my mouth and stop at the interpretation of my husband, I want to stop. Because that's how love becomes meaningful. If it's twisted and if it's forced and if it's obligatory, then right, so you know that feeling. All I'm doing really is just saying someone else's words. And there's not so much depth, there's not so much meaning to it. But if I truly want a real deep experience of connection, then it has to come from a desire, my own desire. And it's not the same. In fact, fascinatingly enough, what Buddha is directly connected to karma seems to be that one mitzvah of lyric song practice with the right devotion to karma doesn't say, you know what, take the lead of lyric song practice. Keep Shabbos, lyric song practice, doesn't say that. Doesn't say that. These are mitzvahs, these obligations. I got to interesting enough, there's one thing. One mitzvah we find out what lyric song practice is desire that connection. And it's matters of connection that is therefore, Siva, which ultimately again comes in view of Karban, corresponds to Karban, and ultimately again has the same soul as the Shantan is with food because of that. We'll stop over here, we'll pick up in here for some of the rest of the numbers.
How would you think she lost on that bet? She bet the shit out of the bet. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too.
I mean, the area has right hand. His part of the mitzvah, I love him, but kind of. So let's say, when it comes to the entire idea of our Avodah is that I am supposed to do this because of the powerful man. But that whether I feel it, don't feel it, agree with it, don't agree with it, the entire motivation for my feel how it is supposed to be in order to do entire things I like. The Ribono Shel Olam commanded it, and therefore I go on my way. Because look at it, that's what we go. Levatel Asafno B'Chalutim. Total self-negation. Total negation. In other words, so when it comes to other instances, the pinnacle, right, or the essence of performance, is I do this because this is the right side of the I understand it, I don't understand it, I agree with it, it appeals to me, it doesn't appeal to me. At the end of the day, I do it because I was powerful. I need to do it. I'm flattering myself for the performance of the mitzvah. About the mitzvah, tefillah, the mitzvah. Tefillah is different than anything else. Also, about the mitzvah, tefillah, ha'adon ha'mishkala לפני שהוא עצמו יוצא ממשכן לפניו. ראש הישיבה Again, we'll see the people of this. Tzaddik says clearly not the fundamental difference between all other mitzvahs all other mitzvahs is this is incredibly important. Because military has tzedakah. So don't forget about the guy who did that. Because it's individual, on top of the people, that's incredible. That's all beautiful. But at the end of the day, my motivation is to be I might say I like Shabbos, it's yes, it's stars, it's achievement, very nice. I keep it because it's the moment because feeling you like it means that the moment you don't like it, the moment it doesn't appeal to you, the moment it doesn't speak to you, the moment you stop feeling it. But if you evaporate yourself throughout the Baruch, the reason I do this the next performance of those mitzvahs transcends any type of personal relationship with each other. The Tzaddik says that Tefillah is the only exception. When it comes to Tefillah, the reason I daven is because I want to daven. What means that Tefillah stems from a feeling of I want to daven to the Ribono Shel Olam. Below rock inside Shekhan, see the law of the Baruch. I can't only daven only because of the Baruch commands me to do it. Sure, there might be elements, there might be a personal motivation, God commanded me to do it, therefore I do it. But also, you know, it's never the same. Almost as if a meaningful human experience is one where, even if I didn't daven, I would still daven. I daven because I want every other mitzvah I do it because again the Ribono Shel Olam commands me to do it. Either I do it because I want to do it. That's simply because I'm commanded to do it. Where does this come from? Those are even before he explains where it comes from. It's even making a lot of sense. So much of Tefillah, what of Tefillah is the building up of religion. Right? So much of Tefillah is the creation of the divine connection. So anytime you have a relationship, so ultimately again, relationship has to be built because someone wants it. Like there, you can't really difficult mandate relationship. Although technically you can mandate relationship, it doesn't happen. He goes on. Mitzvah Shakira, Mitzvah Kabbalah. As well as the Hebrew itself is just like Kabbalah. Goes on. The Sha'ala Adam, Kabbalah, what is the next meaning? He says Mitzvah Shakira, Mitzvah Kabbalah, right? That's Shilo's negative. I can't remember again the Gemara's life and the whole essence of godly corresponds to the good to take the place of the Kabbalah. That's that was the Shachar, me called Kabbalah, and I maybe called the Kabbalah. Observe the thing of the rest of it. It is called the Shilo's king to serve that sacrificial world. So look at it. Right, so when it comes to Kabbalah, Kabbalah, I think that Hakam, we hope Ratzon Asmi. That is the Pastina itself that is there. And this is what God Kabbalah. So ultimately, the power of Kabbalah is supposed to be offered up. Kabbalah should be like just like it's supposed to be offered up. We hope Ratzon Asmi. And it's not realistic desire. Certain Kabbalah are validated. But in the world of Kabbalah, you have this concept of Kabbalah. Right? Like you have this concept that you can offer up flowers or so ultimately again desire for the person. I was like, even if the Torah Kabbalah, there is an element again, we see this phrase developed in the oath. We see this concept develop ultimately again as an other thing offered up to the vessel of the person. What's that phrase developed in this other between us Adam? I will say the Ratzon Hashem is it can be truly awakened within a person. Rak Tisha Adam no Rotsa and his showcase in his kind of the true Ratzon Hashem and a person has a desire to walk in the ball for his family. Rak Tisha Adam no Rotsa and his showcase in his only when a person truly wants to separate the shadow of God's life, I'll come myself up. So listen, it's interesting over here. Remember, if somebody is driving like that, which isn't so hard, of course I want to die. Of course I want to die. Of course I want to die. Because on a basic level, what drives prayer? What drives prayer ultimately again is sight. What drives prayer is the fact that I am not and the end that he gave me one source, and he gives me all that I possess. And that is what he wants to do. So for this notion of that prayer has to come from me, a desire, and not because simply I have to, it's it's like what most of us is not lacking something. How am I trying to do one thing? Most of us are lacking multiple things. And where he could fill that desire, he could fill that void. You see, when other than transparency, therefore, of course, by definition, I have to get to the level where I want to die. I want to die here. Even if I was obligated to do so, I want it because I need it. The atmosphere there with you, I come over to the exactly like a man saying stuff. Because when a person gets to the level, when you realize it's a child, how badly you mean ridiculous, how badly, how ridiculous. So that's what I'm saying, again, we all know deep down that at the end of it, the name is what we got. God doesn't need my faith. Prophet doesn't need my feelings. He doesn't need anything. So because he needs nothing, saying does not need the word for others. Doesn't need anything. Anything, because I'm not doing this for I'm doing it because I'm not doing this for I did it because of there's only one thing that before the time I will say, just when we talk about this book, when we speak about the things that we need, it doesn't just simply belong to this technique. I was before and sheep meat and the sugar and children. Not just all this. Like, of course, it could have everything. Like, you have all of those things. Most of us still walk around with a voice inside of us. And if you think you don't have a voice, it's just because you're not paying enough attention. But you know, if sometimes it's emptiness inside out of my soul. Who's in the matter that he said? Who's the one who can fill that void? And when you see things, the human connection, you try to fill that void with all kinds of stuff. You fill it with different pleasures, you fill it with different things. And all of those pleasures and all those things are very nice. They're all wonderful. You're not going to fill the void. There's only one thing that's filled that existence of void that feel inside of you. And that's what you say. That's city furniture. As the says of Southern prayer hopes to establish that connection, and it's that connection which fills the void. Because whereas when it comes to all other mitzvahs of Hashem, the goal in Kiyum HaMitzvahs is do it because the Sharish commands. Not because you like it, not because it's not because it's part of your agenda, not because of this, not because of different issues, not because of do it because the Sharish asks you to do it, and that's it, without exception. When it comes to do it, don't daven because the Sharish asks you to do it. Daven because you want to. Or better stated, daven because you need to. And as I double here for today, we're going to continue this theme. So you see from this Hashgalah, such a powerful piece by Rabbi Rothschild. So continue our session in this theme over the next couple of days. Prayer. words. We're trying to carry you about the ultimately it's only more one perspective to the there's one exception to that exception that is the mitzvah of Anoki Yashalota. And why is it? Just like the mitzvah was given to a malach, to a king, to a shariah, to a shariah. So the epic on the mitzvah, I'm giving a malach as well. But the mitzvah of Anoki Yashalota, which was given by the Torah give us something. Now, performing the mitzvah of Amina, that's malach that I'm giving the gather and giving the view, the protection and the providence of our seven says so the practice. So what does that so we're picking up now on page actually let's read it in the beginning the bottom right hand. The Gemara Aru Chazate knows it to be a Shalach in Farsi. עצם המצווה להכניס במצווה, הרס is Aliyah. Okay, never Hamara. Someone is quoting this sentence in Zohar. The same idea is quoting a different sentence. You go ahead and you go ahead and you perform the mitzvah. Ultimately, again, he says, Zelashane, the Yimudai, he's studying mitzvahs, the mitzvah of mitzvah Ya'avu Nochmi, not Malach. This is what we're going to be and it's I believe that Malach is there on that Mashot. The others are also Mitzvah. So the guns that I'm not on the left side of the area to see inside the valley. That feels a massive people up and that is the Malach today. But the essence of this mitzvahs of this that's like you watch what you try to get with that. So the Asma, if you see that it's the reverse. Al-Mahisa is Hadaf Manish Ba'ala Hisa. So you don't need out his but this color, so it's a very good issue. The public is not. If you follow the construct that they mitzvah is a malach. So what does the mitzvah as a mula? Right, so it's like, so I understand what a good thing before is that every single time I drive my girl, it's like the malach. So what does that mean? What that means is that malach job is I see the mitzvah of Amira. I also put protection, but instead of the malach protection, ultimately, there's not the protection. There is the protection is Zohar, and the Zohar's Russian is that when a person goes ahead, so the difference between the message tension was putting before. The Russian was Asa Aga Mitzvah. Both window Malach Echad. Person does a mitzvah, so the Rebbeinu Shalom gives them a malach. Gives them a malach. And again, that's what was the job of that malach. That malach's job is to go ahead and protect. Then the Shabbat says, okay, when you perform the mitzvah of Amira, because Amira, you're not giving a malach, you're not giving rather it is being done for himself, who ultimately protects. Now let's take this from the Zohar. It's very interesting. The Zohar's version is But ultimately, when a person goes and performs the mitzvah, Malach, Isaiah Adam Nivra, Malach is created. So Tzaddik says something amazing. Okay, that if according to the Zohar, not just not nothing gives me a Malach, but I create in my life through my self-spirit, dynamic, spiritual activity, if that's actually what occurs, that's a different thing. Then what happens? For example, when the mitzvah of, I don't know what happened. It can't be Malach, can't be right, can't be I'm creating a sort of horrible, we don't get any of us, you heard of so look over here. According to Tanchuma, I'm given a malach. It's like I'm given a malach. Oh. So for example, when I do a mitzvah, I'm given a sorrowful when I perform the mitzvah of Anina. But according to the Zohar, it's not just like I'm given a malach. I create a malach. So what's the parallel process for Anina? When I mean to I know here Shalom Kefa, what is it that I am creating? It can't be that I'm creating a Baruch Hu, obviously not. So what am I creating? And look what Tzaddik says. It's so incredibly beautiful. He says, "If the Elton and the whole Shmos Echanoki, Hashem Elokai Shivua, Ruvan Shenivra Mitzvah Niskavazu, it is, Dachon Niskavus Hashbachas HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Atzmo, V'lo Al Yedei Malach, V'mocho B'Shdaito Shalzeh Haman B'Tzarach B'Tzura, Shavria Chadosha, Man Shlish La'avos Yesh Me'ayin Miman Shal Efes. The Tzaddik says, you know, to the mitzvah of Amuna, to create a new. Isn't that incredible? And in the performance of a regular mitzvah, I create a new malach. Nivra malach chadash. Right? Ultimately, again, in the performance of the mitzvah of Amuna, I have the ability to create something much greater than another malach. I have the ability to but I am in Yokia Shamalaka. I bolster and I use force my Amuna in after these both my belief and emotion. So it's like that belief in all the ways that we discussed before. When I use force exactly, I create a new. The Tzaddik says, what's the shot? He says, because what Amuna has the ability to do is to take someone who's even an FS Mukhla. There's an FS Mukhla means like not like I'm on the bottom of the barrel. Like nothing is going right. I'm not doing anything productive. Yet when I go ahead and I use this, my community has a Baruch Hu, I myself is something from them. Something from them. Goes on. I know. Shahaya b'moach v'leicha. Because if in my life beforehand I was living right with a closed mind and a closed heart. We call that Kara Baruch Kusha Yisbarach. By some Tazas Extra Mitzvah and Yisbarach. I'm Chas Shalom. It wasn't sometimes the right I'm going to be right for closed heart and a closed mind. I'm not open to anything. I'm not open to anything. I'm not open to spiritual guilt. I'm not even open to becoming the best version of me. Because when I go ahead and I do whatever I can to reinforce my Amuna, my belief that I'm going to I have the ability to just be a person. Open my mind and to take it as a Amnam, the Koach is as Muso, is as Uso, the Hamin Damun, who would have some responsible Matu, Zoka Ha'adam Niskalos Berura, Yos Nivra, Adis for Hachara Manish, Shashem Baruch Asrish, Hamanzi, as from the symbols and different from the branches. The branches of it is that the Rebbeinu Shalom is the ultimate goal, is the ultimate freedom. That's not, we can never know what the dominant identity of the Rebbeinu Shalom is. It is has this very understanding. So when I first met him, says the trouble. So I am the trouble. I am the first man. The how you think is Alusa. This old Sikhas Alev, Afilo, the Panama Ocean, told that you actually Kuda Shamaka Picasso, you should lift up the Akaka to his social. And it was all it required, but then goes on to say, this is borrowing from the famous movement we know. But it says, peacefully Pasha Kibaka is open to me. A little opening like the size of the eye of the needle. And again, that's all I need to affect incredible dramatic change. All of people need is a spark of all the person needs is a spark of all the person needs is a little bit of a little work. That's all I need. That's all I need. And once I have that, once that begins, I get to see how you do. So listen, such an incredible event. He went from the Nandini to the Agamula. Yes, you have the ability to go ahead and get the protection and the protection. And when I reinforce my belief in the Creator, that is the ability to use like a feeling of my heart is closed, my mind is closed, even if everything is shut off and closed. When I go ahead and reinforce my belief in the Creator, I have the ability to this is the thing that I can't recognize. You spend so much time, focusing on beautiful things, like Torah, like mitzvahs, like all these different things, which are all incredible. But yet, again, sometimes forget like the ability to say you're going to spend some time every day. Think about this idea. The Mishpah is because nothing is happening without the start of the Quran. You know the start. At the end of the year, you all first speaking. But it's just the person who runs my life, who runs the world. And God really told us everything has its own life, everything is for my benefit. And so the Lord back is powerful. All these things. Post them day after day after day. Not only provide you with divine protection, our creation. Stop over here. Pick up the answer from the
so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress, less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night. Have confused every night. No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was totally hilarious. That was a good angle. I broke my fucking ball, but hey, I probably got 12K out of my work. But no, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay away for 90 days. Because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I broke into ribs and from coughing, that's what caused the blood clot to go right
was right here. And they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that finding right there by the door. And he goes, by your word, we can't give you any anesthesia. And it's inside you any anesthesia. And it's hurts in there, man. It hurts in there, man. You got a 5% chance of living. If it blows the plot out, okay,
the Tzaddik said that the
and
goal
if not,
is that
you
a person
bleed
will
out
get
in
to the
your
level
brain.
that
You have a stroke. Good luck. No
bounce
sleep
the
tight.
walls from the depths of his heart. I think that which level of Milwaukee, that person feels the profound sense of remorse as a result of
So again, what I've been doing,
the destruction,
the
giving remorse, versus spending time beating yourself up. Two very, very different things. Nothing productive usually comes from beating yourself. That's how much that which remorse is exceptionally powerful and could be exceptionally pure. It's Tzaddik says when a person gets to that level, what happens? The goal is to see, according to Russian, still on, when a person gets to that level of it, become like berries. So let's pick up from there. We spoke about this time yesterday. Let's pick up from there. This is what I'm going to be reading in Bikuri HaChasidus, the middle section, line 6. Ashkus also al derech Havira Lishma. When I go ahead and my Havira start this profound level of divorce, profound level of divorce, what I know, then those Haviras have the ability to become what is called an Havira of Lishma. An Havira for the sake of heaven. So what does that mean? שהגידו לנפשו לשמה, ועל זה על ידי שלבבו בוער כאיש השם יתברך, עד שנשרף ונכלה כל הכתלס והרע שברי. So this Havera Lishma, this Havera for the sake of the Shparach, has the ability to accomplish something that sometimes even the greatest mitzvah doesn't have the ability to. What does this mean? It's just in general, the concept of an Havera Lishma is generally a difficult concept to really understand. But on a deeper level, what is this story? That somehow this hayata, this sense of remorse, this profound sadness over what I have done, to somehow affect a greater level of personal change than even a mitzvah. He goes on to say that שיכיר בגלל האוטו הכל בתשובה כבר עשה בשפע הנעלם There's a person if you go ahead and reach a level of understanding. In that level of understanding, right, מה שכתב בעבר היה זה גם כן של השם יתברך, שיעבור את משל. Those are the very profound statements. But you have to analyze it very carefully. Then a person gets to a level that he understands that everything that he has transgressed, yes, but whatever he transgressed has also been the Ratzon Hashem. So this is his word for this word. Says it Tzaddik, the thing that when a person becomes a mitzvah, there's a recognition that a mitzvah is the Ratzon Hashem, that a mitzvah represents the will of the Rebbeinu Shalom. A mitzvah is the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So he says that Tzaddik, when a person goes ahead and commits a Avera, he has to understand that that too is the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, what is that? This is a very dangerous statement. Like because a person could say, remember, to a certain degree, there's a certain like deterministic, like determinism approach towards this. That at the end of the day, everything is good with God. I don't know whether it's a free, I don't know whether it's your choice. Whatever happens, happens. Of course, that's not the same. So how do you understand this phrase? That the same way when I perform a mitzvah, I recognize that I'm being more rough than the word of God. So to I perform an mitzvah, I'm also performing the word of God. And it's not just something that he says. Oh yes, it comes to the Josh and Yisbarach. שעבר זמן שעבר, ותכניסו שופט זה, היצא כדי שלבסוף יחזור בתשובה, אחרי כל הליכות כפי. Which of Sabbath explains something of the Shabbat, that a person is not aware, or that a person has to understand this. What does it mean in practice? And I'm doing the lesson of Shabbat, what does that mean? That's called dude. Even in fucking Australian way. Relationship, a sense of closeness, a sense of connection. So what's the ruts up for Hashem? So that's what Hashem is. That's the ruts of Hashem is. That's the constant indication of the relationship. So when I perform a mitzvah, I'm creating Hashem reinforcing that relationship. Says the subject, what? Same as like and I get it the opposite. Right? What the major fallout of an Avera is Richa. Right? We often think that the major fallout of an Avera is Onash. That's not true. Out of everything that a sin engenders, Onash punishment is the easiest thing to go ahead and the Richa, it's the distance that's created by faith from certain clouds. But how could a public say that there's a bonus of an Avera ultimately again into that function? Something amazing. It's social hate. Because the higher essence of sin, classification of Basot, Yak, Tshuva, Aharik, because it says, what is the entire essence of sin? The entire essence of sin is that after I go ahead and this level of disconnect, I come back. So we'll say, what does sin highlight? Sin highlights my weaknesses. And after I commit my data, I know exactly what I have to work on. And I know exactly what's holding me back. And I know exactly what's eroding my relationship with that spirituality. And therefore, again, sin helps me to pinpoint exactly where my weaknesses are. Now I know where my weaknesses are. Now I have the ability to work. If I have the ability to work on them, that means those things not to be found. And therefore, since the subject turns out that a sin is not Shabbat. Because a sin is going to sound strange, but Navera, if utilized correctly, or really better stated, it's not the sin itself, but rather the aftermath of the sin. And therefore, that's what the subject means when it says that when a person does tshuva, and what's tshuva? Tshuva says it does this high up of remorse. Remorse says, I can't believe I did this because I created this sense that I created a separation of disconnect between myself and the Rebbe Shem. Now I know what my weakness is. Now I know my Achilles heel. Now I know what I have to work on. And I'm going to in that process I prepare. And when I utilize the faith in that way, faith itself becomes an incredible success. The faith becomes success. The faith becomes on merit. The faith becomes locked on Hashem. If you look at it, it's like a Shin Nun Gimel. The Tzaddik says simply, because over here, Re'ei Shekakon Hashem, Chalaviru Shehebiyu Ha'adam Nashu, ולדפוס ונדלת בר שיבה. שם נזהר שאין צדיק כמו יכול לעמוד, הוא עושה at the end there צדיק does, but any Aveda that brings a person to tshuva, and any Aveda that brings a person try to become greater than they were before, he says, is what? Having a rechot sibas kiyum. That's what you can find state. The distance, the faith is caused distance, ultimately again becomes the very catalyst of coming together. This is what a profound idea. That which causes distance ultimately again becomes the sibas kiyum. Underline if you're above the reading the same, but underline because that line to me is one of the most profound lines. Seriously, this is how a person has. I guess you ever have a moment where you come to an Avera, and sometimes again it's the same Avera that I'm committing all of the time, and I feel so defeated. So defeated. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm falling into this trap again. Like, I've been to one so many times. I can't believe I feel. Don't allow yourself to be completely optimistic. Very simple reason. That phrase. Haricho, see us happy. Because sometimes in life, there's duplication of distance, which in and of itself is the catalyst for closeness. The issue of distance is the catalyst for closeness. Sometimes those moments when I feel most far away, and I realize now what my weakness is, and I realize now what I have to work on, gives me a renewed sense of purpose, a renewed sense of direction. I know what the problem is. I know people say, like the half was like the doctor, a person has an ache. I don't know what the ache is. I know that there's an ache. I don't know what the ache is. The doctor diagnosed me. In sync, characteristics of statements, right? This greater happiness and like the resolution of doubt. So now I know what the ache is. Once I know what the ache is, then what? I can deal with it. I can deal with it instead of saying in this case that I know I have weaknesses, but sometimes I'm not sure about the weaknesses. When I sin, the godless, the greatness of sin, I just got my diagnosis. I know exactly now what the problem is. And now that I know what the problem is, I can focus on your direction. I can focus on it. But I know I have weaknesses. I'm not sure what the weaknesses are. Now I'm acutely aware of what the weaknesses are. And now I'm upset with the change that. But the faith, which gives you direction, becomes the source. And that's the sense of the year that the Rico is the source of the year. Like the very distance that becomes the source of the catalyst. I go this type of year, to pick up the year for some place to them. said before. So we left. Whether it's speaking about specifically focusing on the idea that the donors are not just going to certain level of trauma where literally you can come to an audience like terrorists. And everything going through that happens. So again, as we spoke about last week, when a person is able to reach the level where they recognize that sin in and of itself becomes the ultimate catalyst for growth. So when I experience a downfall, I'm able to use where my strength, where my challenges are. Therefore, I'm able to be much more precision focused in the area in which I need to develop my approach. So suddenly again, that downfall in and of itself becomes a promotion. Whatever opportunity for idea, for growth, for reversion. So we continue a little bit that Rabbi says, and again, we're following along in the Uriah Hasidus, right hand. That's the middle right hand side. Shkom Hashem Chagma Ba'amar. How you say God changed it? No, Hashem Yisrael. It's a very dramatic thing. It gets doubled. Any other that I created was also the will of God. Which again sounds incredibly overwhelmingly untrue. But obviously a tzedek is saying something that's incredible true. And the idea I created is the Rashi Hashem. It's also the will of God. What does that mean? Yavor Mashkin Shabbat. בכל תכליסו של חיש זה החיסק כדי שבסוף יחסה בתשובה, אחר יכול להגיד עוד כזה. Obviously, not keeping his work without putting on a show. Nothing. The project says, for those who believe that the Torah is Mustafa, and divine providence governs. Even when I sin, when I commit Navida, that's also Yirtzon Hashem. That's also the will of God. Now, before we discuss exactly how that works, the subject is why does God want us to sin? As we said before, because the whole mechanism, which is supposed to focus on, the entire essence of the sin, Ha'isek Kedeshin of ourselves, Yachzeh B'Tshuva, Achari Kalali Kokahi. They say the entire point of sin is to serve as the catalyst for unprecedented growth. Literally translated, the entire purpose of sin is so that at the end of sin, person will return in Tshuva after all of these things. So as we see these other this is how it's created. If the entire purpose of sin is that I do Tshuva, and the HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol knows about this sin, and then somehow everything happens because of Hashem. Not a better idea. I don't sin at all the wrong. There's no need for Tshuva. So again, if you tell me the whole purpose of sin is to be able to do Tshuva, and everything is good, everything is by the will of God. So again, let's just call it even. I won't sin, and then there won't be any for Tshuva, and I'll be exactly the same thing. See also that there's a difference between a person who sins and does Tshuva versus a person who never sins. The growth that a person experiences as a result of Tshuva is greater than the holiness of a person who never tasted sin and never had to undergo the possible Tshuva. They say, take a look, like footnote Shimon Gimel. He discusses this. He says, Re'eva Taporas Hashem. Kaladeru Shevia Agamashu. The list goes. No matter if it's about Tshuva, any Avida that causes a person to ultimately enter into the production First process of Shemuzal, this is in Shein Sadiqin Imurin Yachov Lamed. They'll say that again, there's Nakom Shebali Shuba Omzim. The place that about Shuba. Shuba stands in. Which also tells us something absolutely amazing. We often condition to think that, of course, the greatest level is not to sin. And tshuva is the boundary, right? Tshuva is the remedy. If I did sin, here's what I do in order to go ahead and rectify that which I've done wrong. But it turns out that Tzaddik says that is not the case. Tshuva makes you greater. The Baal Tshuva is greater than the person who never sinned. The person will say, again, to be clear, the Tzaddik is not actively sinning in order that I have the opportunity to do Tshuva. Well, I'm not going to say that. What Tzaddik is saying is the sin for most of us is at the back of the state. It's a very common thing. When I make an Avira, when I've affected management, compromised myself. And while that is true, any of the basic abilities to lead the process of Tshuva is one of the most overwhelming opportunities that a person has. He says, Hari Harizu, the Sivas Pure. This is really important. So this the reason for the distance is in and of itself the reason for penetration. The reason is Sivas Pure. Umadregazu, like the other Sivas Antrega, we actually reference this book like that. That's why Rabbi Rothschild Rabbi Islam. So this idea that a Baruch is aware and knows about my faith, and somehow again, then ultimately again, my faith is the will of Hashem. And I think it is with the will of God. So that's what is that statement. So Tzaddik quotes a couple of psukim that speak to this dynamic. Amru Chachamim Zal, Molish Osha Psukim Ilu. So Gemara says, we'll give you the Bori Hasidus. Right after these three psukim, which discuss the idea of receiving each that HaKadosh Baruch Hu with acting instruments. The Hasri Sahara Mimenu is also to Raglan Shosari, which is not called Second Prophets, was not to these three psukim, which indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does his best to control over the Sahara. But he chooses not to exercise it. He's not exercising. Probably we would have no excuses. How you spoke to those like leading of Ishmael, the left hand column, the Uriah Hasidus indicate that. About how you reach this, Kesaksurim Halalu, Yesh Elokis Monka. Bara Manu, Shebara Yitzeh. The Echad in Atsukim, Umash Elokim, Tala, Baruchu, Bachol, Asidosa, Asidosa, Asidosa. So it's like, interesting that the topic of here quotes the Pasuk, which indicates that there are three psukim, but that this would highlight the idea that Baruch Hu wanted squash the Yitzhahara. And if the Baruch Hu wanted just eliminate this Yitzhahara, question. The fact that he doesn't therefore means that the Ribono Shel Olam obviously wants it. Right? So meaning he could stop my Yitzhahara. He could diminish my Yitzhahara. The fact that he doesn't really care. The idea that he wants me to have it. So if he wants me to have it, then that means again what Tzaddik is saying. And although it sounds strange, what I say, that is the reference. When I commit an Avera, that is with the will of the Ribono Shel Olam. To hear about Pasi, also we don't have to look before you test the language. You want to have heart backwards. Turn your heart backwards. Nastata lahem makom loch sura alaha yoycha hayya lahachim lebashcham God's not going to throw for the whole world over here. Because of Basher Halibos. So again, what Tzaddik was saying, a couple of people is very dynamic. Namely, again, the Ribono Shel Olam has the ability to kill the Yitzhahara, yet he doesn't. Why doesn't Why is it such an important and necessary? This is what Tzadok's entire thesis is. Because at the end of the day, remember this phrase, Arichot Sivas Hakivas. Arichot Sivas Hakivas. It is the distance that in and of itself is the carrot, or is the very reason closeness. Because without faith is not sugar. And without sugar, or say, without the Sahara, there's no faith. And without faith, there's no sugar. And without sugar, there's no true life. And there's a couple of things today. The big couple of things as well. Left off over the last two, focusing on the present idea that you don't have to ask the question to do. Intentional ideas have a light realize that even the ideas are committed to that thing. Even the ideas are committed to you to do that the book is clean. It's something that is open to incredible. Turns out that potatoes are committed that he calls the son of Hashem with the will of God. With the will of God is manifest in the ideas themselves from the creator how to listen to the word. So the people are listening to the people. What is it? Regarding this idea, instead of just going to bring out every everyone's a conflict between the idea, divine foreknowledge, and the idea that you have free choice. Then יש הלכים שיש הנביאה להשם יתברך. Those aspects that part of the fundamental aspects of our life is the belief that powerful now we can have something with us. So because that, as I say, included in that divine foreknowledge, so included in the knowledge that our included in the knowledge that Hashem understands all that is going to occur. Masha Asra Adonai, and also includes the so the Rebbe Shalom knowledge about the future also includes me. And includes the reality that he knows all that I am going to do. He goes on to explain. But regarding that, which one is on the ובשנותינו לאדם האפשרית ובחירה חופשית. כמעשה טוב או רע. והוא יסוד בעצם של כל הגורל והנדסה. But remember, I have to believe that His Baruch Hu knows everything. But I also believe that I have free choice. I feel I have the freedom. We'll say first time these two concepts contradict each other. Right? Remember again, it was so we'll say it would appear first glance that these two concepts contradict each other. Meaning, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows everything that's going to occur, then I don't really have free will. But if I have true free will, that means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't really know what it is that I don't do. This is the ability to reconcile free will with divine foreknowledge. So Tzaddik writes, says, Ahmad al-Zaharan, so remember the Rambam, already addresses this issue. Remember again, remember that the Rambam writes, every person has to feel. And then the Rambam goes on to say, but to say, how can I really have to feel? If HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows what I'm going to do, which the Rambam explains to Masik, in Yidiyas Hashem Yisbarach Yidiyasih. The Rambam explains it is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu's knowledge is not like our knowledge. That when we say that HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows, it's almost like when we think about knowledge, we think about understanding of knowledge in one particular way. Discusses the concept of a idea that's internal versus a idea of knowledge that is external. We're not going to get too much into this Rambam. But suffice it to say that Rambam says that we don't understand the concept of divine foreknowledge. Therefore, the Rambam writes that ultimately again, there is no conflict. This is very interesting because the way that the Rambam deals with this issue is by essentially saying we don't understand and we don't understand the concept of divine foreknowledge. It's like those who will see some Rambam, the Ravid attacks the Rambam viciously. Right? And the Ravid says to the Rambam, what kind of answer is that? And if that's really the answer that you're going to give, better to have never raised the question altogether. The Ravid is very disappointed about it. If you look at the footnote, Shin Nun Hey, quoting the Rambam, and also this is probably one of the most profound theological issues that we grapple with. This idea that I believe that I have free will, but I also believe that God knows everything. And He knows everything that's going to be. So the ability to reconcile those two is incredibly complicated. So look in Shimon Hay, from Shimon Hay, he quotes over here from the Rambam, Shema Kamar Allah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yodeh Ma'aseh Yidiyah, pulling up from the Shiva. You'll say, well, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows everything that's going to happen. The Kodem Sheyiyah Yeida Shezeh Yatzadik Rasha. If that's the case, God knows I'm going to be right. He knows I'm going to be wicked, even before I make any decision. Although Yada, if Yada Sheyiyah Tzadik, he has to show you something. So let's analyze this Rambam. If God knows I'm going to be a tzaddik, then I will say, I have no choice but to be a tzaddik. If Tamar Shiyad, that's on the page, Sheodea, Sheyihi Tzaddik, the Esha Shiyah Rasha, Hare Lo Yada Hadara Haboro, and if you tell me that God knows that I'm going to be a tzaddik, but I have the right to be a Rasha, then God doesn't really know. So this is the ultimate theological contrast. He goes on and says, the Shuvas She'ilazu, Aduka Me'eret Muda Udakava Minyan. The Rambam writes, this is ultimately again the answer to this particular question is as extensive as the sea. Just going to skip down a little bit. It says, שהקדוש ברוך הוא אינו יודע מדע שחוץ ממנו, ממנו כבני אדם, שהוא בדייתם שלו. Versus the Rambam's answer is that our idea, our knowledge about something, or our awareness, our understanding, is something which is external to us. And also, like, what does that mean? Let's say, I can know something unequivocally true, but it's not that internalized. How do you know this? You know this because you make bad decisions all of the time. Even though I know objectively it's a bad decision. Okay, so sometimes in life, I make a wrong thing, and it is something that I realize, but no sharper than that, I know exactly what it is that I'm doing, and it's wrong, and yet I still do it. I know it's destructive. I know it's not helpful. I know it undermines my interests, but yet I still go ahead and do it. Rambam says that's because my man, his there, his understanding, is ultimately it's outside of him. Versus the Ribono Shalom, Elohu is Alish Moda Daito, Echad. Ve'in Daito She'odim Yichol Ha'asik Davar Za'abarat. The Ribono Shalom and his Deah and his knowledge are one. Man can't relate to this because from my consciousness to me, and as my intellect, as much as my intellect, that's why we design the same, we occupy the same space. At the end of the day, we don't always go for perfect timing. The haraya, so many times I make decisions independent of my be it at the disposal of the him and his daya, and his intellect, or his knowledge, they are one. Therefore, saying, when the Rambam says this, the truth is you can read, and you can translate the word, but at the end of the day, you don't really understand what the Rambam is saying. What the Rambam is telling us is, your understanding is very different from his Baruch. So our side about the comes up because our understanding, our comprehension of knowledge, of what it means for knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Interesting enough, the Kaddish comes along and refers to the Arizah. Both are the only field of the Arizah, the soul, the safer Arba male shekel. It also ultimately again, the Arizah is the backbone of the infinite. When an answer someone says, and then he goes back to the Uriah Hasidus of the Tzaddik, he says, Sefer Avod, Hayidiyah Vazifira, Emes, believe true. Believe she needs Shim Spira B'nei Yisrael, Elo, Shekol Echad Moshiyah B'Makom Shon B'Knesset. This is irrelevant. The Arizah says that the Tefillah and Tefillah operate in two different spheres. And so listen to this. Elo Shekol Echad Moshiyah B'Makom Shon B'Knesset. K'lomar, B'Madrega Mesiyah. Dahenu, Shevin Kon B'Tefillah Sh'Madrega She'olam B'Chama Sh'Shayach Halav Sham Ein Makom L'Tefillah. Sh'Makom Hazikah. Sham be'emes tin makom l'Tefillah. This is back to this. There is also some systemic reason. He says essentially the concept of Tefillah and Tefillah do not reside on the same plane. They don't reside in the same space. Because they don't reside in the same space, therefore they don't overlap. People say, it's a fascinating statement. What it means exactly is not abundantly clear. It's not abundantly clear, but again, everybody's striving to this understanding that at the end of the day, there is no contradiction between the Ribono Shel Olam's Yediyah and man's Yediyah. The Rambam's approach is that our Yediyah is different from the Yediyah. Ribono Shel Olam's Yediyah is inside of him part of it. Our idea is courts is outside. Okay, therefore we don't really understand what it means that God understands. The Arizal, Yediyah, and the hero do not exist on the same level. In Russian, literally, it was like, where there is Yediyah, where there is divine foreknowledge, there is no Bechira. But where there is Bechira, there is no Yediyah. What that concept is a little bit deeper, there's the Shama Sishima.
So I used the line she gave it to me. So I used 85 for days. 85 for January 6th. I used something charging so I was smoking dope. So 10 hours early. So I was drinking some dope. I was talking about late. We do now times 10 about the fact that we do now times 10 the fact that and this was created so this was my so so you want a number to a good rehab? I got one. Okay, so
First, we don't know most about the abilities and to a certain degree, we have to allows them to occur. How could it be that the person knows about nowadays allows them to occur? Doesn't that mean that some way, somehow, he is okay with nowadays? So remember, like, of course, you don't have to do with nowadays, especially much prefer that I not with nowadays. And of course, if it doesn't change, we don't also understand that sometimes our greatest sense of growth is not from our accomplishments, but our greatest sense of growth often from our failures or our doubtful nowadays. And again, the other side that is disciplinary assistant is this idea that the person does tshuva, that a person can transform his appearance even into science. If ultimately again my downfall becomes the greatest covenant from a person of this great, then by definition, even the ideas, even the downfalls, even the pitfalls, somehow become something. So that was speaking openly about just looking at the introduction that we have in the video of the the Rebbe writes as follows, Aaron, these guys, these are other shows, and you talk about Yaakov as Shosho Haya, the open Shadia, which a little while ago in the Islamic where we spoke about the incredible power of and Isha has the ability to go out and transform one's Shosho Ra. Shosho Haya, this Shorish is really one's weakness. Even if a person unfortunately experiences some internal loss, some internal negativity, Shiva has the ability to transform that Shorish Haya, that negative root, but open from Diya's root and completely something dramatic and new inside of someone. Also, that's how I'm irrigation is really important at the time, again, in the context of creation, speaking about the concept of creation as something that this, of course, is a concept which seemingly defies comprehension, because at the end of the day, day I wouldn't know. Okay, so we're just talking about by introduction. Then it's a good again, the habit, the moment like the habit is not routine, do it for just a moment, and I just thank you, I should expect you so again, so what we have over here in the post-man polish is sometimes is this notion that tefillah has the ability to draw ahead. Tefillah has the ability to go ahead and transform this information. Even if a person has what is called this shoresh arah. But we'll see what that means as we get into it. First has something negative, something is bad inside of you. Tefillah has the ability to transform that into dynamic way. So, and by the idea of the ability to transform information and sometimes I guess a person can go ahead and compromise themselves to such a great ability with feels like there's nothing positive inside of it. There's just nothing positive. So even if a person now, of course, that's never really true. Because even if a person feels that they're totally compromised, their identity is their color to their even if a person feels that the shoresh, the essence of Buddha has the ability to transform a person racially from some little again to turn something even if it's something from nothing. So that it says, "Kai Istar, She'ashara Adam Ya'agilaka, Gam Ayidei Kwach Nishas Ha'amilalim." In this particular scene, the subject is going to explain that a person could accomplish the same dynamic in the mitzvah of everything else in himself. What's the mitzvah of Amina? So this actually goes into the fascinating look regarding the first topic. The Baruch says, "Anochi Hashem Elokecha, I Hashem Yizah." So what's the mitzvah? Right, in fact, if you look at the first commandment, it really just means like this declarative statement. Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Asher Tzivcha Me'eretz Mitzrayim. I'm not saying God's particularity. It's a statement. What's the most contrast that with the other 9 commandments? Like the other 9 commandments. So what's the mitzvah in commandment? There's many in the cultural studies going to understand as well. It is the mitzvah of dip. For a while, no question is the mitzvah of believing. So it's not going to puzzle. So this seemingly that Tefillah has the ability to affect transformation. That even if the shoresh is not, even if I feel like I compromise myself, that my essence is rotted. My essence is lost, but yet Tefillah has the ability to affect change. The mitzvah of Amina has the ability to affect change as well. So it is incredible. That just by believing in what he want to say, by reaffirming my belief, my faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is the ability to transform the shoresh ra into something positive. To the hemshech, Yonah by the Osam Kodenu Shadiba Shamezia, Polo Koralav Shemekora, Yisbar Kan Yisha Kan Shadiba Shadiba, I don't care something like that. And then the Logia of Elohim. The first thing to think about. I don't care so much about which will understand these rules. Which of our other rules. It's about even Kodesh Baruch Hu comes before Lo Yelecha El V'Machei. Second of the Ten Commandments, do not worship other gods. Look at other gods. Listen to how gay bonus, and I'm still reading the Uriah Hasidus. They cited Gimel, Love, and Kala. He goes on and says, the Ayidei is Hayes bonus Agmira. Baruch דהיינו מצד מה שתישב לאדם Adina Buru Lasha Instruction, source of a person goes to have a proposal for a different level, which is the mitzvah to believe in our Kodesh Baruch Hu. What does it mean? First of all, what does this mean? To believe in the Ribbon of Torah. How does that mitzvah manifest? How do you fulfill the mitzvah of belief? Number one, the Hainu Mitzad. מה שתוסף מאדם האמונה הברור בהשם שהוא מצוי. יש אלוהה מחויב המציאות בכל מקום. So the second thing it says is mitzvah of amuna. This is quite interesting. Number one, that she is Elohah מחויב המציאות. There is a God who drives creation. There is a God who drives creation. And without this God, there would be no creation. This is hey. It's on the right hand column of the Matthäus 18. The Rambam writes more in the book of Hamdan Mishatim Siba Mitzvahs, where Hashem is out of Yisrael Levado. זהו עניין אמרנו עליו מספר של נשיא המציאות. This idea that the ריבונו של עולם is מחויב המציאות. ריבונו של עולם is the Messiah. He is the one who creates creation. Without God, there is no creation. That's how, right? ריבונו של עולם is driver. And without that for the Baruch Hu, there is no Kriya, there is no creation. Number two, the Makom Mamish. The Baruch Hu is everywhere. He is everywhere. Umansi Konyensa, he creates everything. وقال الإنسان يشعر بأرض بما شبههم ويمشي على أمريكا سنته. And the creation of the everything is a direct result of the Ribono Shel Olam existence. As I mark most activity of the so this is Hamura. Now, of course, you can see, if you want for further reading, you can see in the footnotes, these individual concepts are developed to run on their own, which also is very much in line with the Rambam's thinking as well. But the ultimate essence of Hamura is to believe in the Ribono Shel Olam, who is the prime cause for all other creation. That's number one. Without whom, nothing else could exist. And number three, he is everywhere. He is everywhere. So those are the everything essence of Hamura. Now watch this. It says, if a person believes in this, I will say that is the mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha. The mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Elokecha is the mitzvah to have Hamura. We'll say again, how does one compare this mitzvah? So on one level, it's tradition. Tradition. I think about these things. I actually believe in this concept. Of course, I would say according to many that the mitzvah will manifest itself. That when I serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm serving God because I believe in these things. If I didn't believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I would not believe all of these various. So the basic thing is not Hamura. So Tzadik says, if you have Hamura, you so Meila'avor Aradibor Shelo Yelecha Elohim. Because we'll have to stop with this. We'll pick up with this concept tomorrow. It's just something amazing. The order here is of course acceptance. And then at the end of the day, what is Anochi Hashem Elokecha, the first mitzvah? It'll say because if I have a Hamura, then I am saved from Lo Yelecha Elohim. What's Lo Yelecha Elohim? the Pashtos, that is the issue of Israel. I'm not allowed to worship idolatry. I will say, of course, if you globalize this, no yellow is nothing also means what. Do not make other things your God in life. How easy is it to worship other things? By the way, I could pledge my God, not intellectual, but theological powerful. That could be worshiping a lot of others. And people have all kinds of gods, even though again they only believe in one of them. It's gods of money, gods of materialism, gods of career. There's many different gods that exist. So Tabak says something amazing. Over here is we see what the Son says. It's to live a life of an open soul. Real emunah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the reason for everything. Nothing could exist without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and because if you were, which I will say to this concept, fuel everything else, then you would be saved from no Yelafar of the truly have a emunah, then true emunah saves you from worshiping the God. And not just that over here today. We'll pick up an answer from this concept. There's something about it. We are continuing this morning training. What is that's a real song. So like many, but I don't think so. Number one, that allows for the existence of everything else. Ultimately, the historical is the teacher of all, and the divine comes is spectator. Of worshiping other gods. What about the idea that it's worship of other gods of Israel? People worship many different things, even though technically speaking, the only God they worship is actually called unified. Many things to ask the first destruction on the left side, also most human malach Exactly what Hagan says. The person going to have to perform one emotional malach. For Egyptian, he is provided with a malach. He's provided with a malach. The malach of Yitzhak Allah to Sarah, the Shamra Milana. It's the kind of this malach that I'm given, kind of this angel that I'm given after God as well. It's not this malach, this angel saves me from harm. Saves me from harm. If you look in the footnotes here, it shows down the cross. Very interesting. So يا إما حصل بين حصل أصلا أدم أحد موسم ما له أحد. كيف تفهم الله بالضبط؟ تريدون أن يجيب شيء ما له كثير من الناس أصلا موسم شو لكن موسم فيه فزيد. كما لكن تقول وبكان كم الشام كان لكن كم لا يسميه أين حماده. What are these malach? What are these angels? Even from the shaman to the these angels see one come out. They see me from the magic. Matthew is the father of Omer. Have me tell us what the powerful. If you should follow all them to the more research and magic. When a person comes to the mitzvah, it's often to the person of Allah. This is two malach. The role of these malachim, they protect the children. That's their job. They protect the children. One malach, since I have protected the dangers of this perish. Shekol imanu ha'olam himalayan karam hamatim. Which is a good kind of people that are like right in the day talks to their fathers. The world is scary. Spiritual nature of the world is very spiritual. I Hashem Bishtanik Zashon Magic. By Gedra the Zekiat Moses goes on, he says, that essentially it's as follows, that it's people that this very spiritual. How do you that spiritual behavior surrounding yourself with holiness and purity? There's some interesting. Sometimes in life you can go ahead and reduce or remove so at the end of the day, the way this is that I can't take them away, I can't remove them. The best thing I can do is really manage the dangers of this world by surrounding myself with Allah. By surrounding myself so the more mitzvahs I do, the more Torah I learn, the more I bolster myself spiritually, the more I surround myself with this angelic protection, the better armed I am to deal with the challenge of this world. That's it. So watch what he takes this. So if you're going to take Dallas, he says, Vihine, so we start off with the Shalom. Second exposure was that remember in general there's a point of you mentioned those words, you can be with reciprocity. Reciprocity is key. God was cast the Hara, the thing, Koran says, if we're going to use one after the qualified Sharia, that's the thing. So, don't know if you want to take it for everything. When it comes to mitzvahs, how do you receive it? How do you receive the Torah? Through Sharia. Moshe Rabbeinu. So we receive the Torah from Moshe Rabbeinu. Therefore, in the Mela, גם שכרם הוא מה שנמצא בעיסם את המלאך השם. Listen to this. This is so incredible. We receive the Torah through agents, and therefore what? When you do the Torah, you are rewarded through an agent as well. That's why the message right when I learn and I do it this and given a malach to perfection. Like we took care of the Torah. The Torah was given to a malach also means that the Moshe Rabbi. And therefore the reward for Torah is given to an angel. Given to a malach in a sense to protect me when I learn or as a result of my learning is what I cautious. However, the Ulam is not able. אנוכי השם ככה, שלא יהיה לך אלוהים אחרים, וישמו כל זאת יגשיה. Rabbi said, now while it is true, the Torah is given to that is true, Torah is given to an angel. That's true for everything but what? The first two commands. אנוכי השם ככה, and השם God, and לא יהיה לך אלוהים אחרים, that is given through the Rebbeinu Shem Olam. Therefore, those are these that can give you the same way that those leaders were given reference therapy, so to their reward comes reference therapy as well. Watch this. How is Shamu Koizon Yagura? Now we go, hey, these are just three Hashem. I'm sorry, so Mekah is Skar, Masha Adam Kayin is Amitzra, Shal Anochi Hashem Otaha. Therefore, the reward of Anochi Hashem Otaha, Yesh no Spustoki Anha, and Miskav Nida Kineged Nida Mekah, Chapter Baruch with the Atzmo Shomo Mitzorah, the Gashmias, what a beautiful idea. It says that Nida Kineged Nida. Nida says that what, remember, that was straight to the blessing. Revelation 21 says, no, I'm sorry, let's say for 3 is the blessing. The Tzaddik says that when a person fulfills the mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Otaha, the mitzvah of Emunah, ultimately again, they are guarded against no Yelacha Elohim Achid. Which again, is a very logical and intuitive idea. So I bolster my Emunah, I protect myself from certain false gods. Whether those theological false gods, whether the material false gods, the stronger my Emunah in spirituality is, the more I am able to guard myself against no Yelacha Elohim Achid. That's Aleph. That's one. Part 2. Every single time a person does a mitzvah, they're given a malach. First, Torah, they're given a malach. What's the role of that malach? That malach is there to protect from the dangers which are filled with the spiritual dangers, material dangers, all types of dangers, emotional dangers. So when I learn, and when I do this, when I bolster myself with holiness, I am given angelic protection against those dangers. Where does that come from? The Tzaddik is, oh, that's me, that's negative. What's the negative? The same way that Torah was given on the day of Malach. Right, Torah was given through Malach. Who is the Malach in this case? The Malach was Moshe Rabbeinu. So just Torah was given through an emissary, given through a messenger. So to what? So to again. So to the reward for the mitzvah for Torah is also given to a malach as well. The malach ultimately again is given to protection. However, the first two mitzvahs of the Torah, which were not given to a malach, which were given to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the reward source of the protection is because from the Rebbeinu Shem Olam. Therefore, again, when I fulfill the mitzvah of Anochi Hashem Otaha, and I bolster myself with proper emunah, the reward for that mitzvah does not come from the malach. The reward for that mitzvah comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And like in a strengthened medium, like an amina, a person bolsters their sense of amina. At the end of the day, the protection that does not come from the Bala. The protection comes from none other than Yuda Kineged Yuda. Baruch Hu gave me the mitzvah of Hashem Kafar, gave me the prohibition of Lo Yelachar Levacherim. I bolster myself with proper amina to become not a malach, not a malach who's sent to garden, not a malach who's sent to watch over me. It's a Baruch Hu who's both over us. And I bolster my amina. His Baruch Hu stands by my side, ready to help me, protect me, and help me to just to know Yelachar Levacherim. Fighting off the false clouds that are around us today. There's nothing to do today. We pick up the next thing. Whatever you say.
We're maniacs. We're maniacs. Nobody's like that now. Nobody's like that now. So fucking we were on the road with us, okay? And I remember we were sleeping in his clothes on milk company, okay? And
All right. Today, watching a little bit of a whether was discussing the idea that how do I know if I said it's is happy with what I'm doing? And if the way that I'm living truly is in line with the things with the mind there. So that because what often we tell ourselves is a very simple litmus test. Am I successful? Am I successful? Am I able? Am I seeing success in the things that I'm doing? And if indeed I see success in the things that I'm doing, that must be indicative of the fact that I'm thoroughly protect what I'm doing. Or again, if I wasn't successful, if I wasn't experiencing success, let's say differently, success is an indicator of divine blessing of my concept, which again, a person not listening to a concept like this, of Habalut time, so if somebody wants to become part, somebody wants to accomplish something great, they start to help them along. Conversely, Habalut time, if someone comes to the problem for to do something wrong, constantly, so posting. Posting means historically opens the door. In other words, he's in Russian as Messiah, if I want to do something good, historically, he means Messiah, he helps me. If I want to do something bad, posting, he holds the door open for me. Meaning, he doesn't get in my way. God doesn't interfere in my choice. He doesn't interfere in my ability to make my life decisions. But if I want to do something destructive, he doesn't aid in my interfering. He just doesn't stand in my way. Firstly, I want to do something good. If it starts to talk to me, aids and effects. Difference ends up sudden. A person says, you know what, I have to ask myself, what I'm doing with my life, the way I'm living, is it the right Hashem? Is it the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Well, again, am I successful or not? If I'm successful, that would indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is happy with what I'm doing. And if I'm unsuccessful, I guess that's a sign that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is happy with what I'm doing. So, topics are kind of amazing. He says, you look on page 12, in the Victory Hasidus, the left-hand side, last couple of lines. Miko Makom, the subject says it doesn't work. It doesn't work. In other words, that you can't use that as a, you can't use success in your life endeavors as the litmus test of divine happiness of the unliving. Why not? Because right. He says, Miko Makom, I'm in use of Sharos, Gam, there's a science here, this is certain time. Because sometimes, in fact, I may be doing one thing. So what about the fact that I'm enjoying success? That's insane. That's insane. Sometimes they actually start off with tests, because there are different forms of tests. We often assume, really quite fascinating, we often assume that tests come in the form of a person. Right? That a test and someone needs suffering and difficulty and challenges. It doesn't tell you that's not necessarily true. Sometimes tests come in the form of success. This, I'm successful, I'm just successful in the wrong things. And I'm successful in the wrong ways. So sometimes it says that success is in and of itself the test, the center of the so, again, I will say, I want to be clear. Sometimes success is a display of divine satisfaction with how I'm living and what I'm doing. Because let's just be clear. This is the first pasuk in the Torah. Hayot im Shema Tishma Mitzvah. He said, yes, every single place that the paragraph of Shema, if you listen to my mitzvot, what does the prophet say? How blessed you material. How blessed you do. So sometimes success, okay, we define it as success in terms of sometimes success in life is absolutely a drop of rock, but it's not always it's a divine shkoyach, it's a divine pat on the back, this one makes it a great job. Sometimes the prophet says success is my soul. Sometimes it's my challenge. It goes on. Sometimes in life, Yesh of Sharis, when he says that my success is in the sense of test. Right? Within the Nasser asleep Adam, Atif and Naaman, the midst those Hashem Starach, opening of the Hashemayim, they are not briefly down. They lift in Karoi, Al Hav Shemisayna Bach, Asiyah Shelah, the Bach must always see those community by them. Sometimes I get upset because of the balancing helps me more in ways that are not so good, which allows me to see success in areas that are not good, those ways that actually are not holding, and that's my test. That's my test. To give you an example of this, is that if I tell you that people is going to see the show. You know the show, where the person so what happened has been that's the connection says connection am I Shiloh Pastor Shaw incredible. So before he left Yehonas and Gershon in There's a guy Micha has an idol. He decides that he's going to make his own avodah zarah. He's going to make his own little Mishnah for himself. What's the problem? So Micha again he's got his God, he's got his idol. What is he missing? Missing a code. So, after all, again, any self-respecting guy who's going to build a Mishnah, leave the coin. Doesn't have a coin. There's something amazing happening. So he thinks. Then what happens? Another guy, Yehonas ben Gershom, shows up. Now Yehonas ben Gershom happens to be in Shevet Levi. So can you imagine that Micha put out a job and he put out the wanted ad. They're looking for some help. This guy, Yehonas ben Gershom, shows up. Shalom Yatzmo, Hatta Yadaki Kisi Hashavim, Yahayot Halevi the Kohen. So Micha, when Yonatan ben Gershom shows up, Yonatan ben Gershom is a Levi. Now, true Micha was looking for a Kohen, but listen up, right from the right tribe. So sure enough, a guy from Shevet Levi shows up. And Micha, listen to how incredible this is. Micha takes the arrival of Yonatan ben Gershom to be a sign to God that God is blessing his efforts. And both like, you realize how incredibly twisted this is. Mincha is worshiping an idol, bashing an idol. Now, granted, it could very well be that his worship of the idol was his way of worshiping Baruch Hu. But also, that at the end of the day, the Torah is quite unambiguous about how it feels about idol worship. See, yet Mincha is building a house of idol worship. He's looking for a Kohen. This is all to replace the Mishnah. He's looking for a Kohen. A guy from Shevet Levi. Yisra Kadosh Baruch Hu. Look at the Siyata Dishmaya, man. Look at the success, Hashgacha Pratis, the Rizot. Sosh of Olam just sent me a Kohen. So listen, you read this story, what do you say? You're out of your mind. Out of your mind. You're, no, okay, how often do we do this in life? How often do we go down a path that maybe down but I'm successful in it. However you measure success. And so I take that success as a sign of divine pleasure with my life choices. And so to self, it's not correct. It's not correct. Sometimes the success is unique to you. Because about saying silence doesn't always come in the form of function. Sometimes the silence sometimes has to come in the form of wild success. And then my test is to continue that I'm successful, even though it's not the right path. Terribly goes on. He says, "V'sham v'sharayah k'di yisad v'gemara shvuos harikashav shahayel osiyat v'shmaya v'kizer elokei lachazmano alevi v'koin v'levi v'ko." And once he says that tzaddik here, we thought goes ahead. But at the end of the day, Kodesh Baruch Hu is blessing his efforts. Baruch Hu is smiling upon his efforts because he sent him a guy from Shevet Levi to be his king. And of course, those of you the reader see this case and you got absolutely Baruch Hu is blessing your efforts. He did it already. Those of us that will stop at the end. But I'm saying, let's always be teaching us some kind of a lesson. First of all, you sowed that at the end of the day, life is so different. And also that's incredibly necessary. Life is so different. And you see, the Ramchal talks about this as well. That this is so, ultimately again with sins. Life is filled with sorrows. That's the whole essence of life. Growth only comes from tests. Growth only comes from adversity. Tzaddik introduced us to this idea that adversity comes from different ways. Sometimes the unconscious test comes in different ways. Sometimes tests come through adversity. Sometimes tests come through success. And our going in life is to make sure that we often engage in self-check. Am I living the right way? Am I doing the right things? And just because I'm seeing success in what area of life does not automatically mean that that is we'll stop here. We'll pick up again Hashem. Alright, just right. So let's begin Islamic testing sickness outside. So the Rebbe writes as follows. The Rebbe says that take a look at his introduction in the degree of Hasidus. So he says, Ba'os HaKodemes in the right-hand column, page 12. Ba'os HaKodemes inspired the other Arul HaKodemes. So in the previous section, we discussed the idea that man here again. And we last since we spoke about the concept of Lama Zakim Kawama Inuyodea. Teacher comes to say, I do not know. See, he says, he has this idea that a person is going to make mistakes. The Hemshech, the Hemshech לכך, מספר כאן, מה שאנשים מגיבים לזוטו ולהת בגסנסיהם, וטוענה שהם לא הנחייתו יש להם עזרה מיוחדת מן השמיים הזה. Yes, very interesting. In this case, what we're going to focus on now is how sometimes people go ahead and justify their actions because they feel that God is supportive of what they are doing. They feel that ultimately, there's some type of sin because they're able to do what they are doing. As they're able to do what they are doing, therefore, again, it must be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is like hashkafa, if the Rothschild is allowing them to be successful, you see differently. They sometimes interpret their ability to engage in certain actions as a sign of divine providence. Obviously, the fact that they're unable to do this and go down this path indicates to me that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is blessing my actions. And of course, as we're going to see, sometimes that's fundamentally incorrect. Just because a person is able to go ahead and accomplish something and do something does not mean that the Rebbeinu Shalom is happy with what it is that they are doing. So in this case, we're going to see that the general idea about how to interpret things in life. A lot of times in life, I want to do something, I want to go down a certain road, and so I interpret the sign to be favorable to my desired direction. But sometimes, when I got sometimes if I'm going down a very wrong road and I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, BFLMI could enjoy some level of success for a variety of different reasons. So again, this is part of being what's called the mistake of notice. So the he is sick, he spoke out this concept. That a person should teach their tongue to say, I don't know. A person should be careful about not talking until they're definitively sure about what they're saying. Not acting until they're definitively sure that my actions are correct. So in this sit, we fix this idea of focus. So let's take a look. So here's the level. I'm going to read actually in the beginning of the Right? Kamin, Sha'alidna la'adam, she's the siyasa b'shmai, the double creation. Sometimes it appears that a person has divine assistance or divine providence. Open to the work easily. ומוכיח לעצמו, and to him, he feels like this proves to him, שהשם יסברך רוצה הפעולה הזו. And he understands this becomes the indicative that Hashem wants him to go down this path. So sometimes the person is successful in a particular area and takes that success as a sign that Hashem wants him to go down this road. אמנם, האנושי, שעל גיסו האדם על דבר זה לימה, לא מכך דבר כלשהו. But again, I will say, a person ultimately should be very careful with this. And a person should go ahead and not necessarily rely on his ability to be successful in any particular area as demonstrative of divine happiness with that direction in life. He says, to do like things, the hierarchy is concerned, but to do like things, because the person says, well, if I'm successful in a particular area in life, I'm good in a particular direction, the only way that success can happen is how. To do like things, the hierarchy is part of the Ozra, the Rebbeinu Shalom would not have helped me in that direction if God did not want me to go in that direction. Back when we said about this Taher, Messiah also, because ultimately again, what often happens is the person will go ahead and say, if a person comes to become Tar, a person goes to become Tar, a person comes to go ahead and embark on a pathway of purity, HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps them along that particular path. So let's take a step back. So this is really quite profound. The Sira Tzaddik is saying this. So we often assume that if I'm successful in a particular area, that must mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to go down this road. At the end of the day, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't want me to do it, then why would he allow me to be successful? Then why would he allow me to be successful? But the Tzaddik says that's not necessarily the case. He says sometimes, Messiah knows so because in general, in most my logic, there's a concept that if somebody comes to me, right, if somebody comes along and seeks security, HaKadosh Baruch Hu helps them along with that path. About the time they come in, that if somebody comes to become a Rasha, Amu Sham Chazal, Shirak Persin Lord Mina Shamayim, Pesach Kumar Visharisto, Maspeaking the Yadon, the Imonim Mena Mina Sham Lachakar. The Ulam, no Messiah also. Just let you interesting this goes. In general, we say Habanu Pai, Messiah also. Somebody wants to become power, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu actively helps them along that path. If somebody comes to becoming, a person comes to defile themselves, so what does God say? Hospital. Hospital means that God opens the door, close the door open, but he doesn't help me along that way. Because he did the Philip, if I'm doing something new, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to sign or something. He won't help me. If you're doing something wrong, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't prevent me, because at the end of the day, there is no nation of Udom does not take away my idea, doesn't take away my free choice. So whatever I want to do in life, God will help facilitate that. But if what I want to do is pure and good, the devotion mamish actively helps me. If what I want to do is not good and is impure, HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the door. If I open the door, HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the door open for me, so to speak. He's not going to aid me on that journey. Therefore, sometimes in life when I enjoy success in a particular area, לכן אולי יתנה לאדם לחסק ממנו, שפעולתו טובה ורצויה להשם. So using this logic, the person will say to him, look, therefore, if I am successful in a particular area in life, that must mean that what? That is good. Because after all, if I'm successful, that is demonstrative of divine assistance. And God only assists people down a path which is good and which is tolerant. So therefore, anything I am successful in must be because of Baruch Hu wants me to be successful. He goes on, he says, Mikovakum, ha'emesi, she'ino kiachni davar zekla. So once I say, this by the way, person to understand, this is a very dangerous mindset. In general, this concept of abolish time Messiah also, that if somebody comes to become Tahar, the devotion helps them along down that path. So the truth is, remember, there's another truth, which is sometimes I want to embark on very meaningful activities, and yet they're incredibly difficult and incredibly challenging. So that's a shock. That every single thing that Tahar is automatically doing on the sign also help God helping me along that path to look many different ways and many different circumstances. The point that the Tzaddik is trying to make is that too often we interpret the divine will in a way that suits us best. Right? All of us deep down want to go ahead and fulfill the Ratzon Hashem, want to fulfill the will of God. But how I intuit the will of God very often becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if I want to do something in life and I happen to be successful in that area, it's very easy to interpret that success as demonstrative of, I'm doing the will of God. I'm doing the will of God. How much damage happens in this world because people think that they're doing the will of God. So therefore, says that no, it's not necessarily the case. Even though, yes, as a Baluchar Messiah also, when you come to do something good, ultimately again, you come to do something good. It's not helpful along that way. But not every time you are successful is that demonstrative of the fact that God is happy with what it is that you are doing. So we'll stop over here for today because that's that. But then we'll see tomorrow then how you reconcile that. So if that's not true, if that's not true to yourself, that every time I'm successful, that's the mindset that God is happy with what I'm doing, then how do I interpret and how do I understand that success is indeed the ownership over what I need to go down. There's a chance to continue to understand the test. Remember again why two pencils run at like pencils, but most of them is concerned that the astrologers of power would think they knew when pencils was, but they really didn't even know when pencils was. Therefore, others would not say anything misleading, or showing it as kid pencils. So the subject again builds on this idea. Lamar will show how Lamar only again. The Shepard builds up this concept to really discuss that never seek what we learned last week was don't say something that will be misinterpreted by others. So when you go ahead and speak, make sure that you speak your definitive things so that your words really convey a meaning that you need to convey. And they do not eventually convey something that you want to convey. So if you like on page hey, we're actually going to do really consider on the left hand side. The right below the time says, yeah, again, all you have to do. Last video, we said the people die for the consider. People make mistakes. But something says, people make mistakes. Just as Gaia as individuals. Actually, really what he's saying is, people are prone. The fact, sorry, these are in the old. Shekol Guru Mashat Kokola, the master, who has a big hero, Shekol Zoris, and Zoris Ram Kola. If it's not the person transformed his life, it's actually what they incredibly person transformed his life, making sure that every manifestation of his thoughts, whether that be through his actions or through his speech, or explicitly clear. Like I say, when the prophet says, he says, you like or in the Royal, I'm the soul. When I say something, and when I do something, my actions and my words should be explicitly clear to others. The third verse says, sin number one, on an individual level, we make mistakes. We make mistakes. Sometimes we think that we have such clarity on something that we can't imagine that we're wrong. So first of all, understand that just because something is clear to you doesn't always mean that it is correct. And it can be profound something that requires us to accumulate, requires us to be humble, recognize that even if I see something to be explicitly clear, explicitly correct, maybe it's not. But basically what he's talking about is the way we convey things to others. And at the end of the day, a person has to make sure that what they do in terms of their spoken words and in terms of their deeds is beyond reproach. That it doesn't leave the room for anyone to misunderstand or for anyone to read in some type of negative narrative. The Rothschild expresses this concept in the idea of peace and the key. What's really peace and the key? We should be good. The idea of my life should stand on its own. My actions, also the moment I do something and I have to explain it, in a situation like this, I do something I have to explain. Look, if you have to explain why you do the things that you do, then maybe I do different ways that I shouldn't be doing. The goal should be that my actions and my speech should stand on their own and should be understood. Lo Yaakov Ledabra Olash was the national Kuro Rock Gold Nevada Rock Sapphire. Let's say it's not a good idea, says Rothschild, to do something or to say something that's only clear to you, but could be misunderstood by others. The Chayvan Shuvai Yispaya Africa should be about that. There was this is an incredible result. Sometimes something appears right to me, but it appears wrong. Something I say, something I do, I have to do a self-check. I ask myself, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the thing that I think is correct is not really all that after all. When he goes out, he says, the Chayvan Shuvai Yispaya Hello, Yahoo, Dabra Olam. Esma Shmugor Rakim Bado Mashafel. The Chayvan Shuvai Yispaya Africa. Shafin about that. Shuv Mogukav Yovato Asakutu Shikoyam Lemasa Subchikula. Chayvan Shekva Hansel. Shafin the Torah. Ubisor Myself. Here it shows this in the don't do something or do something. It's very hard to take it back. Very hard to take it back. You don't need to judge experience. We all know this is all real experience. Like this, you say something, yeah, why did I say that? Why did I do that? It's very hard to try and get back. Therefore, Prophet says the only thing I can do is to be much more before I speak, and before I speak. All sense. Make sure that whatever I say and whatever I do satisfies two criteria. Number one, it's really correct. It's really correct. That what I'm saying is really correct, and what I'm doing is really correct. That's all. That's all. And it's not that way. Like, I can say that. And a lot of times, like, I can't say that. I don't clarity on everything. So I'm not sure is what I'm saying correct, but I'm being correct. So it's obviously if you can't, you're not sure that what you're saying or what you're doing, what your ego or your mindset is not correct, then better not to say. And better not to say, better not to do it. That's the Kichatzos Halayla principle. That's base. That's all. Base is even if you know that what you're saying or what you're doing is correct, will it be understood? Will it be heard? Will it be seen by others in the correct way? And what I sometimes I could be 100% correct about something, but the way I say it, the way I articulate it, or the way, listen, it's have nice thing that I'm saying something correct, but I'm not saying it in the correct way. So what happens when you say something correct in an incorrect way? Not usually they help. Not usually they help. That's base. So Aleph, Aleph, make sure that what you're doing or what you're saying is correct. And if you're not 100% sure, that's a deed or the mice is correct. If you don't do it, and even if it is correct, even if you're 100% sure it's correct, make sure that you express the English to perform the action in a way that is not misleading or close to be misunderstood by others. Agav Machshatu Yachalachshov, this is what he says. Marachatu Yachalachshov, Ulachachut Bevados, Afnitkevav, Zarnam Rod Lamidam, Rak Lo Bilvad, Olo Lachachal Lachir, the Bevan, Shagam, in the Starek, Shakab, and Yezer, עדיין לא אפשר לו לבד לעשות את זה אחת השבוע. This is the twist. This is something amazing. So he explains, so one second. So it's a very high bar. There's already some people out here. It really is an incredibly high bar. This idea that don't say something unless you are 100% correct. Don't do something unless you know that is 100% correct. And make sure that it's not just correct in its content, but in the way that you say it, in the way that you do it, that it should not be misunderstood by others. So it's like, but what about the fact that sometimes when we work things through, right? What about the fact that most of us don't necessarily arrive at peace and unequivocal truth in word or in deed, just like this is a process? But what's this? The Tzaddik says, of course, that's what thought. What's the role of Machshava? The role of Machshava is the role of Machshava is where I go ahead and I allow things to swirl around inside until ultimately again they make sense. Because there's something where do we get ourselves into trouble in life? Most often, when I go ahead and I rush to the board, I rush to myself, and then I realize afterwards, that wasn't correct. Or even if it was correct, if it wasn't expressed in the correct fashion, that's really not Shabbat. Not Shabbat, I will say, is where I take ideas, or I take concepts, and I allow them to swirl around. That's what thought is about. Let me think about it. Let me concentrate. Let me dwell on it a little bit. And then after this idea, this concept, this intended mindset, this intended ego, it goes through the passion of Machshava. And if I think it through, then if I think it through and I realize, A, it is correct, and B, I know how to safeguard your doing correctly, then you can do it. Instead of telling us what the part about Machshava is, you know what Machshava is, we'll say, who knows about Machshava? Who knows about Machshava? Who knows about the gods? You. So remember, if it turns out that I was wrong about something, here's the great news. Just limited to me. I haven't said anything. I haven't anything. So Lemaisa, of that mindset has not been conveyed yet. Right now, it's only in my mind. So we'll say again. Now that ends the old idea. He goes on. He says, "What Chazal meant when they said Liba Lokuma Lokdalga." Literally again, the heart doesn't reveal its secrets to the mouth. That's very funny. That's the heart doesn't reveal its secrets to the mouth. Those are that are in your heart don't automatically come out of it. You can go ahead and think about things and dwell on things in your heart without allowing it. But Tzaddik teaches us, again, I think it's a very simple yesod that we found one that we actually internalized to save us an incredible amount of Agmas Nefesh, which is number one. You have to know that before I speak and before I act, I speak and my act is more satisfied to function. Number one, it should be correct. It should be correct. I will say to make sure that whatever I'm going to say is really correct. And whatever I'm going to do is really correct. And if I'm going to say something, I'm going to do something, and it needs a whole bunch of Rashi, and Ramban, and Arachayim, and Christine, it needs a whole bunch of Mepharshim to explain why it's correct, and it's most probably not correct. If your actions can't, if my actions, make sure that what you're saying, what you're doing, is really honest. That's Aleph. And days, make sure that what I'm saying and what I'm doing doesn't require additional explanation. That's the goal. My actions and my speech should be able to stand on their own without having to explain them. Says that Tzaddik, it's the power of Machshava. It's in my mind that I think about all these things I want to say, all these things I want to do, analyze them, understand them. Are they correct? And those will be understood correct. And if they satisfy those two criteria, then that is something good saying, that is something good. And so let's stop over here. We'll pick up in words Hashem Ramesh
I like that guy. George Stephanopoulos. Feeling good, man. Wednesday, I wake up at radio at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. And my coffee and just go inside and do my show. And I don't like morning because I got that like 6-hour surgery and I have to wear sunglasses in the surgery. Got a migraine headache now. I get a fucking bad headache in my face because of that surgery. So I have to wear shades and look like a douche. So I wear shades. It's like so annoying. I have to explain myself. So annoying. Just wish my eyes were yeah, man. I've got great vision. I'm 2010. When I got it done, I was 2020. The next day I was 2020. And then after that, everything was healed up. And it was healed up. It was 2010.
I slept on that fucking wall at 7 and I would have slept on the line, trust me. So I got so I should try my first game on Saturday. I just want to listen out. I just want to listen out. I took my shirt off. I should have took my shirt off. I should have been hiding in something else. And something else. The TV, turning it into the TV. Turning all this around with my TV. All the friends of mine. So I got him out of the shower. So I got out of the shower all as hot as I could. I just sat down at the fucking place. I got the thing. I stretched my back. I put shorts on my right now. Just passed the shower. Just go in the shower. Let it run on my head. Shower. Let that out.
Well, I've been running those goddamn jokes for like 5 years straight. 5 years straight. 4 to 5 seconds. The album went platinum because people find out so like that's a big deal. And it was just out of the laugh factory. Just out of the feeling factory. You're like, oh my god, this is like, oh my god, this is like, and then you really take it in, and then it'll come back that you can't do those jokes anymore. You can't do those jokes no more. See all that shit coming. See all that shit coming. Because Joey's a real comedian. Because Joey's a real about himself. He won't pay himself up to dig deep. That's what this is going to do. It's going to act as a captain too. Because it's going to write. And he'll have an hour and a half. That's how it is. That's how it is. Like the next month. Let it breathe. Because I know the whole fucking thing. So you're ready with a whole nother special.
that even if you are extremely unsure of something, say I go, even if you're unsure of something, say I go, don't try to make it, don't try to avoid that insanity. Always have I'm trying to say, I can't help. I'm trying to convince something. I think you're doing and you're unsure about something that I was unsure about. So why can't you see that so so you have to start with saying, I'm sure the day sure that why?
Oh my god, seriously? Seriously?
All right, Jonathan. Good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing this morning after we finish Ocean Dynamics keynote and sequence again yesterday of the parameters of resource. That as much as we are all familiar with the incredible of the concept of resource, I lack the semantics of the components of resource. Regardless of resource in the sense of zero, in the sense of human, in the sense of purpose. Nevertheless, it's something pointed out that different resource has its parameters. So, for example, again, we quoted the example by Yakiva Bayashki Avraham Babager. People gets up early in the morning. Why doesn't he just go to the night before? Why doesn't he go immediately after that? Resource, there are parameters. There are parameters which I will say again includes the general idea of the need, time, balance in life. Because if a person doesn't achieve a sense of balance, then even though it's beautiful and meaningful, it's gonna as well as it's going to go out of whack. Therefore, again, a person who has a sense of Jesus, which is incredibly important, but that Jesus must be tempered with a certain degree of reality or contextual reality as well. Even everyone who gets up early in the morning but doesn't go the night before. So something goes on, he says, I'm continuing now and then in the degree of proceedings on page 9 which is the version I sent out on the WhatsApp chat. In the left hand column of the rear Hasidus, about 8 lines up and down. About very document said as Jesus, Haruya lehe asos al yidi adam utzorach mitzvah levad. It says of Tzaddik, when we speak about the parameters over here, these are the parameters that are needed for the purpose of a person performs a mitzvah. Now, we will define what he's explaining in just a moment. About Kishmedubar the mitzvah and the mitzvah l'shaifa. But when there is something that is urgent, I will call it a matter that is a little bit Lamalam and Haslam, a little bit above any particular time frame. This is as each Adam with his Darius person. Then a person must consider even an additional level of things. They include in the easiest man. Elohim Legamba Hashim. When his Darius always included his mama. She was actually very interesting. So Tzaddik points out almost like different types of situations. There's what call it a mitzvah or an opportunity or an obligation that is confined to a particular time frame. Particular time frame. Okay, so you have a mitzvah. So what does Jesus say? Jesus says perform that mitzvah in the earliest part of that time frame. So this is this Jesus in general that we are used to understanding. There's a mitzvah to do love during the day. During the day, so what's the halacha? The halacha is ideally is what we do sunrise. But Jesus, let me do it follows. If you do it already done, that's not stuff. Once, it's a hammer. Once sunrise comes along, then Jesus says, try to do it as early as possible. That's what Jesus says. Now, let's take for example, there is even no Jesus doing it before night, or certainly no Jesus doing it at night. Like that doesn't get them. There are other things that are not necessarily confined to particular time. There are just things in life that have to get done. So those things in life that have to get done that aren't confined to a particular time, when should you do them? When should you do them? Now, this Jesus says, do it now. Don't wait. Don't wait until tomorrow. Don't wait until it's convenient. Don't wait until it's better. Do it now. So I said, think of us in the action in the side. Not now, then when. Because it's such a fun distinction in Jesus. So Jesus means different things in different contexts. In the mitzvah, which has a defined time, Jesus means even it's the happy or least time, but not before that time. Because I was like, so the part that got to consider this is, I'm not even somehow the Ribono Shel Olam did not want to believe before daybreak. So Vayashkim Abraham Chaboker. He gets up early that day. So he said that for him, Jesus was to leave that day, not the night before, not 2 days before, that day, that morning. Lulav and Esther, early that morning. But then there are other things in life that just have to get done. Other times in life that I think I have to do personally, things I do for HaKadosh, obligations that I have. So at the end of the day, says what decided. When you do those things, now, that's Jesus. And then Christ is back. Don't take remember again where the Tzaddik began this particular oath was to go ahead and talk about the Jason HaMikdash. So specifically again, tomorrow, which was from the passage from the and they said that we were working in the day center that Anachnu using the Malacha, the Alos Hashachar, Ad Chase Hashachar. So once you remember again, so they have to look at this English from dawn until nightfall. So remember again, do not use this passage to show the parameters of the day. Like the definition of day is Alos until Chase. I think it's nice or maybe that's not the same. Maybe in fact the it just has Jesus. They started working even before daybreak already. And they continue working but they he says that Tzaddik, he says, say to the man that the Dhamma Minago, and the Magashmi, well, before we get that. So the Tzaddik says, you should learn this lesson, by the way, from the way we relate to the material world. What happens in the material world? He says, Sharinishu Bob Skill, come on that, the Davar Trinitates, the Davar Hanafas, though, Ain those he's just warm in us last week. Listen to this. When you have a business deal, says what Tzaddik. or some type of material pursuit that is of great interest. No one ever says, you know what, it's too early in the morning to start this. Right? You know what? It's a great deal because then you're $1 million. But you know what? It's after 5. I clocked out. I clocked out already. So if I clocked out already, it's after 5 p.m. I'm done. I'm gonna work on a business deal. Work over. I'll start tomorrow. But no one says that. No one says that the opportunity for a great opportunity comes along. So when do you take it? You grab it. You grab it. Someone calls you to face business deal at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Someone says, you know what? I'll do a $1 million deal. It's 7. It's 7. I can't stop working at 6 o'clock. Let's put this up tomorrow. I don't think it's not a business plan. But I would assume that somebody calls at 7 p.m. at the most inconvenient time. Right? If they call it $1 million business deal, I'm pretty sure most people take that call and do what they have to do. Sense of dedication. So again, in situations where opportunities come up to do something great, to be something great, so Zrizel says, grab it and grab it now. That's different. There's other contextual reasons, like mitzvahs. So I can't take lulav at night. As sorry as I am for lulav, that's not the mitzvah. The mitzvah is by day. So do it as early as. So sometimes Zrizel has to operate within a particular frame of the time, and sometimes Zrizel says, grab it and grab it now. And he ends up like inside that tag tomorrow. So Tzaddik ends up by saying, this is why the Gemara ends up by saying that the Gemara says you're using the Pasuk Mechanic, which means the definition of day and night. By day became, as the Rambam knows, nighttime, and nighttime is 6. But maybe not. But it's just sorry. So what kind of example is today's Hanukkah? That's not like Ruba, right? Today's Hanukkah is like the business deal, right? So again, what today's Hanukkah was not confined to any particular time, and it was not the halacha of today's Hanukkah was not confined to any particular time. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara said maybe the example of today's Hanukkah is because they were being zealous. The Gemara says no. The Pasuk Mechem is coming to give you the definition of day and night. That is like the takeaway for us. It's quite profound. We are often familiar with of Zrizus. But what we learn from Tzaddik is really three things. Number one, like everything in life, you have to figure out the right way to apply any particular because sometimes you can take the most beautiful mitzvah, but if you misapply it, it's disaster. Right? Then they realize we have this example in the Ramchal. Ramchal brings down this example by the mitzvah. He says people do some crazy stuff in the name of society. This is all the time. People do crazy stuff in the name of society. So these are some levels. Don't apply to this. We're not going to say that some people they're just what ends up happening is they just end up messing stuff up. It's well because this uses just as a fight all the wrong ways. Try to take a little of that night. You messed you're actually messing up the mitzvah. Two types of Jesus. What we'll call like mitzvah type Jesus, where again, I have a particular time frame, do this early as the time of my frame, and then what we'll call situational Jesus. Situational Jesus. When opportunities arise, as Jesus says, when you grab them, just imagine what it's like to incredible business opportunity. No one says I'm after hour, that's the opportunity. Rather, they grab it when it becomes you have to apply that same method of trouble in our looking at our spiritual lives as well. Recognize that when opportunities come along in life, Jesus began that I was not there, we were there for something, it's not valid, Alright, fellas, good morning. Let us begin. Let's just continue doing just as decided. And it's been a very we are picking up this morning. Os Lamed Gimel. I sent it out on Cash yesterday. If you want this PDF, Os Lamed Gimel. Listen, so let's actually begin with the introduction that it has in the Bikuri Hafiz. Very good. For those who are joining this show, because the fact that it's tough, right? The large thing is Tzidkas Hasadik Tzaddik himself. The section below that heading the Bikuri Hafiz. Look at his commentary on the Sefer, which helps provide a lot of background to the topic idea. So if you take a look in the Bikuri Hafiz, the right hand column, the bottom of that column. That says Yohanan using Makdimin Achmehamaris. This is a Islamic Lael, Ruba Habraisa to the office, and the Gayakis Mahasik, the Human Foundation of Tashamin, Banaki Usin Melacha, Realos Hashachar Atisa Kofabi. Shatisa Kofabi Mashup, this is remember again, the Tzaddik really throughout since the beginning of the Sefer have been focusing on different pieces, different ideas, extracted from the beginning of Masechus Brachos. One of the only days. The beginning of Masechus Brachos is really focused on the definition of day versus night. More specifically, again, night, because remember, again, the first Mishnah begins with Shviach Shemach Shel Taivus. So here, the Tzaddik says that the Gemara supports the idea that in the second, the Bible said they were working in the Beis Hamikdash. The Alos HaShachar Tzidkas Hasadik. That's incredible, right? Right, and got a wonderful lead in last night here. Like last night we were speaking about again the Kenya of the So I was starting the Gemara again, quoting the Kenya vis-a-vis the Beis Hamikdash. So the Kenya writes that they worked in the Beis Hamikdash. The Alos HaShachar. After them, Tzidkas Hasadik until nightfall. Also, interesting enough, the way the Gemara uses that that is kind of creating an image that we work the entire day. So you see from the concept in the Kenya, when does the day begin? The day begins as of Alos. And when does the day end? The day ends as of Tzidkas Hasadik. Tzidkas Hasadik next Shavuot. Those are all these things Gemara brings up this discussion. Show that until Tzidkas Hasadik until nightfall, it is considered a day. We may see the Habraisa Omer and the Braisa between says, V'hayulanu halayla mishmar, v'hayom melacha. And then the Bible begins says that the night time was for us to watch, and the day was for work. And with the Aras HaKamar Shabiyah HaSakashim, Ayusi Omer, Shemishkias HaHaman Nechshat Kibar Shiyaret Halayla. רק שבבניין בית המקדש היו משכימים לפני שהסביר היום ובאפן לעבוד גם בלילה. Remember, the Gemara says without that second qualification process that we work during the day and then of course at night. Really, the day extends from night, from sunrise to sunset. The fact that we work in the base and the base from dawn until Tzidkas Hasadik was just because they were putting in longer hours. And the thing that comes along and says that no, the definition day is from Alos until Tzei. So that big Gemara in Masechet Brachos. And that's what that Gemara starts for us. This tells us that halacha l'maisa said daytime is from this being the Gemara until Tzei. So look at what the other guy says. Afagav being such a incredible. Afagav. Shahadin is the mitzvahs. There's reason makdimin mitzvahs. Reason again that it's not just enough to go and perform the mitzvahs, but mitzvahs must be done with the reasons. And how does one go ahead and demonstrate the sense of Jesus? Makdimin. To do things as quickly and as early as possible. Even though we know this principle is using makdimin, those who are sorry take the first step. Let's see the performance, and I will say obviously the entire essence of it. What does this mean? Why isn't it enough just to get this job right? Why must there be an argument against Jesus? Remember again, this Jesus sometimes there's truly demonstrative about how you feel about that particular thing. So in other words, doing something with Jesus shows that this is something that is important to you. Let's say anyone who's married, so there are certain things that are complicated to do, there are certain things that, but how you do it makes all of the difference. Like how you go ahead and relate to that particular thing that makes a task might get done at the end of the day. The garbage might go out, so the errands might get accomplished. No, how you do it, and the speed and the ability to do it shows how you feel about it. Same thing in Arabic. That's Hashem. That's literally right. This is incredible. She says, I will say, obviously, the idea of Jesus says the first opportunity you have to do it. So, you should do it. The Bezos, Ein Alem Lios Makdim Shemisa. There was an interestingly enough, even Jesus apparently has its limitations. Right, has its limitations. He says about because of Inalem Lios Makdim Shemisa. So I say, so there are limitations to Jesus. I'm not obligated to go ahead and do a mitzvah. First thing about it, for example, let's say there's an obligation. I have an obligation to do it. The kind of opportunity that comes before me is reasonable community. This is a private obligation to not go to sleep at night in order that I could be able to perform an act of conscience. Cash personal, right? I'm allowed to sleep. But what does Jesus say? Jesus says that as soon as you're up for the day, grab the opportunity as soon as you can. See, this is an important piece. So even Jesus itself has certain limitations. In other words, it means these is in the general context of the film. But one is not necessarily obligated to go ahead and, in his example, these zoris before the day starts. Because that and it says the Pazal, the Parakama the Psachim. So let's say this is great. So you put to the Ram second Psachim that says as follows. Al-Sha'ilas HaGemara, Lama Tikri Chachamim Wachaktim V'Libdok Es HaChametz Elel Yudayis. Although that the fact Yudok Es HaChametz because we know the B'Dik Es HaChametz takes place both Mishnah and Psachim or La'arba Aser Bolkin Es HaChametz on the night of the 14th. To check for comments. Why do you have to do the night of the 14th? Why can't you do the morning of the 14th? So Im Tomar, so we'll say Im Tomar should take his rose to Shim Shazuz Makim in the mitzvahs. Harirak Papa, okay, Yeshak Domin Jesus. So you will say, oh, Jesus, there's a mitzvah for Shpisu. There's a mitzvah to destroy all the comments you have in your phone. And therefore, again, although technically speaking, one could have performed that mitzvah on the morning of Erev Pesach because of reason not to the mitzvahs. We do the B'chika at night, right? The night of Erev Pesach. So they'll say, Hari Rak Baboker Yesh Hashem. Notice as we just said, even Zrizos has its limitations. Right? So remember again, I will say, if I want to be zealous, I want to be a lactose, I want to be eager and zealous to the mitzvah of the Bikas Chametz, at the end of the day, does that obligate me to do it the night before? No. Where does it obligate me to do? Where does it obligate me to go ahead and do it as early in the day as I can? Which is very important. Where do we learn the concept of reason not giving mitzvahs? Where do we learn it from? Right? Avinu got up early in the morning for the Akedah, and ultimately against the settles his own authority. Avinu is the paradigmatic example of his reason and not giving mitzvahs. Now, what's interesting enough, what didn't Avinu do? What didn't he do? What didn't he do? He didn't leave the night before. Right? Your son's Zaris don't go to sleep. Son's Zaris don't go to sleep. Your son's Zaris like every. Over here will say that even Zrizos has its parameters. So Zrizos says on any given day, to perform your opportunities as good as it was a you should appreciate. It's such an incredible soul. Because what it says is, like Shlomo says in Koheles, Lakol Zman Va'iz. There's a time for everything. And everything must be exercised in moderation. So, do you know what happens if a person exhibits hyperviews? What you call that? Right? The anxiety. Right? It could also be OCD. There's a lot of times, by the way, a lot of times, yes, even though in our community, interestingly enough, OCD goes undiagnosed because it often presents sometimes in the form of like super diligence with health honesty. It becomes a point where again there's an unhealthy pit. That's not dangerous. Unfortunately, again, that's something much more significant. So to say that even Zrizos itself has its parameters. Those one days, every need, even the best one, has to be applied in a normal, balanced fashion. Because if it's all Zoris all the time, and at the end of the day again, no matter what's going on, that becomes a bit problematic. So let's listen to this. So given that reality, we have an interesting dynamic here by the Bikas Chametz. We also remember again, so why is the Bikas Chametz then done at night? At the end of the day, it can't be because of Zrizos, because Zrizos just says that halacha l'maisa, whatever you have to do it early in the morning, do whatever you can in the day, to which the tzaddik says, in from I should take the word, Ravinu. No, this is my Laila Elamel Shahar. Those are his name as Ravinu. The Ravinu only went ultimately to the Akedah first thing in the morning, didn't go at night. So we'll say, I'm going to leave you over here, stop over here. You have to pick up with the daf now. But I'm going to say, we'll leave off with this. We'll say, now tzaddik introduces us to the power of Jesus, which we already learned from Ravinu. Gives us the parameters of Jesus. Parameters of Jesus ultimately, again, being early in the day. It doesn't require you to do anything before the day. It doesn't require you to give up your sleep. It doesn't require you to finish in the middle of the night. So interesting, not yet the Bikas Chametz is done. And I will say, so the truth is, we know the Gemara tells us why the Bikas Chametz done at night. Why? Because our near Yafat Balayla, the Bikas Chametz is the Bikas Chametz. You're checking the cracks and the crevices in the home. You need a candle. Candlelight works much better at night, but I'm telling you, it's going to understand on a deeper level that the fact that the Vedika is done at night teaches us a different form of Jesus, and there's a Vedika to reach. Yeah, but it's right.
shot back on Sunday. So the shit asked my wife what she loved, but that's the control that comes with it. That's the one that you can go to their way, and you gotta pick their way. That's your whole way. A specific diet, but they so that you get to diet, maybe dietary needs. This is for you. This is
Our interesting people let us begin. So we have to get out there and so we have to get out this morning and see how that is on the base. Remember again, just to orient ourselves today. Started this beautiful series yesterday, where the subject teaching the story of Yosef and Yaakov understood this Jewish nothing with Pesa. He goes into the third Pura, so the subject understanding as a metaphor for entering into the spiritual world. The goal of the Jews is to live past everything, being valid in themselves, is good within the self holiness, which resides in every single thing in this world. I think in everything, even that which is material, and using it in a spiritual, holy context, when the new people shows or exposes the self holiness. That's the idea of going into the Kurva, going into the so something in the Kurva is something that is void, something that is empty. A reference to something that at first glance looks empty and void of holiness, but then when you go into it, when you delve into it, you see the hidden spots inside. Which of course, again, from the aspect, certainly from the philosophy of Hasidus, is that the Ikar Avoda is the primary application of primary job of Mishnah. As a individual in this world, to be Nagala themselves, to reveal the hidden spots of holiness inside of everything. So Tzaddik says, however, if you do this, you must be careful because of these secrets. Remember again, the Gemara itself said that we don't enter into the Torah because we are concerned regarding three things. Number one, the Knei Hashad, the Knei Macholes, and the Knei literally Hashad, because ultimately, again, that's where people used to engage in illicit activities, Macholes, collapse of the structure. And Mazikin should, the Tzaddik understands that these three things as well are a metaphor, in addition to the literal meaning, of course, also have a metaphorical meaning to the dangers associated with speaking of self-materialism, even if the goal is to go ahead and uncover the sparks and lift them up. So look at there's a, you know, there is a, everything you do in life, there's always a risk associated. There's always a risk with anything. So the best thing a person can do in life is to be acutely aware of all the risks of what it is that they're doing before they do it. Now again, I'm understanding through spirit even with the risks, because ultimately understanding the risks, I do my risk benefit analysis, and I choose that it's better to go forward. But the worst thing in life is to try to do something and be fully aware of the risks associated. So Tzaddik says this notion of going into the Torah and going ahead and lifting up materialism and making it holy and finding holiness and spirituality in the mundane is an incredible thing. It's an incredible thing, but you must be acutely aware of the dangers. So he goes through now, Beit Ayin Gimel. So he says, we'll actually look at it in the Borei Hasidus. Take a look on the right hand column where he says, Alexander the Knei Hashad. Moshe Begashmi is Kurva, Makom Shemi. Both Pashut, Sherotza Lasos, Sham Averot, Season, Ubeim Rowan. Because it's just like we said before, that in the actual world, in the physical world, so you're not allowed to go above. But we are, and obviously one of the issues of going in there is that if you look suspect, that's where people went for illicit activity, immoral activity. The person who goes in there looks suspect that he's not going in there for any type of good purpose, but he's going in there to satisfy his desires. So Tzaddik writes, he says, Kinokain, Yesh Adam the Himana Meis Askus B'Tila Rishos, Kevan Shara'u Yivo Sheyachshid Asmo, Shema Yesh Lo Iza Type of Goodness Kadava. Those say this is really kind of below. You call this alos kiroi, gave us this aribo isn't a shot. So Tzaddik says like this. We'll use the specific example and we'll experiment a little bit. So Tzaddik is saying that we'll say sometimes, so we go ahead and we get involved in things, right? So let's say again, he's talking over here, a person wants to get involved in the material world in order to go ahead and remove the shells, remove the people, so to reveal the sparks of holiness in every single thing. That works as long as that's really your intent. That's really your intent. But sometimes a person will say that's their intent, but their intent really is just to steep themselves in the world of materialism. I'm walking in this mipnei hashad. A person has to suspect their own intentions. Are my intentions really good? Are my intentions really pure? Are my intentions the right thing? Because if my intentions are correct, then hopefully I have a better chance of being successful. But the worst thing in life is when you pretend you're doing something noble with the right intentions, and it turns out that I'm totally just self-serving. We'll say this in general is one of the greatest challenges when it comes to witness. When it comes to anything spiritual, that to know, am I doing the right things for the right reasons? It's nice. Sometimes the greatest machlokas erupts. What is the greatest machlokas erupt? It's interesting. At least in my limited understanding, the greatest machlokas doesn't seem to erupt in for-profit ventures. The greatest machlokas seems to erupt in not-for-profit ventures. When people are engaged in chesed, and people are engaged in avodas Hashem, and people are engaged in religion, it's like when everything falls. People want to make money. I just want to make money. I just want to make money. Like let's just all be successful. Okay, we can argue. I want more money. You want less money. I don't want less money. But, we can argue about that. But Lamaisa, there's absolute clarity of intention. Sometimes the worst machlokas come in the world of avodas Hashem, in the world of chesed, in the world of tzedakah, and only why? Again, when I think that I'm doing the Lord's work, then a lot of things become justifiable in my eyes that would not otherwise be justifiable. When in fact what's really happening is, it may look like I'm doing the Lord's work, but my machshavas, my intentions are not correct. And when the intentions are not correct, it throws everything. The topic says, that's what it means to be nothing with the Lord, with their hashad. Be careful. Be careful. We don't enter into the ruin. We don't go and enter into the world of the material. We don't try to do things to go and remove the klipas of the medal and its so-sos unless you know you have pure flow. It's really important, especially when it comes to anything to do with the Rebbe. Now that being said, there's another philosophy. The other philosophy is, you also just can't worry about intent so much. Sometimes you just have to worry about action. Meaning, it is better to do the right thing for the wrong reasons than not to do the right thing at all. It's a very important to sow, because at the end of the day, the Baruch is not as much focused on what you think or but life is about what you do. So there's like this conflicting dual ideals. On one hand, purity of intent is so important. Don't go into the field of wine with Nehachak so many times. People set out, they say they want to do the right things, but they're not doing it for the right purposes. And that's where everything gets lost. On the flip side, don't wait until you feel the right purpose in order to do the right thing. Do the right thing, and a lot of times, again, the purpose, the right feeling of the right purpose comes on after. But in any event, the person has to be careful of those. Whenever you go, if you're going to go into the churva of life, if you're going to do something that has associated spiritual risks, but your intention is, and also remember, his example is in the material. A person wants to enjoy the material world, but I'm going to enjoy the material with a pledge, but I'm going to use it in a spiritually responsible way. Make sure that's really your intention. Because listen, you all know this. It is easy. Materialism is the easiest thing to do yourself. A person starts off with something saying, I'm going to buy this, purchase this, enjoy this, and I'm going to use it in some type of holy and elevated way. And then before I know it, I'm just up to my neck in gashminess. And there's absolutely no ridiculous in that. Next, days, Bifnei Mazikin. Very interesting. He says, at the bottom of the right hand column. Bifnei Mazikin, what does that mean? No, Shira Gashmias, Yesh, Sakana Lihikana is the cardinal shape. המזיקים המספור לבא, כן הוא הדבר גם יחס לדבר הרשוס שקיימת סכנה רוחנית בפני מזיקים רוחניים. משום במקום מקום עסק הפעמים מקושה שאין בזה שום סרקפה, יש במקום באפשרוס למזיקים הרוחניים בכוח היצר לסבב. Let me say, next, why can't you go to the Korban? Mazikim is going a little bit out of order. Shaping. Going into the Korban poses the spiritual danger. So let's say whenever you spend your time engaged in something that is not really a spiritual pursuit, even if your intention ultimately again is noble, understand spiritual danger that let's say it's you see this all over time. Any person who has to spend their day in the world. A person goes to work, right? A person goes into the world. Again, a person could conduct themselves managed like in a pious, holy, and upright way. But you often can't control the way people speak around you. You can't control the way people act around you. You can't control the way people dress around you. And so the Maisa says that so a person goes into the world again with the loving intentions. My goal is into the world of the material, not in order to lose myself in it, but ultimately again, in order to lift it up. Listen, why does the person go to work? The person goes to work because they're hoping that they can make the Kiddush Hashem in their respective field, that they can do something meaningful, that they can do something purposeful, that they can make a Shem Shamayim, that they can make a difference in this world. Yes, earning a paycheck is very good also. And then I can do all of the wonderful things with that paycheck as well. But when I say there's a noble experience of going into the world, what's the world? The world's supposed to be like a pretty big kurba, right? It's kind of what the world is. It's a place that's very hostile to our values, and a place that's very hostile to our ideals. But yet, I want to go. I want to go. I want to make a difference. I want to make a difference. Because it says beautiful. I just have to be aware of the dangers. So the second one is mazikin. There are mazikin. There are shading all around you. Shading all around you. There are destructive spiritual forces everywhere we turn. I was saying, by the way, don't point out, lest you think that those of us who don't work in the secular world don't face these shaving are everywhere. Every person who has to leave the confines of the base address, to leave the confines of his home, encounters these shaving in the general world. Be aware of them. Be aware of the shaving. Be aware of the dangers that are all around. Because the more aware you are of the dangers, the better equipped you are to deal with them. Once again, let's just finish this. Gimel says, Bifnei Mapolas. This is incredible. Bifnei Mapolas is a tzaddik, Moshe the Gashmius. Just like I was saying, you don't walk in. Why? Because there's a danger of collapse. The walls could pass a shalom collapse on you. So he says the tzaddik, even the stamp turbo, he will have a mother's difficult because once he's not on a ruin, doesn't have a lot of structural stability. that עצמו ועומד ליפול ולהסתתר, שאם לא סתיר אמיתי ונצחית, אחר שאם לא דבר זה שייכת לקרוא שמזבר, לא שם, let's listen to this. This is what's the third danger with the third of this will conclude. The third danger with the third of collapse. I will say a lot of times in life we do things and they're not stable endeavors. And I don't think things through. When I begin to do something, because it's not a stable appropriate endeavor, what happens? It collapses and has to show it. It does. So let's say sometimes we start things in life and we started for these purposes, and either I don't carry through on the purity of intent, or really telling me that I deluded myself and maybe there was really nothing to in this particular endeavor. I just wanted to do it. And then I started to know things. And also you can see the predicate again is referring specifically to Joshua, specifically referring to material. And you can always is on a material level. And sometimes even a person who kind of gets involved in the material world in a wholly meaningful and measured way, you can get very biased. You can get very biased. Because literally, again, totally subsume and consume you to the point that which you think you're doing for spiritual purposes, now when it headed for the very end. So therefore, those like the Tzaddik says, this is incredible metaphor have. And Nicholas Lakuba represents a person going into the world, specifically the Tzaddik says into the world of the material, but it means embarking on any life endeavor for the purpose of doing something holy. Whenever you're going to enter into the Kuba, you're going to enter into the unknown of life with intention to do something great. Just be aware of the three things. Number one, Hashem. Make sure your intentions are good. Because so many times we start things in life with the right intentions, but they're not really the right intentions. And when you're looking in life, not for the right intentions, unfortunately, over time, it may take a long time, they unravel and don't really get anywhere. Number two, Masih. Be aware of the dangers that lurk in the world. Be aware. Whenever you enter the curve of life, whenever you leave the safety and security of the base marriage, the safety and security of the home, be aware of the dangers that are present in every single corner. Because they're always there. You can't avoid them. And so you don't say, therefore, don't go into the world. But what I saw, be aware. Go in with eyes open. And lastly, again, it's Yamaholic. Be careful that which you seek to dominate is not dominated. And sometimes we seek to go out to do things in life and we can control the circumstances. And then unfortunately, again, those circumstances collapse all around us. I'm buried in a life. I'm buried in a lifestyle that I do not want for myself. And I'm trying to no way to extricate myself. Don't be afraid to go into the Kuba. Just make sure that you're ever aware of the Hashem, the Nazik, and open the Kuba. Okay, let's stop over here. This is actually going to be our last in the subject of the session next week. We have speakers starting to be back a little bit earlier, but we're going to pick up with Islam and Jinnah. Hopefully, again, we can get those. Just so the Tzaddik gets a few extra minutes on the last
So it was all party. We're all party. Coco, take this. Try this. Try this. Joey is a guy that will the girls will see what melted. The girls will see what melted. And then reaching her pocket. Reaching her pocket. Right, get it on. Then he's like, pull that 1 to 5. So then he goes up twice. Then he goes that then she gets that when it came to taking away from me, I had to force it to it. You had to force it to it. You did not force it. Right. You're like, I go by my own way. I know you like, I'm going to take this and this and this. Oh my God. Me too, man. 35%. Damn, that was good. That was good. Yeah. You married that girl.
Sorry. Okay, so that was discussing the first one of the days, the continuation of the Gemara calculation. Rabbi Rothschild again, remember, entering into the Torah, entering into the ruling, in order to be able to gather things and area. Oh, I'm not telling him that we don't go into the room. So remember again, yesterday we were focusing on the idea that Eliyahu was teaching Rabbi Yossi that better to daven a little bit with Kabbalah than a lot without Kabbalah. Okay. Now the Rebbe used to use that Gemara. So if you take a look, page level page, let's actually look at it through the Hasi. It says, "Old Nuba B'Blaishin B'La'el." But also, Shana Malakir and Shloshim B'La'el. So the Gemara synthesized on the website yesterday as well. So the Gemara says, after that exchange between Rabbi Yossi so Rabbi Yossi says, in that moment, I learned three things from Eliyahu. Number one, I learned that you don't enter into your ruin. Right? And remember again, the Gemara says that why don't I enter into your ruin? The Gemara says because of three things. Number one, if they hashad, because of suspicion. That's the suspicion that a person is engaging in moral activity. As such, in case of people used to, I guess people to ruin office, some level of privacy or suspicion. People will offer a range of illicit activities there. So make hashad, if they are not homeless, out of a concern that perhaps the structure would crumble. So there again, it's interesting. So hashad is, a spiritual danger. Homeless is a physical danger. The structure may crumble and fall down. And the person was shaken. But apparently shaken demons go ahead and occupy this space of the spirit. So this is what the Tzaddik says. Subjuzu, Yemedes Avodas HaTzadik Ba'alos Mitzvot Sham U'Nesalos. U'La'avoda Niskahuzu, Zicha L'Kiyosha. So now, if the Tzaddik touches on what is perhaps one of the most incredible and fascinating aspects of Hasidic philosophy, which is the concept of Mitzvot. Mitzvot meaning spots. So Hasidus teaches us and teaches that there is kedusha, there is holiness in everything. Holiness in everything. Holiness in everyone. How can sometimes you see the holiness, and sometimes you come into situations where you see people, or you get into where you see things that seem to be devoid of any holiness. But sometimes that holiness is covered by a klipa. A klipa is called a shell. Klipa is a shell. So sometimes there's obvious holiness, and sometimes there's obscure holiness. Obscure holiness means that it's covered by a klipa. So you could have a spark of holiness that is covered by one shell, one klipa, and you could have a spark of holiness that's covered by thousands. And obviously, the more klipas there are, the more layers of shells there are, the more difficult it is to detect the holiness in that situation or in that person. So in general, the Baal Shem said that those are the job of a Jew is to go ahead and to remove this klipas and to expose who's Kedusha anywhere we are. The Yisuf that the Kedusha says that Mashiach will not come until we expose all of the mitzvot of Kedusha that are literally all over the world. He explains this dynamic as the life of God we see on. Why have we suffered dispersion for 2,000 years? Then he says because there's a lot of sparks in the young code. A lot of sparks in the young code. I often say that something that's like a living example of this. I think under the leadership of the last Chabad, the president of Sabbath Chabad really embraced this type of approach of wherever they go, being the gala, being the gala, so one of the ways like the modern sparks is by taking something mundane and lifting it up. Taking something mundane and lifting it up. For example, in many Hasidic writings, this is part of the idea behind the Taoist meaning of on Sukkot, behind the shofar on Rosh Hashanah, and taking something that is totally physical and mundane. What's a shofar? A shofar is a ram, right? It's the heart of an animal, right? The heart of an animal. And what am I doing? I'm using it as a vehicle for the greatest form of spiritual elevation and experience of I'm going to take a luba, right, a palm ground, 6 farm food. Again, these are just basic natural items in the natural food zone. So we sit this out that, and again, in general, when more people are studied, this is why also what Judaism view on materialism and material wealth, and what's the answer? The answer is depends how you use it. If a person goes in and loses themselves in the acquisition of the material and makes the material the be all end all of their existence, that's bad. But if a person somehow uses the materialism in a Kaddish form of every day and then somehow goes ahead and utilizes it for meaningful and positive purposes, then I teach sparks of holiness are embedded in the material and I lift it up. Therefore, says the Rebbe, the ultimate accomplishment of the tzaddik is the ability to take that which looks mundane and to go ahead and peel away the layers and to expose sparks of holiness which reside within. He goes on, the wilderness is left hand column, the unit column. The wilderness is I will say, and this is really quite fascinating. There's a inside getting any place. Go ahead and peel back the layers and expose the sparks of holiness. A person produces himself in the material. Basically, it's kind of like, it's kind of like if you delve too much into the material, even though again, for the right purposes, to use yourself in that which you are trying to accomplish. So the Rebbe says, this is the meaning of this beautiful Gemara. What is the Gemara say? Well, we start this way. Ein nichnasim b'churba. So Chazal said you can't go into a ruin. So the Rebbe understands that churba is a metaphor for a parish, a davar b'dayach b'danosu, she'in ma'chagam ma'chaknu set'asma be'in halas davar rishus. Al yedei she'mechavim be'rimitzah l'shem shamayim. Davar harishus nikra churba, משום שהוא מקום פנוי לראש בני אדם העמידים, דהיינו שהוא פנוי ואין בני אדם צדיקים. So the Rebbe understands that the churba in this case, we're gonna think a little bit differently. The churba could be a metaphor for that which is material. Churba is a metaphor for materialism. Materialism. You're defining it a little bit of a drop, but in fact, I think our purpose is to highlight the Rebbe's point. Churba means something that is devoid. Like Chareid means to destroy, but it means something that is void. Like Chareid means by now, destroyed, empty. So sometimes when you look at the material world, so materialism is often devoid of any type of holiness. It's often devoid of true piety. So what happens? He says, So the person says to themselves, I want to go and I want to do my so I want to go ahead and merely lift up the spark. Lift up the spark so within that which is material. I want to embrace the material world, but at the end of the day, not because materialism is an end, but because I want to go ahead and display and uncover the sparks of holiness which reside inside every single thing, including the material world. So the Rebbe says here, the Gemara tells us, you have to be careful because of 3 things. Remember again, what did Rabbi Rothschild say? Are there 3 things or you can't enter into a 4th? What were the three things? Mipnei Chashad, because of a concern of immorality. Mipnei Mapolas, a concern of collapse. And number three was, I'm sorry, Mipnei Chashad, Mipnei Mazikin, because of shaving, and Mipnei Mapolas, because of collapse. So with Tzaddik, it wasn't like we'll stop over here for today, and we only have a cliffhanger. But the Tzaddik says this is the message. Eiluch Nessim Leforza. Careful. What situation of materialism you put yourself in? They say again, if you want to keep attention, the Tzaddik over here is not preaching asceticism. What he's saying is there's something beautiful and noble in the pursuit of lifting up the material. But before you go ahead and you undertake any mission in life, you must always be acutely aware of the danger. And Rabbi Yossi said, I realized sometimes it's better not to enter into the world of the material. Or at least, if you're going to enter into the world of the material, you must be acutely aware of the dangers. And one of the dangers, what those mean in the world of the material, and that's we will see
Socks, I don't give a shit about your fucking socks, or your keys, your shoes at the beach. I don't give a shit about any of that. But he's so good at doing it. He's so dude, of course, he's the greatest. I know, what do I know? Freaking Mexican Coke next to a Jew and a spick. Doing two specials for him. Wow. He's doing two specials, so it's like $50 million deal. It's crazy. I love the show. I don't understand the show. So I love saying that. What's interesting, I love saying it before I started this and before I had the storytelling. I like it. I think it's funny.
So let's also begin. Study crisis house. Let's remember again. Once in knowledge, remember the subject is that is beautiful with the story of Rabbi Yossi in the Torah. Right? That Yossi goes ahead and bringing into that in the Torah, going into that and readings, and the subject albeit not but the person is trying their best, the person is putting in the effort. Sometimes they'll leave it alone. Very sometimes, like you said, about when to say something to someone in a constructive fashion versus when to leave things alone. It's evidenced by Eliyahu Hanavi, allowing that Yoshi to continue to speak. So, not entirely. The subject is truly to learn something incredible from this. Once we take a look, let's start actually. We really have to see this. I sent that to you yesterday on the chat. Osman out, page Ayin Aleph, left hand side. Oh, we will open up right side and left side. Then the subject is something else to be learned from the right that we began yesterday. Remember, after the initial exchange between Rabbi Yossi and Eliyahu Hanavi, so Eliyahu Hanavi tells Rabbi Yossi the truth is that you should have done going forward is you should daven on the road. Remember, if you know which kind of Rabbi Yossi, you should not have gone into the ruin. Remember, even though the Gemara gets in there's a whole discussion about how it's going into the ruin. The ruin is question of that. Hashtag the up and down flow for more activity will take place over the next less cheer up for the last step the rubble. So if you are having Rabbi Yossi, you really should daven on the road. Which Rabbi Yossi would I was afraid that if I davened on the road, I would have get interrupted by pedestrian traffic. To which Rabbi Rothschild Rabbi Yossi, if you daven a tefillah kitzah, daven a tefillah kitzah, just daven a short tefillah, and that's it. He goes on and says, لأدم المسبال بعدهم إضافة لأثر المسبال بعدهم. It says that with Rabbi Yossi, in general, you shouldn't daven long and protracted tefillah when you're in the possibility of getting interrupted again. Better not to daven a long protracted tefillah when there's the possibility of getting interrupted in the middle. Rather again, when there's the potential or the fear of getting interrupted in the middle, better to daven the shorter one, as they in order that you should not go ahead and get mixed up. Which again, I want to say is a very logical thing to say. So the Navi is saying, there's a possibility that you're going to get interrupted in the middle of your tefillah, so better to daven something shorter without interruption. If you daven something longer and run the risk of interruption. Let me go to the itself. Well, well, it's much over our hosting. Oh, the Roman Ma'ashakin, the Kavana, the Harbos happening in the legislature. It says the Tzaddik points out. This is actually a din in Shulchan Aruch. The din in Shulchan Aruch is it is better to say a little bit with Kavana than to say a lot without Kavana. In general, the conversation makes sense. The whole Yisur of Tefillah is one of connection. That's the whole essence of Tefillah's connection. So at the end of the day, better to say a little bit with connection, a little bit with Kavana, than a lot without Kavana. Actually, if you look at footnote basically says, he quotes the story. There was for Echad Hamarba Echad Manhi Ugravachi Habibido B'Tachmin. When the Roshma refers to whether you see a lot or whether you see a little, if there is that you daven with Kavana. Told Ma'at B'Kavana Me'arbos B'Hamish. Because a little bit with Kavana is much better than a lot without Kavana. Because of how cycles over his law, Ashra Ish Ashra Omer Tehillim Kavana Salih, Lo Kiva B'Dar Hazesh Omer Meritza. So he says, as you just thought, Bigwadi is the person who says Tehillim with Kavana, not like today that people say Tehillim quickly. I'll take Omer spoke Ma'at B'Kavana Me'arbos Shalom. Therefore, you know, the Torah says that you say a little bit with Kavana than a lot without Kavana. So that's the concept of the Torah. So it's interesting that Tzaddik says, where does this concept come from? It's interesting. You have to attribute this concept to Eliyahu Hanavi. Really, really quite fascinating. This concept comes from Eliyahu Hanavi. Eliyahu Hanavi was the one who told Rabbi Yossi, it's okay, even if you have to daven outside, you're afraid you're going to get invisible. You have to try to daven a short of tefillah. Short of tefillah with greater kavana is better than more with kavana. So it does take over the pain. The Indian is man sha'ad. It says the sudden. Lest you think that Eliyahu Hanavi would like only applies when there's the fear of getting interrupted by pedestrian traffic. This applies to any situation where a person is preoccupied. ושאין יכול לכוון קרוי לכל התפילה, ואוברdraft it. So listen to this. Rabbi Yossi says, I went into the room to daven because I was afraid that I would get interrupted by overdrafting. Overdrafting are passerbys. The Tzaddik says, a roser out to do. Sometimes there's a general fear of getting interrupted by overdrafting. So passerbys, pedestrian traffic. But the pedestrian traffic also that we have to go ahead and continue on the sidewalk are thoughts that should not be going through my head every time we daven. Now, he's not talking about anything from the city. Or anything in there. Someone has to go davening all the time. So just many of us. This is just to start thinking about other stuff. Just think, stuff comes to my mind. I have this going on today, that going on today, this deadline, this obligation, this reality. It says it's so beautiful. So many times we're davening and we're concerned about the overlay drug. I'm concerned about the passerby. Those are the thoughts that go through my mind at the time that I'm davening. Those go ahead, they bother a person, they interrupt the person on the road. They're rooted in machshavos Rosen من القلم השמאלי של הלב, המולי דם הנפש הבאמת, יש לאדם חשש, שמא יפסיקו, we're not going to get into it's very difficult, but let's probably maybe read it for a different time. But what's the concern? The concern is that those thoughts are going to interrupt my journey of tefillah. So once you hear how beautiful this is, so it's not the saying it's a conversation between Eliyahu Hanavi and Rabbi Yossi is an incredible metaphor for the struggle that all of us go through. So what Rabbi Yossi was saying was, Rabbi Yossi was saying, I went inside to the room to go ahead and daven, and I couldn't mention it because I did not want to be interrupted by the overdraft. That's the interesting. Eliyahu says, better to go ahead and better to daven on the road, even though there's a risk you may go ahead and get interrupted, just daven a shorter daven. So let's say, so Tzaddik says, what do you see from there? Tzaddik wants something like the idea that told Ma'at the Kavanah, may hardly the road. It's better to go ahead and daven a shorter escape on the road, right? And know that's going to get the Kavanah. So ultimately, what daven a longer escape and potentially get interrupted. So Tzaddik says, number one, those must be conscious of themselves. Some people are also have longer attention span, some people have shorter attention span. Some people just go and down the longest one after a longer davening and they're not going to get interrupted by anything. And other times what happens? A person gets interrupted relatively easily. Or at least the goal is daven the Kabbalah. That's the goal. And if that requires you to daven a little bit shorter, that you could keep Kabbalah for the amount of time that you are davening, it is better to. Because it wouldn't be kind of an idea. So often, unfortunately, in the clinic that we receive, it's all about quantity and very little about quality. And here, Eliyahu Hanavi himself is telling you it's all about quality. Now, remember, the person has to be honest with themselves. The person gives you fantastic. You have to be honest with myself. I'm a shmashman also kind of guy. That's all kind of Kabbalah. We have to be honest also. Maybe that's what I can handle now, but if I work a little bit more on myself, I could daven a little bit more. So, the goal is, of course, to daven the entire davening, but there's a reality that sometimes it's difficult for me to Kabbalah. That at the end of the day, says Navi, then better to go ahead and daven with Tzilah Kitzara, you can go ahead and maintain Kabbalah. This I think is a lovely story. We're just making two. If you notice again what happened, Rabbi Yossi went ahead and decided to go into the war. As well as say, what was discussing his Kavanah? What was discussing his Kavanah? People. So where did he go? He chose to go to a place where there are no people. Let's see, he's in a table, how much you can relate to. Sometimes people say, I'm davening with a lot more Kavanah when I'm by myself, than when I daven with the group. So that might be true, but that's not true. Tefillah is when you daven on the road, and you daven with other people. The most important dynamic of tefillah is to be together with the collective. Because then what your tefillahs can't accomplish on your own, the rest of the tefillahs can lift you up. This is the whole yesod where sometimes we forget that there's a power in numbers, because sometimes there are things that I in your life that I don't have the requisite merit to go out and get. But you're next to me, and you do. As in, there's many things in life, and you can't carry your own tefillah, but I can help you carry it. So Rabbi Yossi says, I thought I would have the most kavanah by just going to the room. It's me and God. Me and God, that's the best sublime tefillah experience. And Rabbi says, just try harder on the road. And even if it means that you daven a little bit less, never give up the power of doing something. Never give up the power of being with the collective. I have this conversation with you, and I have conversation with my children. Whenever he goes to his stuff, so I always like to daven all the time, but especially Shabbos night, Friday night, by the Kotel. Chabal on Shabbos at the Kotel is incredible. My kids have remarked to me over the years, like, it's such a box, like, such a soul. Especially during the summertime, there's a million neons going on, and you daven continuously, you get hit by this and hit by that, and move this and move that. Like, they say, because how do you ever have Kabbalah davening here? Sometimes Kabbalah means sometimes Kabbalah means being able to close your eyes and shed tears with every single word. Sometimes Kabbalah means being connected. Kabbalah means davening with Christ. And even if your actual attentiveness to the prayer is a little bit less, there's a power to being with the people. There's a power to being part of the collective. There's a power of not being by yourself or being with a smaller group or being on the periphery. There's a power to being with the people. That's what, and again, listen, this is a topic. Where does it come from? Who teaches us this lesson? Rabbi Yossi says, I would have a better davening in the prayer. And by the way, it could be that he wasn't alone. Maybe there were none of the guys that also, But the mice, I'd have a better time, over here. Davening with the season. And even if it means that your tefillah suffers a little bit, but that's the merit of the tefillah, you make up for any deficiency. Okay, so stop over here. We'll pick up again section 6 on the days. Let us begin. We have to come out the verse Hashem. Right to that. It's actually quite Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Remember, all of this is so up until now, he couldn't deny doing anything small without these reactions. The next part about Gemara is part of the story. Memshech HaGemara to Rahel and the Sa'eret and Hashavet Hashem, the broken to get the Alagos, the Shlosha Mishmeret Halayla. Both days of the Dalish. Whereafter the Gemara discusses the complete different Rashis, the Gemara tells the story. Amar Yosef, and Achos B'Chalik Bogar, one time I was walking on the road. The Nikhnasti before Achos before those Yerushalayim. And I went into one of the ruins of Yerushalayim. Particularly his follow, and I did so in order to gather. Elio Zacharato, the Shamali al Hafasa. So Elio waited for me by the entrance way of the ruin. What happened? The him to me, I said to us. He waited for me until I finished my tefillah. But I'm not used to me. This may not be after I finished my tefillah. Tell me, my son, why did you enter into the That's one of the Gemara from Masechet Brachos. Why did you enter into the world? אמרתי לו, מספר Rebbe, I went to in order to daven. ואמר לי, היה לך להספלל בגן. But Rihanna said to me, well, the truth is, you should have davened on the road. ואמרתי לו, I said that to Rihanna. It's scary for you to see someone that's secretly overdrawn. Observers, that if I davened on the road, I would be interrupted by travelers, or people passing by. ואמר לי, היה לך להספלל to the good. Then Eliana told me, you know what, you should have happened. You short and short us. And then they said, this is the Gemara because have the name or a short from a truncated of it. Okay, so that's the thing. That's the thing to think. Rabbi Yossi Eliana. Coming to be here to see the black and color. I was saying to Noah Pasa, I just see it as a philosophy. Like the answer to see הוכיח also המשניתנס לדובה ואמר לו שהיה עדיף לו להספלל ביוסף בדרך תפילתיו. So it's interesting over here saying very properly. You know, I said at the beginning of Pasha that the teacher, when he asks you, so obviously, Eliyahu Hanavi, he says, so when Yossi goes into the Torah, he's davening. Eliyahu Hanavi weeps when he's finished his davening, and then Eliyahu gives him listen. He rebukes him. He explains to him that really what Rabbi Yossi did is really incorrect. He shouldn't have gone ahead and gone into the davening. Instead, he should have davened in short Mishmorah Esrei, truncated Mishmorah Esrei by the side of the road. So it says the Tzaddik something amazing. There's a very important lesson that we learn, which is Shekisha Noah es Havila if I see someone doing something, it's not really correct. And that is the ideal way that something should be done. Yet, at least for himself, his instruction. The Bozos, the Nashi had enough to be Masharas Agama Usas, or ultimately again, the appropriate. Roma, Sha'adam Usas Ha'ula, Sha'ina Ru'uya, Oshif Shumaisa Rai, Oshif Shumaisa. Process is followed. When I see someone doing something that is really not correct, not Navera. When I see someone who's doing something, but it's not really correct, and someone doing it in the way that he should be doing it, but in the eyes of the person who's explaining it, he thinks that he's performing the lots of Hashem. Right? He says, he the accent mice to mitzvah, and what the person is doing is not wrong. Not wrong. The person is performing the mitzvah. Just not the mitzvah the way it's supposed to be done. The person is not performing it in the ideal fashion. It makes Shachiro last. It's like I used to help your as Hazan. But the person is just done the mitzvah in a better way. In a better way. Manu Linoa. You see from here says that some that ultimately again you should not stop the person from performing the particular mitzvah. Now what does this mean? He says that the Kiddush now sequel to the Eliyahu Hanavi shehintin Rabbi Yossi the Pesach HaTorah עד שסיים את כתיבתו ולא מנעו הסיגף his fellowship. Doesn't this is happening? It says this brother wasn't speaking about the story that you'll see in Eliyahu Hanavi. Eliyahu Hanavi is writing Eliyahu Hanavi stopped Rabbi Yossi from going in and davening in the first place. I think it's just stop. It's interesting. It's like Rabbi Yossi goes into the Torah. Eliyahu Hanavi is there. Eliyahu Hanavi waits Rabbi Yossi to emerge, and then he sees what Rabbi Yossi is doing, and then Rabbi Yossi says, by the way, what you did was not really right. It's not really right. So why not just stop him to prevent him from going in, or maybe even interrupt him in the middle of the Shemona Esrei. if he feels that at the end of the day what he's doing is incorrect. He says the tzaddik, after the Klal, after the follow, because if you're not thinking that you don't go into a korban, you don't go into a ruin to daven at all. Allah Shahid Rabbi Yossi is davening at korban. Shenichnas lekorban, Shenichnas lekorban. It seems that Rabbi Yossi is pure. He went into the ruin in order to daven. Like no one should daven when he is davening. ואחרים לא יעשה איזיהו להפסיקו והוכיחו על כן, על כך, רק לאחר שסיים תפילה. So they say, with Rabbi Yossi, when Eliyahu Navi appreciated what he did, was purity of intention. Rabbi Yossi had pure intention. And his intention was to go out and daven, he made a mistake. So he thought that it was better to go into the ruins, daven uninterrupted in the ruin, than to go ahead and daven a shorter Shema on the other side of the road. That's what the purity of intent. To go ahead and set up for this powerful, so Eliyahu did not interrupt the Shema. Afterwards, Eliyahu, this is, by the way, what you did, don't do that again. Don't do that again. That's really not the idea. He goes there and says, Ava ba'emes in hayim art. Higher Eliyahu Omer Rabbi Yossi, la'avar sham. ומה שאומר אליהו, חיו לכל ינסה לבדרך, שמשהו מדבר שחיו שם מקום פנוי שיכול להסתלם. Actually, the Parish רוצה לומר שחיו לו לחפש מקום פנוי כשהיה בדרך, קודם שנכנס לו לקורבן. There's something really dramatically amazing, which is that although technically speaking, Eliyahu Hanavi could have maybe prevented Rabbi Yossi from going in, or he could have interrupted Rabbi Yossi in the course of davening. Tell Rabbi Yossi that what he's doing is inappropriate. Eliyahu Hanavi allowed him to finish up his shore, and only afterwards did he say to him, by the way, what you did wasn't really correct. There's a better way to go ahead and do things. And the tzaddik says, you see from here, something dramatic that there are times to intervene someone else's behavior, and then there are times to simply let them go. When a person is going ahead and doing something that is not wrong, but it just could be done better, it says the tzaddik sometimes expects better just to leave the person alone, let them do their thing, and at the right opportune time, you'll give them the proper feedback. We'll say, this is incredibly mistake. Different times in life, you have to point out to people what it is that what you're doing is wrong. You have to give a little bit of listen. I don't mean listen like a fiery review. I just feel like a little bit of constructive feedback. To some people, love to give constructive feedback about every single thing. They always have a critique. They always have a criticism. They always tell you how you can do things better in each and every way. Certainly, most of us try to avoid people like that because no one really likes to get constant critiques. Most people don't. Tzaddik, and I also think it's an incredible use of terms of parenting also. Right? When does a parent choose to say something to a child? Listen, don't just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. So the Tzaddik says it's such a profound message that comes out of here. Eliyahu Hanavi sees it, Rabbi Yossi is doing something that's not good, meaning it's not ideal. He's davening, but he's not really davening in the right place. He's not really davening the right kind of tefillah. There's a better way to do it. Yet, Eliyahu Hanavi does not stop Rabbi Yossi in his tracks. He doesn't tell Rabbi Yossi, stop it right now. He lets him finish the davening, and then when it's over,